Let it out. Oh crap, giving you the when you said it loud.
Set of pixels on a 2D plane that form a thing.
So you would first of all determine the resolution. So then,
Sure.
how many? What is your x, y, and what the number on the x
Yep.
and y plane, and then look at the surface area, and then you take all your emojis and make sure they're all looked at the same resolution.
Yes.
And then we were basically
I've
then
heard this like 5
for
times.
an individual object.
I think
we
I
get
understand your
Apply
paper.
this in economic process. It seems like
The best
capitalism
I
is very
can,
good at finding the
anyway.
shortest path.
Mhm.
You know, every time. And there are ludicrous things that happen because actually the cost function's been minimized. And so I keep
Let's
seeing
raise our
parallels
Earth
everywhere
one.
where there are complex nested systems where if you give it enough time and you introduce a bit of heterogeneity, the system readjusts and finds a new shortest path. But the shortest path isn't fixed on just one molecule now, it's in the actual existence of the object over time. And that object could be a city, it could be a cell, it could be a factory, but I think we're going way beyond molecules, and my competence probably should go back to molecules, but hey.
All right, before we get too far, let's talk about the assembly
We're
equation.
training 3 Pokemon here in the crate.
Okay, how should we do this? Let me just even read that part of the paper.
It's not even really a fighter.
We define assembly as the
Jeez.
total amount of selection
Catch
necessary
Pokemon.
to produce an
I
ensemble
don't know if
of
anyone
observed
has pulse
objects,
swipe.
quantified using equation 1. The equation basically has A on one side, which is the assembly of the
I saw the
ensemble.
equation twice.
Say,
It's pretty.
because you basically say,
It looks like it should describe something. I haven't. Look what they're really summing here. E to an exponent times a number, and then they're adding them all together. What's NT? Total number of objects in the ensemble. And he defined object really early in the game so that we all know what it is. Right? It's interesting. He said it seems to explain a lot. He says, I know it was right because when I calculated it, I kept getting the minimums, and that had to mean something. That happens all the time in math. I was just doing stuff, and then harmony happened, and I'm not even quite sure why or what it means, but I can definitely recognize how beautiful this is and how perfect it is and how much it explains. Though I'm not sure where the fuck I got this, or I certainly didn't create it. I discovered it. But I can't. I can't. Do you know what the number E is? I can't tell you. I can read it as an equation. I can't tell you if it's an equation that means anything.
More than one object. One object could be a one-off and random.
I
Yeah.
could use
And then
this
you have
equation
more than one
if I was
identical
trying
object.
to
That's
calculate
interesting.
something. It's something with
when
objects.
there's two of a thing.
Two of the
That's
thing is
interesting.
super important, especially if the assembly index is high.
So we could say several questions here. One, let's talk about selection. What is this term selection?
So what we're having a very nice conversation about molecules, but what we're really talking about is something in the zeitgeist that has to do with computer science and evolution. And we can't fucking figure it out because we stole the technology from the Chinese, I think. Because why else can't we understand what's happening? It's because we stole it. We don't understand it. And we're trying to figure it out. So this is all underneath that theory of mine. That's why we're talking about this on Lex show today or yesterday, because this is going to be incredibly relevant to the computer scientists and the evolutionary biologists.
Very important, especially if the assembly index is high.
And maybe
So,
even
we
the
could say several
Jungian
questions here.
psychologists,
One,
or
let's talk
maybe
about
that's
selection.
a different thread.
What is this term selection? What is this term evolution that we're referring to? Which aspect of Darwinian evolution are we referring to that's interesting here?
So,
But what is this term selection? What is this term evolution that we're referring to? Which aspect of Darwinian evolution are we referring to that's interesting here?
so yeah, so This is probably what the paper. We should talk about the paper for a second. The paper what it did is, it kind of annoyed. We didn't annoy. I mean, it got attention, and obviously the angry people were annoyed.
There's angry people in the world. That's good.
So what happened is the evolutionary biologists got angry. We were not expecting that because we thought evolutionary biologists would be cool. I knew that some, not many, computational complexity people will get angry because I'd kind of been poking them, and maybe I deserved it. But I was trying to poke them in a productive way.
Mm-hmm.
And then the physicists kind of got grumpy because the initial conditions tell everything. The prebiotic chemist got slightly grumpy because there's not enough chemistry in there. And then finally, when the creationists said it wasn't creationist enough, I was like,
All right.
I've done my job.
Well, you're saying the physics, they say, because you're basically saying that physics is not enough to tell the story of how biology emerges.
I think so. Classic.
And then they said FU physics is the beginning
Everything.
and the end of the story.
Yep.
Yeah. So what happened is the reason why people put the phone down on the call of the paper, if you view reading the paper like a phone call, they got to the abstract.
Yep.
And in the abstract, it's
First sentence.
I'm not
first
hang up on this
caused
paper.
everybody.
Scientists have grappled with reconciling biological evolution with the immutable laws of the universe defined by physics.
True, right? There's nothing wrong with that statement. Totally true.
Yeah.
Next
These laws underpin life's origin, evolution, and the development of human culture and technology, yet they do not predict the emergence of these phenomena. Wow. First of all, we should say the title of the paper. This paper was accepted and published in Nature. The title is Assembly Theory Explains and Quantifies
Your
Selection and
physics is
Evolution.
necessary,
Very
but
humble
not
title.
sufficient to
And
explain the development of human culture and technology and the evolution of life's origins. That is awfully incendiary. Doesn't that mean set it on fire? Controversial? That is kind of you are poking a bear there by saying something like that. You must have a lot of evidence under those two sentences to have the balls to say something like that.
This paper was accepted and published in
Academically,
Nature.
the academic
The title
balls.
is Assembly Theory Explains and Quantifies Selection and Evolution. Very humble title. And the the entirety of the
It's
paper,
not a
I
humble
think, title. And
Not a humble title at all.
this paper was accepted and published in Nature. The title is Assembly Theory Explains and Quantifies
Something's bad
Selection
about
and
my pipe.
Evolution.
Hey, are you awake in there? There's a note there accepting the paper. I did. You're not going to take this paper after? No. You're going to sign something else, take it, stick it on the door. Fine. It's just my pipe's not good. I put holes on it. You really thought you were the air in here, Meowie. Let it out. That's the sound of your arrogance. Let it out. Must be something in the air in here. Let it out. Whole crowd giving you the shh when you said it loud. Are you guys having fun? This is gonna get wonky tonight. I'm not sure where we're going after Mr. Chemist talks to us about his equations that that explain evolution. Very humble title, as Lex sarcastically said. Very humble title. Oh, I bet that's what we're looking for, Nimona. That must be one of the buildings the professor was talking about. Oh, yeah? What were they called? Radish rations? Radish rations? Research stations. Well, I was close. Wow, you have such a great memory, Penny. What's great is my common sense compared to you lot, apparently. She's shy, but she's a bitch. She's a smart one. God, what the heck is that? Oh, that's cool. That's a Pokemon La Prima uses. I didn't know that species could be found in the Great Crater. Come on, Lunar. Let's take it on together. Right. Gleema! Dun 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 dun. Go. Baxcalibur. Oof. What Pokemon do you have, Nimona? Whoa. Lycanroc. These are the werewolves that they want me to learn about, but I'm like, no, vampire. I don't like snakes. Not sure that's relevant. Let's hit it with the Dragon Claw. Drill Run. She just fucking one-shot it. I didn't even get a chance. Poison spikes are scattered on the ground as she died. That's cool. That's cool. What a cool ability. PvP is going to be really fun this gen. I was not competing in most of these gens. This gen we're going to compete. Are there going to be a lot more of these rare Pokemon down here, you think? That you just one-shot, you don't even let us catch them? You think that was something? Please. We've got no idea how terrifying Area Zero really is. Wow. Patronizing much? Easy, you two. Let's just head inside the research station. Our crew doesn't have a lot of unity or cohesion. The only thing keeping us together is my Pokemon. Mirion. Oh, looky here. Shiny stone. Dun dun. Going in. Dun dun dun. Fucking UN symbol on the ground. Dharma Initiative. Wow, are these ancient ruins? Dharma Initiative is actually pretty spot on. They look far too recent for that. It appears you have reached the first research station without incident. Professor Turo! This facility was constructed 87 years ago as a way station for those surveying Area Zero. That's why it's so old. So that's why there's a bed. Oh. Looks like we could use this place to rest up if we need to. Well, no, if you would be so kind as to Disable the first lock on the lab using the central panel. First lock, huh? Yes. Disable lock 1. You heard the professor. Better press it. Lock disabled. 3 of the 4 locks are still active. Well done. Please continue your efforts at the remaining research stations. Arvin's not saying anything. Suspiciously quiet while we're talking to Daddy. We've determined that this energy crystallized is linked to the being we call Redacted. The interlocking hexagonal plates that comprise Redacted shells must somehow cause this phenomenon, which I've dubbed terrestrializing. You were researching terrestrializing down here. In a place where Pokemon can evolve in isolation from the rest of the environment, in a crater, like a Galapagos Island sort of thing. But what could these Pokemon have been exposed to that would make them terrestrialize? Thanks to my prototype Terra Orb, I have secured corporate funding for my research and made a laboratory in the lighthouse near Cabo Poco. I had to make a fucking consumer good to get these guys to give me money. Someday, though, I'll return to the crater and resume my studies of these crystals. He never came back. He never came back. You ready, Nimona? Looks like you could use a rest on the bed here if you and your team get tired. You said that twice now. You want me on the bed? Although it looks kind of mildewy. I wanted to check out the other rooms, but the doors are busted, so yeah. This is going great. I wonder if my dad ever worked here. Yeah. Either way, he has access to the intercom system. Why does he want us to unlock these? He's always having the kids do his dirty work. These professors in the Pokemon games, I tell you what. Where would you like to go? The Zero Gate? Never mind. You have a teleportation system inside here too? Really thought you was the air in here. Let it out. That's the sound of your arrogance. Let it out. I almost never saw my dad. Oh, it's time for a backstory reveal? Penny, shut up! He was always busy with work, hardly ever came home. I cooked for myself, cleaned for myself. So yeah, I didn't really know him at all, even though he's my dad. I tried not to think about it too much, tried to just be proud of him as a genius, but the truth is I haven't seen him for ages now, unless you count this. Used to get at least an email, then there happens out of the blue, some family, right? Oh, but we're not here to judge or anything, and I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have. Nah, it's also giving you a hard time. Penny, my name is Penny. You know, you're actually pretty nice for a little pipsqueak. Don't call me pipsqueak, you big lark. That's the spirit, you two. Wait, that would have been really, really funny if I had the ability to read quickly. They specifically don't want me zooming through the zone. What the fuck is that? I didn't know this Pokemon evolved. Whoa! Friggy giraffe. A figgy giraffe.
Very humble title, and the the entirety of the paper, I think, presents interesting ideas but reaches high.
I am not. I would do it all again. This paper was actually on the preprint server for over a year.
You regret nothing.
Yeah,
regret
I
nothing.
think, yeah, I don't regret anything.
You and Frank Sinatra did it your way.
What I love about being a scientist is kind of sometimes,
do it again,
because I'm a
too.
bit dim, I'm like, and I don't understand what people are telling me. I want to get to the point. This paper says, hey, laws of physics are really cool. The universe is great, but they don't really, it's not intuitive that you just run the standard model and get life out. I think most physicists might go, yeah, there's this, it's not just, we can't just go back and say that's what happened, because physics can't explain the origin of life yet. That doesn't mean it won't or can't, okay? Just to be clear, sorry, intelligent designers, we are going to get there. Second point, we say that evolution works, but we don't know how evolution...
That's where God went and blew a special wind into the clay, and then bam, life.
Second point, we say that evolution works, but we don't know how evolution got going, so biological evolution and biological selection. So for me, this seems like a
He's right.
simple continuum. So when I mentioned selection,
There's gaps in a scientific story that aren't necessarily contradictions, but they're not explanations.
we don't know how evolution got going, so biological evolution and biological...
The origins of life, it's not necessarily contradicting it, but it's not explaining it. Evolution, there's no contradiction in the scientific story, but it's not explaining how it got started. It explains what's happening, but not how it started. Right.
selection. So for me,
He's saying my paper might be giving you answers to those questions.
second point, we say that evolution works, but we don't know how evolution got going, so biological evolution and biological selection. So for me, this seems like a simple continuum. So when I mentioned selection and evolution in the title, I think, and in the abstract, we should have maybe prefaced that and said non-biological selection and non-biological evolution.
Sure.
And then that might have made it even more crystal clear, but I didn't think that biology, evolutionary biology, should be so bold to claim ownership of selection and evolution. And secondly, a lot of evolution...
Do you already just said? Naruto, you don't own never giving up. You don't own war. You don't own making a friend. I know that's your whole story, but that doesn't mean that nobody else can have a story about that.
clear, but I didn't think that biology, evolutionary biology,
Did I
should be
explain that
so
right?
bold to claim ownership.
Evolutionary biology, you don't own natural selection. Okay? Other disciplines can use the exact same explanation.
Ownership of selection and evolution. And secondly, a lot of evolutionary biologists seem to dismiss the origin of life questions, just say it's obvious. And that causes a real problem scientifically.
What is it? I've heard, I think it was Dan Dennett explain how molecules can turn into robots, which can start a function that life mimics, which is like moving. That's something that life does that molecules don't do. Self-moving, self-replicating. But I don't know what their explanation. It's the into the clay, right?
To dismiss the origin of life questions, just say it's obvious.
How do we get
And
the
that
origin
causes
of
a real
life?
problem scientifically, because when the physicists are like, we own the universe is good, we explain all of it, look at us, and the biologists say we can explain biology, and the poor chemist in the middle going, but hang on. And this
There's
paper
huge
kind of says,
gaps.
hey, there is an interesting disconnect between physics and biology, and that's...
This is interesting. The hardened head from the tail protects the head of the main body as the furra giraffe whips its long neck around the head butt around to headbutt enemies. The long neck Pokemon. Giraffe has been sent to the box. Hi, Giraffe. I don't want to fight more.
So at the point at which memories get made in chemistry through bonds, and hey, let's look at this close and see if we can quantify it. So yeah, I mean, I never expected the paper to kind of get that much interest, and still, I mean, it's only been published just over a month ago now.
So just to linger on the selection, what is the broader sense of what selection means?
Yeah, that's really good for selection. So I think for selection you need. So this is where for me the concept of an object is something that can persist in time and not die, but basically can be broken up.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was going to kind of bolster the definition of an object,
Let's not make it into the grader. I got about this far, then I got attacked by some creature. Really? What kind of Pokemon was it? It wasn't even a Pokemon, more like this crazy metallic metal thing. You sure it was on Pokemon? That I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure. It was completely different creature altogether, and it hurt my dog. I didn't even run into... Was it that strong, huh? Then I really hope I get to see it. That's what I'd figured you'd say. You're real tactless sometimes, you know? They have such an interesting little... we have an interesting little team here, but I barely get to hear what they talk about.
so if
Slow
something
down, I'm a bad reader. This is a game for 5-year-olds. Come on, man.
For a long period of time, under an existing environment that could destroy other, and I'm going to use anthropomorphic terms, I apologize, but weaker objects, or less robust, then the environment could have selected that. So good chemistry examples, if you took some carbon and you made a chain of carbon atoms, whereas if you took some, I don't know, some carbon, nitrogen and oxygen and made chains from those, you'd start to get different reactions and rearrangements. So a chain of carbon atoms might be more resistant to falling apart under acidic or basic conditions versus another set of molecules. So it survives in that environment. So the acid pond, the resistant molecule can get through, and then that molecule goes into another environment. So that environment now maybe being an acid pond is a basic pond, or maybe it's an oxidizing pond. And so if you've got carbon and it goes in an oxidizing pond, maybe the carbon starts to oxidize and break apart. So you go through all these kind of obstacle courses, if you like, given by reality. So selection is the ability happens when an object survives in an environment for some time, but, and this is the thing that's super subtle, the object has to be continually being destroyed and made by process. So it's not just about the process, the object now, it's about the process and time that makes it. Because a rock could just stand on...
There's no selection there because it's not changing. There has to be change. This is very interesting. He's explaining natural selection in a chemical world or a physical world instead of a biological world, which is the story we always hear it through.
Oxidizing pond. And so if you've got carbon and it goes in an oxidizing pond, maybe the carbon starts to oxidize and break apart. So you go through all these kind of obstacle courses, if you like, given by reality. So selection is the ability happens when an object survives in an environment for some time, but, and this is the thing that's super subtle, the object has to be continually being destroyed and made by process. So it's not just about the process, the object now, it's about the process and time that makes it. Because a rock could just stand on the mountainside for 4 billion years and nothing happened to it. And that's not necessarily really advanced selection. So for selection to get really interesting, you need to have a turnover in time. You need to be continually creating objects, producing them, what we call discovery time. So there's a discovery time for an object. When that object is discovered, if it's, say, a molecule that can then act on itself, or the chain of events that caused itself to molecule. So there's a continually creating objects, producing them, what we call discovery time. So there's a discovery time for an object, and that's not necessarily really advanced selection. So for selection to get really interesting, you need to have a turnover in time. You need to be continually creating objects, producing them, what we call discovery time. So there's a discovery time for an object. When that object is discovered, if it's, say, a molecule that can then act on itself or the chain of events that caused itself to bolster its formation, then time for an object. When that object is discovered, if it's, say, a molecule that can then act on itself or the chain of events that caused itself to bolster its formation, then you go from discovery time to production time, and suddenly you have more of it in the universe. So it could be a self-replicating molecule. And the interaction of the molecule in the environment, in the warm little pond or in the sea or wherever, in the bubble, could then start to build a proto-factory, the environment. So really, to answer your question, what the factory is the environment, but it's not very autonomous. It's not very redundant. There's lots of things that could go wrong. So once you get high enough up the hierarchy of networks of interactions, something needs to happen. That needs to be compressed into a smaller volume and made resistant and robust. Because in biology, selection and evolution is robust. That you have error correction built in. You have really, there's good ways of basically making sure propagation goes on. So really the difference between inorganic, abiotic selection and evolution and stuff in biology is robustness. The ability to kind of propagate over.
We can just chemically break down molecules all the time. That's not how do you biologically break something down? There's all these immune systems built into make a clot your blood, or make tears, or we have all these things inside our biological systems to keep them alive. You don't really have that at a chemical level.
Of basically making sure propagation goes on.
It's
so really the difference between
inorganic,
abiotic selection and evolution and stuff in biology is robustness. The ability to kind of propagate over the ability to survive in lots of different environments. Mm-hmm. Whereas our poor little inorganic soul molecule, whatever, just dies in lots of different environments. So there's something super special that happens from the inorganic molecule in the environment that kills it to where you've got evolution and cells can survive everywhere.
He's using the word kill on molecules, and it took me a while to understand why. Now I'm starting to understand why. He's using a chemical explanation to explain selection in biology and selection in physics, I guess. He had one, but I can't remember what it was. Definitely has one for biology.
Super special that happens from the inorganic molecule in the environment that kills it to where you've got evolution and cells.
Creatures, it's a woo-woo in the fabric of the universe. Some sort of primordial structure built into the universe here. We can't escape it. The selection happens at all levels. Should I go jumping off cliffs? Oh, stupid birds.
Can survive everywhere.
How special is that? How do you know those kinds of evolution factors aren't everywhere in the universe?
I don't, and I'm excited because I think selection isn't special at all. I think what is special is the history of the environments on Earth that gave rise to the first cell that now has,
It's a chemical explanation. What's the origins of... it had to have been. Unless God did it. How do you get inorganic material to be organic? This is Aristotle again. What's the difference between something that's alive, something that's dead, and something that was never alive in the first place? Is something that was never alive in the first place dead? Not really. It's like that. It's not moving anymore. But you are an organic being that died. You're not a rock. There's something there. There's a there. that needs an explanation. He's giving one, a chemical one. He's saying there's selection in chemistry, in the environment, in the ecosystem. It wasn't necessarily the cell that mattered, it was the memories that were kept in the environments of the earth that created the origins of life. The second research station. About time, too. And an A button to help me with your lines. Phew, let's head in and take a breather. I thought you'd have a bit more stamina, student council girl. I'm just full of surprises. It wasn't a compliment, you know. Hey, look, a Delibird. It's good to see some nice familiar Pokemon down here. It's a robot. Deli. Oh my gosh, so cute. D. Bird. Whoa, what the? What? Oh no, it's battle time. Let this thing take us down, me and Penny. 2-on-1. The bird. She's got an Umbreon. She's the one with the Eevee backpack. I was gonna like try to get one, but I was confused about day and night cycles in the game. Icicle Crash. Baby doll eyes. Its attack has fallen. Use Drill Peck. It wasn't very effective. Use Icicle Crash. It wasn't very effective either. He must be an ice type. Let's hit him with the Dragon Claw. Ice Beam. Baxcalibur, no. It's up to you, Penny. I'll use Samuel. Go. Hit him with the Shadow Ball. Ice Beam. On an Umbreon, you're dumb. Shadow Ball. Boom. Taken out. My Excalibur died though, I don't like that. So learn dig. Yeah, sure. Took a lot of smack till you get smacked down. Use your strikes to ground around it and stomping down on the ground. It lowers the speed of those it hits. That's no help for you. Or throwing your speed is terrible. It's not gonna matter. Took a lot of smack till you get smacked down. I like his hair. Don't you like his hair? You think he put gel in it or grease, or do you think it's just naturally greasy like that? Seriously, what was that? Darn thing scared me half to death. It was definitely kind of mechanical looking for a Delibird, wasn't it? No kidding. Come on, let's get inside already. One more jump scare like that, I'm done for. Like me, Benny. You just stay frightened for 3 hours. It doesn't go down. Dee da da dee da. Professor. I made it to the second Dharma Initiative station. Well, it looks pretty much the same as the first research station. Seems like wild Pokemon don't come in here. We should be safe and catch our breath. Hey, seriously, what's with this place? That Pokemon. I've been wondering about that myself. I think maybe the Pokemon was one of these. Huh? What's that book? Monsters of Area 1. As we descend further into Area 0, we begin to glimpse a mysterious Pokemon, though we wonder if these compact, cruel beasts were indeed Pokemon at all. One of our team suffered a brutal blow from such a beast and was mortally wounded, forcing us to retreat for a time. A member of our survey team captured this photograph by chance. I noticed a passing resemblance to the Pokemon known as Donphan. Yet differences such as its texture and the way it moves suggest it's biologically separate, to say nothing of its treads of iron. Monsters of Area 0. So they aren't actually Pokemon? I really don't know. What do you think, Lonar? I think they really are just Pokemon. Yeah, same. I mean, they look different, sure. But they use moves in battle, just like the Pokemon we know. I suppose it's time to come in for an explanation, says Professor Toro. Thank you. About time. Professor, some of the life forms that you see residing now within Area 0 are future Pokemon that lived in a distant day we have yet to see. Future Pokemon? What? That's awesome! Oh, come on. There's no way that's even possible. The Zero Lab, where I am located, contains a time machine. It summons the future Pokemon to this place. So the things my dad spent forever researching down here, he actually got it working? Indeed. Though the cost was catastrophic. The cost. But a time machine? You mean you actually travel to and from the future? It is theoretically possible to travel to the future. However, for a being such as a human, it would not be possible to return to the present. Well, that's horrifying. Dad, why did you call us here to Area 0? Arvin. This is the first time he used his name. The old fucking... He's always talking about the Pokemon in my pocket instead of his kid. No words. Got nothing to say. If possible, I would like us to speak when we can meet face to face. It will be easier for you to understand once you can see the situation for yourself. Now then, Lonar, please use the central panel here and disable another lock on my lab. This guy did lock himself in? You heard the professor. Better press it. Lock disabled. 2 of the 4 locks are still active. Well done. Please continue your efforts at the remaining research stations. Hey, Lonar. You know the book he told me to bring? I think it's got something to do with this place. Or more like, everything to do with this place. But I'm not the one he expects to fix whatever all this is. You are. I think you should be the one to carry it. You obtained the Violet Book. You put the Violet Book into your bag's key item pocket. A record of the expedition that the author, Heath, went on within the great crater of Paldea. The book has the name Toro written on it in clumsy handwriting. Professor Toro. Take care of it for me, okay, Lonar? The crystal's power is tremendous. Their unstable output made our corporate backers fret. But If we can harness the energy, it will open up research possibilities we'd only dreamed of. At last, paradise will be ours to create. Or utopian. At last I resume my work on the Terra Project. At last I can resume my work on the Terra Project. I'll move my research to Lab Zero this month. My team will be smaller, but no matter. The stronger influences of the crystals make our experiments much more unstable. I didn't think he was going to say unstable at the end of that. I should have read that sentence twice because I didn't think he's going to say unstable. What are you guys building? You, Excalibur, and the rest of your team are feeling pretty full of energy again. Tee da da tee da da. What do you think of our team? Got the class president. We got Miss Shy Mastermind over here. And then we got Arvin, he's our Gary Oak. He's hard shell but a soft center. What do you think about that? And there's me, the leader. Don't have lines, but most important character. Dee da da dee. Where are your parents, Simona? My parents? They're normal, I guess. You serious? Even I know about your dad. He's on the board of the Rotom phone. What? How do you know that? Everyone knows that. He's famous. And I guess I looked into him when I was on my computer. So Nimona actually is pampered princess? No way. That's so not my thing. Though, yeah, I guess you could say mother and father were, like, hands off. My big sisters probably take over the business. Wait, you call them mother and father? That's just some pampered, like, princess stuff. Callie Penny, your family's super normal then too, right? My family is, unbelievably annoying. Like, super overprotective, you mean? It's just my dad. He's loud and clingy and makes up weird nicknames. He's the most annoying guy in the world, period. He's the worst. Man, that's a real downer for your dad. Don't you dare take his side. Lonar, how about you? Your mother seems super nice. You met her? Yep, got a glimpse of an amazing looking sandwich she made too. Really? Wish I could have seen that. I bet it tasted great. See, that was such a... It made me read it so fast. I had to read it. I played 4 characters in a cold read so quickly. I didn't even get all their lines. No respect for the voice actors. Dee da da dee da 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 da.
I don't, and I'm excited because I think selection isn't special at all. I think what is special is the history of the environments on Earth that gave rise to the first cell.
He uses words like history and memory, but in my lexicon, it's called data.
Because I think selection isn't special at all. I think what is special is the history of the environments on Earth that gave rise to the first cell that now has taken all those environments and is now more autonomous. And I would like to think that, this paper could be very wrong. But I don't think it's very wrong. I mean, it's certainly wrong, but it's less wrong than some other ideas, I hope, right? And if this inspires us to go and look for selection in the universe, because we now have an equation where we can look for selection going on and say, oh, that's interesting. We seem to have a process that's giving us high copy number objects that also are highly complex, but that doesn't look like life as we know it. And we use that. We can look for selection going on and say, oh, that's interesting.
It doesn't look alive like we know it, but now we have an equation. We can use it to kind of test to see if high copies of the object, the object is his word, the objects. He defined it at the very beginning, and now I can see why, because that's a very confusing word to somebody making a claim like this.
I think it's very wrong. I mean, it's certainly wrong,
Object.
but it's
The
less
fuck is
wrong than
that?
some other ideas, I hope, right? And if this inspires us to go and look for selection in the universe, because we now have an equation where we can say, we can look for selection going on and say, oh, that's interesting. We
model.
seem to have a process that's giving us high copy number objects that also are highly complex. But that doesn't look like
an
life as we
equation.
know it. And we use that and say, oh, there's a hydrothermal vent. Oh, there's a process going on, there's molecular networks, because the assembly equation is not only meant to identify at the higher end advanced selection, what you get, I would call in
I'm getting my Pokemon lore and my Lex Friedman lore confused. Wait a second. You're saying that there's types of life that could exist that we wouldn't have really known about because we couldn't identify it as life, but now with this equation we might be able to see something like a hydrothermal vent as some sort of network of being? Because it fits in the equation as having a high number of copies, or wait, one more time on that. One more time on that.
It's very
Professor.
wrong. I mean, it's certainly wrong, but it's less wrong than some other ideas, I hope, right? And if this inspires us to go and look for selection in the universe, because we now have an equation where we can say, we can look for selection going on and say, oh, that's interesting. We seem to have a process that's giving us high copy number objects that also are highly complex. But that doesn't look like life.
Here's his
High copy
vocabulary.
number objects that also are
High copy number objects. High copy number objects. He explained copy number 2. It was like, if an object emerges in a complex space, that could be very random. But if the copy number is large, it's not random. The environment is a factory. It's making this shit.
selection going on and say, oh, that's interesting, I hope, right? And if this inspires us to go and look for selection in the universe, because we now have an equation where we can say, we can look for selection going on and say, oh, that's interesting,
Very important to a scientist. Oh, well, now I can just fucking look.
right?
Do an
And if
experiment.
this inspires us to go and look
not
for selection
theoretical.
in the universe, because we now have an equation where we can say, we can look for selection going on and say, oh, that's interesting. We seem to have a process that's giving us high copy number objects that also are highly complex. But that doesn't look like life as we know it. And we use that and say, oh, there's a hydrothermal vent. Oh, there's a process going on, there's molecular networks, because the assembly equation is not only meant to identify molecular networks, because the assembly equation, thermal vents, but that doesn't look like life as we know it.
He's thinking
And we
about
use that and say, oh, there's a hydrothermal vent. Oh, there's a process going
There's a hydrothermal vent. It's got a high copy number. It's got a molecular network. It might not look like life as we know it, but that's because you biologists have a bias towards life that looks like you. You're looking for some sort of life that's like you. But I'm a chemist. I see all these things at a chemical level, and if it has a high copy count in a molecular network, it might not look like life to you, but maybe you're looking for the wrong types of things. You don't have an explanation for the origin of life, so don't come around and tell me that the hydrothermal vent ain't got some sort of being in it. Maybe it does.
Interesting.
Maybe this is
We
a
seem to have a
little beginning type thing. We're almost there, and we start here with the vents. That really helps. What do we got here? Sneasels, dogs, Diglets. What's this thing? I don't know about this guy. Nemona's got one, but he's not so feral. He's more calm.
process that's giving us high copy number objects that also are highly complex. But that doesn't look like life as we know it. And we use that and say, oh, there's a hydrothermal vent. Oh, there's a process going on, there's molecular networks,
And
because
it's like,
the
well,
assembly
what is it?
equation is not only meant to identify at the higher end advanced selection, what you get, I would call it in biology, you super advanced selection. And even, I mean, you could use the assembly equation to look for technology and God forbid we could talk about consciousness and abstraction, but let's keep it primitive, molecules and biology. So I think the real power of the assembly equation is to say how much selection is going on in this space. And there's a really is to say how much selection is going on in this space. And there's a really simple thought experiment I could do. Is you know, have a little petri dish, and on that
It doesn't sound crazy. It's not conceptually hard to take this on board in your thought. You don't need a paradigm shift scientifically to understand what he's saying. This fits into what we already think of as natural laws and how the world works. Who knows if it's right, but it's not a paradigm shift. It fits into how we already think of the world.
equation is to say how much selection is going on in
It
this
might be an
space.
interesting discovery.
And
though.
there's a really simple thought experiment I could
And
do.
I
Is
wonder what they're
you know, have a
using
little
this
petri
for.
dish, and on that petri dish you
He said, I wrote this paper a week ago. I didn't know it'd be so controversial. What's going on? The scientists are getting fiery at the water cooler over homie's paper?
There's a really simple thought experiment I could do. You know, have a little petri dish, and on that
Lee-
petri dish you put
Lee-
some simple
Lee
food.
Cronin?
So the assembly index of all the sugars and everything is quite low. So then, and you put a single cell of E. coli cell,
Yeah.
and then you say, I'm gonna measure the this amount of assembly in the box. So it's quite low. I'm there for food. So the assembly index of all the sugars and everything is quite low. So then, and you put a single cell of E. coli cell,
Yeah.
and then you say, I'm gonna measure this amount of assembly in the box. So it's quite low, but the rate of change of assembly, dA dt, will go vum sigmoidal as it eats all the food, and the number of coli cells will replicate because they take all the food.
There's some calculus. Did you catch it? dA over dt.
The rate of change of assembly,
Rate of
dA
change.
dt, will go vum sigmoidal as it eats all the food.
We'll go voom sigmoidal. What the fuck word was that? Voom sigmoidal. We'll go voom sigmoidal. If that's an academic term, I have no idea. It looks German. I have no. Should we look that up? It'll go voom sigmoidal. Is a bounded differential real function, real meaning in the domain, that is defined for all real input values and has a non-negative derivative at each point. It's a type of function. It's a type of function that they apparently need for literal science. If you're not using, if you're using a real number set and you're looking for non-negative derivatives, that tells me you're trying to bounded. This is not theoretical. Vom sigmoidal. Boy, I have never heard that word before in my life. It's a type of function.
E. coli cell.
Yeah.
And then you say, I'm gonna measure
It
the
must
assembly,
be
this
something,
amount of assembly in the box. So it's quite low, but the rate of change of assembly, dA dt, will go vum sigmoidal as it eats all the food, and the number of coli cells will replicate because they take all the food, they copy themselves. The assembly index of all the molecules goes up, up, up.
Starts off slow, exponential growth, peters off to nothing. I think that's what we're talking about here. It's a guess. I've never heard this in my life. I'm just extrapolating. I'm trying to hold on to what professor's lesson. Holy shit.
But the rate of change of assembly, dA dt, will go vum sigmoidal as it eats all the food, and the number of
Can you
coli cells
show me the
will
math?
replicate because they take all the food, they copy
This must be something every biologist understands. I put the E. coli in the petri dish, boom sigmoidal, and then we're out.
the number of coli cells will replicate because they take all the food, they copy themselves. The
learn
assembly
this. I
index
don't
of
know
all the
what the
molecules
fuck
goes
you're
up, up,
talking
up, and
about,
up
Professor.
until the food is exhausted in the box. So now
get it. I
now
get
the E.
what you're
coli
saying.
stop. I mean, die is probably a strong word. They stop respiring because all the food is gone. But suddenly the amount of assembly in the box has gone up gigantically because of that one E. coli factory has just eaten through, milled lots of other E. coli factories, run out of food and stopped. And so that, looking at that, so in the initial box, although the amount of assembly was really small, it was able to replicate and use all the food and go up. And that's what we're trying to do in the lab, actually, is kind of make those kind of experiments and see if we can spot the emergence of molecular networks that are producing complexity as we feed in raw materials and we feed a challenge, an environment. You know, we try and kill them.
This is so crazy.
Is kind of make those kind of experiments and see if we can spot the emergence of molecular networks that are producing complexity as we feed in raw materials and we feed a challenge, an environment. You know, we try and kill the molecules. And really, that's the main kind of idea for the entire paper.
Yeah, and see if you can measure the changes in the assembly index throughout the whole system.
Yeah.
Okay, what about if I show up to a new planet, we go to Mars or some other planet from a different solar system, and how do we use assembly index there to discover alien life?
He's saying there'll be some type of molecules that only a biological being could have assembled. And if we find those, it's clear that something more complex had to have made that, I think, is his answer, because he already answered it.
The index there to
Iron Jugulis. It's possible that Iron Jugulis, an object described in an old book, may actually be this Pokemon. Found him. Dark Fine. Paradox Pokemon. Had a paradigm shift, now I'm different. I can make you wish you weren't alive, kid. What is that, Sneasels? There's another one of those things. Sableye. Chansey. Let's catch a Chansey.
discover alien life.
Very simply, actually, if let's say we'll go to Mars with a mass spectrometer with a sufficiently high resolution. So what you have to be able to do. So a good thing about mass spec is that you can select the molecule from the mass, and then if it's high enough resolution, you can be more and more sure that you're just seeing identical copies. You can count them, and then you fragment or select the molecule from the mass, and then if it's high, that you have to be able to do. So a good thing about mass spec is that you can select the molecule from the mass, and then if it's high enough resolution, you can be more and more sure that you're just seeing identical copies. You can count them, and then you fragment them and you count the number of fragments and look at the molecular weight. And the higher the molecular weight, fragment them and you seeing, and then
this resolution part's the part where I get really suspicious. So far I'm with him pretty much the whole way. I understand at least what he's saying, but it's like he's picking a level of reality to kind of level off, and at that level of reality we start counting and breaking apart, and that makes me nervous. That step of the resolution step, the picking the level of reality, that's my words. He has a couple different words for it, and I don't know exactly what that means. So we pick a molecular level or we pick a cellular level, and then we start picking objects in that level, and then we start breaking it apart and seeing the assembly index of it, and then we look into the environment and we look for copies. Am I with you, Professor? Am I getting this?
There to discover alien life.
Very simply, actually, if let's say we'll go to Mars with a mass spectrometer with a sufficiently high resolution. So what you have to be able to do. So a good thing about mass spec is that you can select the molecule from the mass, and then if it's high enough resolution, you can be more and more sure that you're just seeing identical copies. You can count them, and then you fragment them and you count the number in the mass, and then if it's high enough resolution, you can be more and more sure that you're just seeing identical copies. You can count them, and then you fragment them and you count the number of fragments and look at the molecular weight. And the higher the molecular weight and the higher the number of the fragments, the higher the assembly index. So if you go to Mars and you take a mass spec with a high enough resolution and you can find molecules, if you go to Mars and you take a mass spec with a high enough resolution and you can find molecules, and I'll give a guide on Earth, if you could find molecules, say, greater than 350 molecular weight with more than 15 fragments, you have found artifacts that can only be produced, at least on Earth, by life. Now, you would say, oh, well, maybe the geological process. I would argue very vehemently that that is not the case. But we can say, look, if you don't like the cutoff on Earth, it's not the case. But we can say, look, if you don't like the cutoff on Earth, go up higher, 30, 100, right? Because there's going to be a point where you find a molecule with so many different parts, the chances of you getting a molecule that has 100 different parts,
cooking in the planet,
and finding a million identical copies,
and finding a million identical copies, meaning it wasn't random. There's some sort of factory making it.
You know, that's just impossible. That could never happen in
an
an
environment.
infinite set of universes.
Can you just
You'll
linger
need
on
a-
this copy number thing?
You'll need a alien. You'll need an alien to do it. Some sort of biologic.
In an infinite set of universes.
Can you just linger on this copy number thing? A million different copies. What do you mean by copies, and why is the number of copies important?
Yeah, that
Are these? Do I have two hands, or do I have one left hand and one right hand? What is this? Or do I have a copy of a hand on my other, or is these two different? I believe is the question.
What do you mean by copies, and why is the number of copies
Identity.
important?
Very tough
yeah, that was so
Greek
interesting.
philosophical
And,
problem.
I always understood the copy number was really important, but I never explained it properly for ages. And I kept having this. It goes back to this. If I give you I don't know, a really complicated molecule, and I say it's complicated, you could say, hey, that's really complicated, but is it just really random? And so I realized that ultimate randomness and ultimate complexity are indistinguishable until you
have a mini
can
of them.
you can see a structure in the randomness, so you can see copies.
So
Keeps coming
copies
out.
implies structure.
The
I
factory.
mean, there's a deep, profound thing in there. Because like, if you just have a random process, you're going to get a lot of complex, beautiful, sophisticated thing in there. Because like, if you just have a random process, you're going to get a lot of complex, beautiful, sophisticated things.
hmm
What makes them complex in the way we think life is complex, or
This is such old. This is ancient philosophy we're talking.
complex in the way we think life is complex, or something like a
I thought you guys already figured all this shit out. God damn.
factory that's operating under a selection process. There should be copies. Is there like some looseness about copies? Like, what does it mean for two objects to be equal?
Identical.
It's all to do with the telescope or the microscope you're using, and so at the max.
Yes, of course it has to do with your lens. I can't see any differences through my lens, so they're identical.
Maximum resolution. So in the nice thing about chemists is they have this concept of the molecule, and they're all familiar with the molecule. And molecules you can hold, on your hand, lots of them, identical copies. A molecule is actually a super important thing in chemistry to say, look, you can have a mole of a molecule, so an Avogadro's number of molecules, and they're identical. What does that mean? That means that the molecular composition, the bonding and so on, the configuration is all is indistinguishable.
The
You can
same.
hold them together. You can overlay them. So the way I do it is if I say
This CO2 molecule and this CO2 molecule are identical. They're copies. This is a copy of this one. It's easy for a chemist to understand because this is how we fucking think.
identical copies. A molecule is actually a super important thing in chemistry to say, look, you can have a molecule of molecules, an Avogadro's number of molecules, and they're identical. What does that mean? That means that the molecular composition, the bonding and so on, the configuration is indistinguishable. You can hold them together. You can overlay them. So the way I do it is if I say, here's a bag of 10 identical molecules. Let's prove they're identical. You pick one out of the bag and you basically observe it using some technique, and then you take it away, and then you take another one out. If you observe it using technique and see no differences, they're identical. It's really interesting to get right because if you take, say, two molecules.
But that's all dependent on the technique. Your telescope, what's the smaller one called? Is it a telescope if it helps you see small things? First of all, I don't even think you can see molecules, but
And then you
I guess you get what
you
he's
take it
saying.
away, and then you take another one out. If
the
you observe it using
to
technique, you see no difference.
observe it. They have ways to observe these atoms, the wiggling, the vibrations.
They're identical. It's really interesting to get right because if you take, say, two molecules can be in different vibrational and rotational states. They're moving all the time. So in this respect, identical molecules have identical bonding. In this case, we don't even talk about chirality because we don't have a chirality detector. So don't even talk about chirality because we don't
Chirality. What?
identical bonding. In this case, we don't even talk about chirality because we don't have a chirality detector. So two identical molecules in one conception assembly theory.
Dig into LITY. It's a chemistry term, of course it would be. Means a mirror image. Non-superimposable molecules. Superimposed on each other. Non-superimposed on each other. Mirror image. And to say that a molecule is chiral is to say that it is a mirror image. It must have one. It is not the same as itself. A copy.
Don't have normal and rotational states. They're moving all the time.
Two of them.
So in this respect, identical molecules have identical bonding. In this case, we don't even talk about chirality because we don't have a chirality detector. So two identical molecules in one conception assembly theory basically considers both hands as being the same. But of course they're not. They're different. As soon as you have a chiral distinguisher detect the left and the right hand, they become different. And so it's to do with the detection system that you
That's
have
really interesting.
and the resolution.
So I wonder if there's an art and science to the
I think that
which
means the
detection
level.
system is used when
That's
there's
what
an,
it said
System that
that.
you have and the resolution.
so I
Level of
wonder
reality.
if there's an art and science to the which detection system is used when you show up to a new planet.
Yeah.
So like you're talking about detection. If there's an art and science to the which detection system is used when you show up to a new planet.
Yeah.
So like you're talking about chemistry system is used when you show up to a new planet.
Yeah.
So like you're talking about chemistry a lot today. We have kind of standardized detection systems, right? Of how to compare molecules. So, when you start to talk about emojis and language and detection systems, right? Of how to compare molecules. So, when you start to talk about emojis and language and mathematical theorems and I don't know, more sophisticated things at a different scale, at a smaller scale than molecules, at a larger scale than molecules, like what detection. Like if we look at the difference between you and me, Lex and Lee, are we the same? Are we different?
sure. I mean, of course, we're different close up, but if you zoom out a little bit,
Yeah.
we'll morphologically look the same.
Yeah.
Not, you know, height and characteristics,
means by resolution
hair length,
and
stuff like that.
detection.
Well, also like the species
Yeah.
and also there's a sense why we're both from Earth.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is the power of assembly theory in that regard. That you, if if everything, so the way to look at it, if you have a box of objects, if they're, I agree.
And also there's a sense why we're both.
Okay, Mr. Chemist, this works in chemistry, but like, as soon as we get out of your area of expertise, how am I supposed to use this? Are we the same or are we different?
You know,
Well-
height and characteristics, hair length, stuff like that.
Well, also like the species
Yeah.
and also there's a sense why we're both from Earth.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is the power of assembly theory in that regard. That you, if you,
But we're Americans. we're Americans.
Yeah.
And
We're the
also there's a sense why we're
No,
both from Earth.
Abby.
yeah, I agree. I mean, this is the power of assembly theory in that regard. That you, if everything, so the way to look at it, if you have a box of objects, if they're all, if
Oh,
they're,
that would be Earthlings, and then I fucked it up. But we're Earthlings. We're Earthlings. We're all Earthlings.
So there's a
No,
sense why
Gabby.
we're both from Earth.
yeah, I agree. I mean, this is the power of assembly theory in that regard. That you,
Relax.
if everything, so the way to look at it, if you have a box of objects,
Alright.
if they're all indistinguishable.
I can get Putin to sit down with me. It's not too late, man. We're the same. I could have been you in a different life. We can turn things around.
Theory in that
Let's
regard.
just stop the
That you-
fighting.
if everything, so the way to look at it, if you have a box of objects, if they're all indistinguishable, then using your
I'm gonna
technique,
get that meme
you
on
then
the wall.
what you then do is you then look at the assembly index. Now, if they're all indistinguishable, that you if everything, so the way to look at it, if you have a box of objects, if they're all indistinguishable, then using your technique, what you then do is you then look at the assembly index. Now, if the assembly
Okay.
index of them is really low, right, and they're all indistinguishable, then it's telling you that you have to go to another resolution. So that would be, it's kind of a sliding scale. It's kind of
Got it.
nice. So you,
Got it. So those two kind of are in tension
Never
with each
fuck it
other.
up.
yeah.
The number of copies and the assembly.
So you,
Got it. So those two kind of are in tension with each other.
kind of then it's telling you of them is really low.
If they're indistinguishable, look for the assembly index. If the assembly index is small, switch the resolution. If they're indistinguishable, use the assembly index. If it's too small, switch the resolution. It's a constant. You can always figure out difference eventually by using this method.
What you then do is you then look at the assembly index.
It's
Now,
giving
if
you
the
a way
assembly
to
index
correct
of them
itself.
is really low, right, and they're all
You can never hit a
indistinguishable,
dead
then,
end.
then
You
it's
just
telling
need
you that you have
do
to go to
something.
another resolution.
Step 1 or step 2.
So that would be, it's kind of a sliding scale. It's kind of
Got it.
nice. So you,
Got it. So those two kind of are in tension with each other.
yeah,
The number of copies and the assembly index.
yeah.
That's really, really interesting. So okay, so those two kind of are in tension with each other.
Yeah.
The number of copies and the assembly index.
Yeah.
That's really, really interesting. So
I would have said once they line up, then you've found your right answer.
So you,
got it. So those two kind of are in tension with each other.
yeah.
The number of copies and the assembly index.
Yeah.
Another
That's really,
answer.
really interesting.
I'm just gonna catch him.
So okay, so you show up to a new planet, you'll be doing what?
I would do mass spec. I would
Yeah,
bring
you
it
On
in.
a
didn't
sample of what? Like, first of all, like
Soil?
how big of a scoop do you take? Did you just take a scoop? Like what? Like, so we're looking for primitive life.
I would look, yeah. So if we're just going to Mars or Titan or Enceladus or somewhere, so a number of ways of doing it. So you could take a large scoop, or you could go for the atmosphere and detect stuff. So and you could make a life meter, right? So one of Sarah's colleagues at ASU, Paul Davies, keeps calling it a life meter, a life meter, which is quite a nice idea because you think about it.
No life signs detected.
If you've got a living system that's producing these highly complex molecules, and they drift
No life signs detected for the last 2,000 years.
away, and they're in a highly demanding environment. They could be burnt, right? So they could just be falling apart. So you want to sniff a little bit of complexity and say warmer, warmer, warmer. Oh, we found life. We found the alien. We found the alien Elon Musk smoking a joint in the bottom of the cave on Mars, or Elon himself, whatever. Right? You say, okay, found it. So what you can do is the mass spectrometer. You could just look for things in the gas phase.
The sun Pokemon. It uses the fine hair that covers its body to sense air currents and predicts the enemy's actions. Oh. UI, that's a game changer in the matchup.
Or you go on the surface, drill down, because you want to find molecules
Vegeta used
that
a
are...
prince, but call my name when you need back.
You've either got to find the source living system, because
It's
the problem
always
with just
like
looking for complexity is it gets
shiny
burnt
to
away. So in a harsh environment on say on the surface of Mars, there's a very low probability that you're going to find really complex molecules because of all the radiation and so on. If you drill down a little bit, you could drill down a bit into soil that's billions of years old. Then I would put in some solvent, water, alkalis, and very low probability that you're going to find really complex molecules because of all the radiation and so on. If you drill down a little bit, you could drill down a bit into soil that's billions of years old. Then I would put in some solvent, water, alcohol or something, or take a scoop, put it in, make it volatile, put it into the mass spectrometer, and just try and detect high complexity, high abundant molecules. And if you get them, hey presto, you can have evidence of life. Wouldn't
It'd be nice. Hydro pump. Ooh, we're not gonna learn hydro pump. Special attack is down. Plus, it's a shit move. It'll never miss, and we'll lose the game because we hit hydro pump. How many times do you think we'll lose the game for hitting hydro pump? Too many. It said I had a prize. What's my prize? Oh, I guess it didn't. Shit. I'm stuck down here. I've been listening to homie talk about atoms, molecules, and I don't know how to get out. Fell to the bottom of the crater, guys. We did it. I'm sure it's a good thing. They got some sort of crop circle down here. I don't know my way out. Can't get on my dog. I've caught everything down here I want. And it's not Diglett. Oh, there's a way out. Okay. Oops.
evidence of life. Now we want to keep the life meter, keep searching for more and more complexity until you actually find living cells. You can get those new living cells, and then you could bring them back to Earth, or you could try and sequence them. You could see that they have different... Searching for more and more complexity until you actually find living cells. You can get those new living cells, and then you could bring them back to Earth, or you could try and sequence them. You could see that they have different DNA and proteins.
Go along the gradient of the life meter.
Exactly.
How would you build a life meter? Let's say we're together,
Just a mass spectrometer.
new company launching a life meter.
Mass spectrometer would be the first way of doing it. Just take
No, but that's one of the major components of it. But I'm talking about what if it's a device? We got it, and branding, logo. We got to talk about that. That's later. But what's the input? What's the how do you get to the a metered output?
So I would take a life. So my life meter, our life meter. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Would have both infrared and mass spec. So it would have two ports, so it could shine a light. And so what it would do is you would have a vacuum chamber, and you would have an electrostatic analyzer, and you'd have a monochromator to producing infrared. You'd add the sample, so you'd take a scoop of the sample, put it in the life meter. It would then add a solvent or heat up the sample, so some volatiles come off. The volatiles would then be put into the mass spectrometer, into the electrostatic trap, and you'd weigh the molecules and fragment them. So you'd take a scoop of the sample, put it in the life meter. It would then add a solvent or heat up the sample, so some volatiles come off. The volatiles would then be put into the vacuum chamber, and you would have an electrostatic analyzer, and you'd have a monochromator to producing infrared. You'd add the sample, so you'd take a scoop of the sample, put it in the life meter. It would then add a solvent or heat up the sample, so some volatiles come off. And so in mass spec, it's really nice and convenient because you can separate electrostatically, but you need to have that.
Can you do it in real time?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So let's go all the way back. So okay, we're really gonna get this.
Yeah, let's go.
The Lex's life meet. Lex and Lee's life meter.
Lex and Lee. It's a good ring to it.
All right. So you have a vacuum chamber. You have a little nose. The nose would have a packing. It's really problematical. Is that for many years, decades, what people have done, and I can't blame them, is they've been obsessing about small biomarkers that we find on Earth, amino acids, like single amino acids, or evidence of small molecules and these things, and looking for those rather than looking for complexity. The beautiful thing about this is you can look for complexity without Earth chemistry bias or Earth biology bias. So assembly theory is just a way of saying, hey, complexity and abundance is evidence of selection. That's how our universal life meter will work.
Complexity in abundance is evidence of selection.
Work. In abundance is evidence of selection. That's how our universal life meter will work.
Complexity in abundance is evidence of selection. Okay, so let's apply our life meter to Earth. So what, if we were just to apply assembly index measurements to Earth, what kind of stuff are going to get? What's impressive about some of the complexities? What, if we were just to apply assembly index measurements to Earth, what kind of stuff are going to get? What's impressive about some of the complexity on Earth?
So we did this a few years ago.
I don't understand this question.
So what, if we were just to apply assembly index measurements to Earth, what kind of stuff are going to get? What's impressive about some of the complexity on Earth?
So we did this a few years ago when I was trying to convince NASA and colleagues that this technique could work. And honestly, it's so funny because everyone's like, no, it ain't going to work. And it was just like, because the chemists were saying, of course there are complicated molecules out there you can detect that just form randomly. And I was like, really? That was like, it's a bit like I don't know, someone saying, of course Darwin textbook was just written randomly by some monkeys and a typewriter. It was just, for me, it was like, really? And I pushed a lot on the chemists now, and I think most of them are on board, but not totally. I really had some big arguments, but the copy number got there because I think I confused the chemist by saying one off, and then when I made clear about the copy number, sure. I think that made it a little bit easier.
Just to clarify, chemists might say that, of course, out there outside of Earth, there's complex molecules.
Yes.
Okay. And then you're saying, wait a minute. That's like saying, of course, there's aliens out there. Like you.
Yeah. Exactly that.
Okay.
Exactly.
But you're saying, you clarify that.
That's
actually a very interesting question, and we should be looking for complex molecules of which the copy number is 2 or greater.
Yeah. Exactly. So on Earth, so coming back to Earth, what we did is we took a whole bunch of samples. We were running prebiotic chemistry experiments in the lab. We took various inorganic minerals and extracted them. Look at the volatile, because there's a special way of treating minerals and polymers in assembly theory, where in our life machine, we're looking at molecules. We don't care about polymers, because they're not volatile. You can't hold them. They're not. How can you make, if you can't ascertain that they're identical, then it's very difficult for you to work out if they're undergone selection or they're just a random mess. Same with some minerals, but we can come back to that. So basically, what you do, we got a whole load of samples, inorganic ones. We got Scotch whiskey, and also took Ardbeg, which is one of my favorite whiskeys, which is very peaty, and another whiskey. Is like So the way that in Scotland, in Islay, which is a little island, the whiskey is let to mature in barrels, and it's said that the peat, the complex molecules in the peat might find their way through into the whiskey, and that's what gives it this intense brown color and really complex flavor. It's literally molecular complexity that does that. And so, vodka is the complete opposite. It's just pure, right?
So the better the whiskey, the higher the assembly index. Or the higher the assembly index, the better the whiskey.
That's what I mean. I really love deep, peaty Scottish whiskies. Near my house, there is one of the lowland distilleries called Glengoyne. It's still beautiful whiskey, but not as complex. So for fun, I took some Glengoyne whiskey in Ardbeg and put them into the mass spec and measured the assembly index. I also got E. coli. So the way we do it, take the E. coli, break the cell apart, take it all apart, and also got some beer. And people were ridiculing us, saying, "Oh, beer is evidence of complexity." One of the computational complexity people was just throwing, we kind of he's very vigorous in his disagreement of assembly theory, was just saying, you don't know what you're doing. Even beer is more complicated than human. We didn't realize is that it's not beer per se. It is taking the yeast extract, breaking the cells, extracting the molecules, and just looking at the profile of the molecules, see if there's anything over the threshold. And we also put in a really complex molecule, just taking the extract, breaking the cells, extracting the molecules, and just looking at the profile of the molecules, see if there's anything over the threshold. And we also put in a really complex molecule, Taxol. So we took all of these, but also NASA gave us, I think, 5 samples, and they wouldn't tell us what they are. They said, "No, we don't believe you can get this to work." And they really, they gave us some super complex samples, and they gave us 2 fossils, one that was 1 million years old and one was at 10,000 years old, something from Antarctica, seabed. They gave us a Murchison meteorite and a few others. Put them through the system. So we took all the samples, treated them all identically, put them into mass spec, fragmented them. One was at 10,000 years old, something from Antarctica, seabed. They gave us a Murchison meteorite and a few others. Put them through the system. So we took all the samples, treated them all identically, put them into mass spec, fragmented them, counted, and in this case, implicit in the measurement was in mass spec you only detect peaks when you've got more than, let's say 10,000 identical molecules. So the copy number's already baked in, but wasn't quantified, which is super important there. This was in the first paper, because I was like, it's abundant, of course. And when you then took it all out, we found that the biological samples gave you molecules that had an assembly and there. This was in the first paper, because I was like, it's abundant, of course. And when you then took it all out, we found that in mass spec you only detect peaks when you've got more than, let's say 10,000 identical molecules. So the copy number's already baked in, but wasn't quantified, which is super important there. This was in the first paper, because I was like, it's abundant, of course. And when you then took it all out, we found that the biological samples gave you molecules that had an assembly index greater than 15, and all the abiotic samples were less than 15. And then we took the NASA samples and we looked at gave you molecules that had an assembly index greater than 15, and all the abiotic samples were less than 15. And then we took the NASA samples and we looked at the ones that were more than 15 and less than 15, and we gave them back to NASA, and they're like, oh gosh, yep, dead, living, you got it. And that's what we found on Earth.
That's a success.
Yeah. Oh yeah, resounding success.
Well, can you just go back to the beer and the E. coli? So what's the assembly index on those?
So what you were able to do is, like, the assembly index we found high assembly index molecules originating from the beer sample and the E. coli sample. So
the yeast and the beer.
I mean, there were. I didn't know which one was higher. We didn't really do any detail there, because now we are doing that, because one of the things we've done, it's a secret, but I can tell you. I think it's
no, nobody's listening.
Well, is that we've just mapped the tree of life using assembly theory. because everyone said, oh, that you can't do anything
Oh,
in
yeah.
biology. And what we were able to do is,
What are you doing?
I just came out to see if you were still awake.
Come in to eat one more time today. My biorhythms are all messed up too. How do you feel?
Have a bowl of cereal, there's milk.
Yeah, maybe I'll eat cereal. I don't know.
I got a little hot. I can go back to sleep, but I think this is as low as it ought to be.
Okay. How are you?
Do you want this in this room or the other room?
Oh, this room is fine.
Okay. Hey, little bitch.
She attacked you.
I know.
Meowie. She thinks she's strong.
Just have to distract her like a little kid. Okay. I love you.
I really like those noodle cups. I tried to buy them when I went to the store, but I ended up only getting one because I could only find one.
Yeah, at one time I couldn't find any, and then somewhere else there was like 4 of them, and so when I see them, I get them.
Well, I really like. I don't like all of them. I don't just like any cup of noodles, but I
You
do
like-
like that one.
You like the teriyaki one or the barbecue one?
Yeah, I'm not even sure. But I love you. Thank you for being around me and helping me. I get really frustrated with our situation and just always needing money and never having it. So I get really upset.
Maybe you should do what you were gonna do before I came.
Which was?
Turn your car into liquid cash.
Oh, you pretty much said we had to do that.
Well, I mean, I don't know, it's too late to think about. But I love you.
Thanks.
Hey, here's another pipe.
Yeah, I got a really good pipe. It's very clean and it's very small. It's a nice big one hit, so I really like it. Maybe this is it.
I love you. Good night.
Good night. Oh, right. Another research station. We got our party of 4 here. Baldur's Gating this shit. Nice. We get to chill for a minute. Something's gonna jump out at us again. 100% guaranteed. Oh, Penny. Such a worrywart. Huh? World on! See? See? Wait a second. This is just like the Titan Pokemon we saw. So it was a future Pokemon all along? Whoa, you battled one of these things before, Arvin? It looks seriously strong. Yeah, well, Lonar and I are odd pros when it comes to Titans. Leave it to us. Oh, old, not odd. We're odd pros, but we're old pros at Titan fighting. We can do this, right, Arvin? Go, Samuel. I want to see through the world like that. Mabosif used Intimidate. Damn, he used his Mabosif. 63. I'm gonna use Will-O-Wisp. Knockoff. Ugh. super effective. Fire Fang. It was super effective. Samuel used Will-O-Wisp. Now his defense is lower. He was burned. He was hurt by burn. Let's hit him with the flame. Let's hit him with the hex. Ironhead. It was not very effective. Fire Fang almost took him down. Samuel used hex. I'm gone. See that? Victory's ours. Maybe the one we saw when we were searching out the Herba Mystica came down from here. You two got to meet one of these Pokemon before our crater get-together. You two got to meet one of these Pokemon before our crater get-together? Jealous. If we've got things from the literal future roaming around Paldea, that's a major problem. Isn't Professor Turo doing anything to keep them under control? How could he let this happen? Yeah, right. Because it's not like, oh so brilliant Professor Turo ever messes up. Come on, Lonar. Let's get into the research station. My hair got gray. I thought it was more brown. Not so gray. Getting older. 11 now. And made it to station number 3. How are we doing after all that walking and battling and whatnot? Anyone need a rest? She always trying to get me into bed. You feeling rough, Penny? Oh, no, it's not that. I've just been thinking ever since the professor mentioned that time machine. That Pokemon here in Area Zero came to our time from the future, right? So what about Mimiriadon? Isn't it pretty likely that he's also one of the future Pokemon? You're right. I think you're onto something. It is kind of giving off future vibes. Even the name sounds futury. Wait a second. I totally forgot. Hey, Arven. You got the Mimiriadon's ball, and you told us about its forms in the first place. You must know something about it, right? You still remember that from way back? No wonder you're everybody's little star pupil. Guess I've got no choice then, but to tell you what I know. That Pokemon, Miriadon, that Pokemon, Miriadon, that is. It was found by my dad when he was working on his time machine. I believe it would be best for me to take over the explanation at this point. Professor Turo? I can just write this. Miriadon, which I entrusted to Lonar, was the first Pokemon that was successfully retrieved from the future by the time machine. Seriously? Through an analysis of its genetic makeup, as well as its behavioral patterns, I came to realize what I had discovered was in fact a futuristic form of the Cyclizar, the Pokemon commonly ridden in this region. Well, that just makes sense, I guess. They do look alike. Many other Pokemon also came to this place from across the boundaries of time. But I was never able to bring over more than 2 specimens of Myrmidon. Huh? You mean there's another one here somewhere? What if they're family? The other one could still be somewhere in Area Zero, waiting to finally reunite with our Myrmidon. A heartwarming family reunion? Exactly. Imagine how thrilled they'd be if we can get the family back together after all this time. Family, huh? Yeah, that sounds nice. If we could proceed, Lonar, please disable the next lock using the central panel. You got me pressing your buttons for you, Turo. I see that. You heard the professor. Better press it. Lock disabled. 1 of 4 locks is still active. Well done. Only 1 remains now. Please continue to the final research station. Oh, I'm freaking lost. I can't even believe I got to this one. Our time machine research has yielded a triumph. A Pokemon from the distant future. I've named it Miraidon. I was expecting one new life. I was expecting one new life to treasure, but what a fortune to be blessed with this gift as well. What did that mean? You had a daughter too, or you were trying to bring back a different Pokemon and got this one too? I've successfully brought more and more future Pokemon to our time since the first one. I'm so close to creating a world like the one in the book, a paradise where we 3 can live happily together forever. I must make it real. Oh my god, you got villain vibes all over you. I know how they write this. You're the bad guy. That's too much change too quickly. The plot twists really tug at my heartstrings, don't they? Not that I'm complaining. You can leave any wild Pokemon up to me. I haven't beaten no time, so we can march on. If the other Pokemon really is the only family it has left in the world, it must want to be together again, right? Arven. Now we somehow have to find the 4th research station, and I'm lost. Did we come out of that cave? I can't even remember. I don't think so. So Miraidon's a future Pokemon. No wonder no one's seen it. Lono, you gotta let me battle him right now. It still won't come out of its Pokeball. Oh, alright. That was the first time I heard it coming from the future myself. It was just some weird Pokemon my dad brought home all of a sudden. We all lived together in the Lighthouse Lab for a little while. My dad made a promise to keep it a secret, but I had to take care of it. So that's why you knew so much about it? Yeah, and then one day Miraidon just went nuts. A few folks living nearby ended up seeing it. Once that happened, my dad took it and went back to Area Zero. Guess it makes sense that it's a Pokemon from the future. Yeah, people found out, it'd be all over. I didn't see my dad or Miraidon again after that. Looking back now, it seems so stupid, but I feel like I lost my dad because of Miraidon. I just hated Miraidon and everything about it. I'm sorry for not telling you that I knew sooner, Lenars. You should be sorry. Shoot, that's like, yeah, sure would have been great to know. Dang, you guys, harsh. I tried to. Whew, that was tough. Yowie. I see you down there. I'll get you something. If you want to talk, I'll get you a treat. Yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Baby rainbow. Yummy. Yummy, yummy. more than a hunch. I need a group to somehow let my family have a home so I can be all in your bunch. All in your bunch. In that bunch. I'm a square. I'm a walnut inside your bunch. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Can I heat this up, Maui? Do you think it's even possible, or should I just eat it cold? No, you're in my way. I ate all the lettuce. Fuck. Yes, man. Basically, that sounds fine. Well, here's the rest. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yowie, you're pretty. I made a rap. And didn't know that Yowie was much more than a hunch. 'Cause she would someday be my family. Scratching at my ankles, I still love her much. The Meowie's happy. I love the Meowie. I hope you're happy. You're my cat. Good catch. I should sell my car. I'm not responsible enough to have it. I got served eviction today. I think I'm gonna sell my car and buy another year here. Or 10 months. What the fuck ever. I don't know. It's just an idea I had. I don't have many. I had this idea of trying to make friends online. It's pretty much working. It's not exactly working, but I feel better.
So I think there's two ways of doing Tree of Life traffic. Well, 3 ways actually.
Yeah, what's the Tree of Life?
So the Tree of Life is basically tracing back the history of life on Earth for all the different species, going back who evolved from what, and it all goes all the way back to the first kind of life forms, and they branch off, and like you have plant kingdom, the animal kingdom, the fungi kingdom, and different branches all the way up. And the way this was classically done, and I'm no evolutionary biologist, the evolutionary biologists are tell me every day, at least 10 times. I want to be one though. I kind of like biology. It's kind of cool. But
Yeah, it's very cool.
but basically,
Evolutionary.
what what Darwin and Mendeleev and all these people do is just they draw pictures, right? And they taxa. They just they were able to draw pictures and say oh, these look like.
He's making fun of your science. That's a chemist's jab at the biologist. Basically, what they're fucking doing is like drawing pictures. This kind of connects to this, and this kind of connects to this. Boom! I'm a fucking biological genius. He's dead. It's a joke. This is an academic joke.
One, though. I kind of like biology. It's kind of cool. But
But here it
basically,
comes.
what Darwin and Mendeleev and all these people do is just they draw pictures, right? And they taxa. They just
Wow.
they were able to draw pictures and say oh, these look like common classes.
Yeah.
Then
That's a fucking dig if I've ever heard one.
these look like common classes.
That looks
Then
common. I think that's probably.
They're artists, really. They're just.
they're able to find out a lot, right? And looking at vertebrates, invertebrates, Cambrian explosion, and all this stuff. And then came the genomic revolution, and suddenly everyone used gene sequencing. And Craig Venter's a good example. I think he's gone around the world in his yacht, just picking up samples, looking for new species, where he's just found new species of life just from sequencing. It's amazing, right? And looking at vertebrates, invertebrates, Cambrian explosion, and all this stuff. And then came the genomic revolution, and suddenly everyone used gene sequencing. And Craig Venter's a good example. I think he's gone around the world in his yacht, just picking up samples, looking for new species, where he's just found new species of life just from
his
sequencing.
yacht.
It's amazing.
Picking up
So
new
he's just a good
samples.
example, the
I'm a
genomic
scientist.
revolution, and suddenly everyone used gene sequencing. And Craig Venter's a good example. I think he's gone around the world in his yacht, just picking up samples, looking for new species, where he's just found new species of life just from sequencing. It's amazing. So you have taxonomy, you have sequencing, and then you can also do a little bit of kind of molecular kind of archaeology, like, measure the samples and kind of form some inference. What we did
Like carbon dating is that what you're
is
talking
we
about?
were able and
Molecular
kind of archaeology, like, measure the samples and kind of form sequencing, and then you can also do a little bit of kind of molecular
Have I been to this one
kind of
already?
archaeology, like, measure the samples and kind of form some inference. What we did
Yes.
is we were able to fingerprint. So we took a load of random samples from all of biology, and we used mass spectrometry. And what we did now is not just look for individual molecules, but we looked for coexisting molecules where they had to look at their joint assembly space, and where we were able to cut them apart and undergo recursion in the mass spec and infer some relationships. And we were able to recapitulate the tree of life using mass spectroscopy. No sequencing and no drawing. And we use mass spectrometry. And what we did now is not just look for individual molecules, but we looked for coexisting molecules where they had to look at their joint assembly space, and where we were able to cut them apart and undergo recursion in the mass spec and infer some relationships. And we were able to recapitulate the tree of life using mass spectroscopy. No sequencing and no drawing.
All right. Can you try to say that again with a little more detail? So, recreating, what does it take to recreate the tree of life? What does the reverse engineering process look like here?
So what you do is you take an unknown sample, you pung it into the mass spec, you get because this comes from what you asked, like what you see in E. coli, and so in E. coli you don't just see it's not the most sophisticated.
What's my assembly index? What's your assembly index? Is mine 9 and yours is 5? Because if that's true, that's going to mean I'm more evolved being than you.
You pung it into the mass spec, you get because this comes from what you asked, like what you see in E. coli, and so in E. coli you don't just see it's not the most sophisticated cells on Earth make the most sophisticated molecules. It is the coexistence of lots of complex
about the
molecules above a
mind?
threshold. And so what we realized is you could fingerprint different life forms. So fungi make really complicated molecules. Why? Because they can't move. They have to make everything on site. Whereas, some animals are like lazy. They can just go eat the fungi They don't need to make very much. And so what you do is you look at so you take, I don't know, the fingerprint, maybe the top number of high molecular weight molecules you find in the sample, you fragment them to get their assembly indices, and then what you can do is you can infer.
Let me see if I'm gonna get me a guard jump here. Excalibur, he's in Ubers. He's really strong. Iron Bundle is in Ubers. What? Electric terrain activates a boost of energy use, highest stat 1.3 or 1.5 of speed. And what's your highest stat gonna be? Speed is a sweeper. For an electric team, that's really stupid. Blizzly, Clodshire, Corviknight, Orthworm. Okay, let's go back and look at OU. Can you guys see this on your screen? Yes, barely. Not really. But you can see what I'm doing. You just can't really read it. You have to take my word for it. Being set a banned arena trap, that's so cheap. Every dragon was here, I saw. I'm pretty sure. What are those guys called? Garchomp? Here he is. Which one do we want? They recommend Jolly. So he's fast. Minus special defense, because if they get hit with a special attack, they're dead anyway. What's mine? Same as Jaws. Oh, I have a few. Holy shit. Speed minus defense. That's not good. They want rough skin as the ability. That might be hidden ability. Making contact with the Pokemon loses 1/8 of their max HP. That's fucking awesome. Holy shit. If it doesn't have that, it's worthless. Sandvale, it don't matter. You need rough skin or you're out. Sandvale, nope. Nope. Jaws, Sandvale. Man, I loved you, Jaws, for so much. You're so cool, but you're out. Those were days when that Pokemon. Do you have Trace, Gardevoir? I fucking hit all the fucking wrong buttons. Check summary. Trace. So I'll know instantly. Here, puppy, puppy, puppy. Trace, Sandvale. Well, you know what that means. Excalibur, come out. You can just beat the shit out of it. We're looking for one that is rough skin.
Common origins of molecules. You can do a kind of molecular, when the reverse engineering of the assembly space, you can infer common roots and look at what's called the joint assembly space. Let's translate that into the experiment. Take a sample, bung it in the mass spec, take the top, say, 10 molecules, fragment them, and that gives you one fingerprint. Then you do it for another sample, look at what's called the joint assembly space. Let's translate that into the experiment. Take a sample, bung it in the mass spec, take the top, say, 10 molecules, fragment them, and that gives you one fingerprint. Then you do it for another sample,
Stand
you get
down.
another fingerprint. Now the question is, you say, hey, are these samples the same or different?
This is
And that's what
Pokemon.
we've been able
This
to
is how
do.
you play this game.
And translate that into the experiment. Take a sample, bung it in the mass spec, take the top, say, 10 molecules, fragment them, and that gives you one fingerprint. Then you do it for another sample, you get another fingerprint. Now the question is, you say, hey, are these samples the same or different? And that's what we've been able to do. And then you go into the experiment. It's called the joint assembly space. Let's translate that into the experiment. Take a sample, bung it in the mass spec, take the top, say, 10 molecules, fragment them, and that gives you one fingerprint. Then you do it for another sample, you get another fingerprint. Now the question is, you say, hey, are these samples the same or different? And that's what we've been able to do. And by basically looking
That's
at the assembly
interesting.
space that these molecules create. Without any knowledge of
It
assembly
reminds me of
theory,
carbon dating.
you are unable to do it.
Instead of looking at like
With
a
a knowledge of
half-life,
assembly
you're
th-
looking at complexity. The number of steps it takes to build the molecule.
And by basically looking at the assembly space that these molecules create. Without any knowledge of assembly theory, you are unable to do it. With a knowledge of assembly theory, you can reconstruct the tree.
Oh, I missed
How
it.
does knowing if they're the same or different give you the tree?
Let's go to 2 leaves on different branches on the tree, right? What you can do by
Hang on. That was probably my guy, and I missed it, huh? Rough skin, I missed it. Okay, same bit. We can go.
counting the number of differences, you can estimate how far away their origin was.
Got it.
And that's all we do. And it's on different branches on the tree, right? What you can do by counting the number of differences, you can estimate how far away their origin
see.
was.
Got it.
And that's all we do. And it just works. But when we realized you could even use assembly theory to recapitulate the tree, we do. And it just works. But when we realized you could even use assembly theory to recapitulate the tree of life with no gene sequencing, we were like,
That's the magic of math. Once I get it to work once, and then I can predict how it's going to work in every single case, then I can make an equation, and then I can predict everything.
huh,
So this is looking at samples that exist today in the world. What
Yeah.
about like things that are no longer exist? I mean, the
He made an
tree
equation. Did you see it?
contains information about the past.
I would
Some
love
of it is gone.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to get old fossil samples and apply assembly theory, mass spec, and see if we can find new forms of life that are no longer amenable to gene sequencing because the DNA is all gone. Because DNA and RNA is quite unstable, but some of the more complex molecules might be there and might give you a hint of something new. Or wouldn't it be great if you find a
Stand out.
sample that's worth really persevering and doing the proper extraction to PCR and so on, and then sequence it and then put it together.
So when a thing dies, you can still get some
It's
information about
molecules.
its complexity.
Yeah,
Because of
and we
its
can,
molecules,
and
not
it
its DNA.
appears that you can do some dating. Now, there are really good techniques. There's radiocarbon dating. There is longer dating,
this
looking
was
at
my idea.
radioactive minerals and so on.
That's what it sounds like, but instead of Sandbell, motherfucker. But instead of looking at how old it is, you're looking at how complex of a life form it is. What kind of molecules it can make.
Carbon dating. There is longer dating,
Or-
looking at radioactive
How many steps it takes to make a complex molecule.
minerals and so on. And you can also, in bone, you can look at what happens after something dies is you get what's called racemization, where the chirality in the polymers basically changes, and you get decomposition, and the rate of
I have a good one.
the deviation from the pure enantiomer to the mixture, you can have you give.
Hold on, Mr. Scientist. You're gonna have to say that one more time slower. Am I going the right way? I think so. Dun 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 dun. I love my party. This is really cool. Who makes Pokemon games? I was gonna say Atlantic, but I don't think that's what the company's called. Oh my gosh! Look at all these huge, gorgeous crystals. They go all the way to the bottom. a company that makes Pokemon. Holy shit. Yeah, but who is it really? It's not Game Freak. It's not Nintendo. Who made this game? Company that made Pokemon Violet. It says Game Freak. I have to take their word for it. That's two. It's Game Freak twice. Except everything. Do you guys like the Scarlet guy better? Discover the latest Pokemon. Meet the characters. Professor Turo, we're way cooler than this dumbass, crazy. She must be from... He's from the future, she's from the past. Meet the characters. The world of Pokemon has evolved. The first open world RPG in the series. As you enjoy the hallmarks of the series, meeting, teaming up with, battling, training, and trading Pokemon, you'll be able to immerse yourself in a newly evolved adventure. Even your adventure's evolving. I've never traded one Pokemon, so that was kind of sneaky how you threw that in there. I didn't trade. My mom doesn't like our duck. You gave her a bad starter. Mild fantasy violence. The Trainer's Guide. What do we do? How do I learn? Give me a guide. Okay, Mr. Scientist, let me listen up again. What's the next sentence? Response to criticism. Oh.
You can look at what happens after something dies is you get what's called racemization, where the chirality in the polymers basically changes, and you get decomposition, and the rate of polymers basically changes, and you get decomposition, and the rate of the deviation from the pure enantiomer to the mixture, you can have it gives you a time scale on it, a half-life, so you can date when it died. I want to use assembly theory to see if I can date death and things, and trace the tree of life, and also decomposition of molecules.
You think it's possible?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. It may not be better than because I was just at a conference where some brilliant people were looking at isotope enrichment and looking at how life enriches isotopes, and they're really sophisticated stuff that they're doing. But I think there's some fun to be had there, because it gives you another dimension of dating. How old is this molecule? In terms of, or more importantly, how long ago was this molecule produced by life? The more complex the molecule, the more prospect for decomposition, oxidation, reorganization, loss of chirality, and all that jazz. But what life also does is it enriches. As you get older, the amount of carbon-13 in you goes up. Because of the way the way the bonding is in carbon-13, so it has a slightly different bond strength, and it's called the kinetic isotope effect. So you can literally date how old you are, or when you stop metabolizing. So you could date someone's how old they are. I think I'm making this up. This might be right, but I think it's roughly right. The amount of carbon-13 you have in you can kind of estimate how old you are.
How old living humans are, or living organisms?
Like you could say, this person is 10 years old and this person 30 years old, because they'll be metabolizing more carbon and they've accumulated it. That's the basic idea. It's probably completely wrong timescale.
Signatures of chemistry are fascinating.
Yeah.
So you've been saying a lot of chemistry examples for assembly theory. What if we zoom out and look at a bigger scale of an object? Like really complex objects, like humans or living organisms that are made up of millions or billions of other organisms. How do you try to apply assembly theory to that?
At the moment, we should be able to do this to morphology in cells. So we're looking at cell surfaces, and really I'm trying to extend further. It's just that we work so hard to get this paper out and people to start discussing the ideas, And but it's kind of funny because I think the penny is falling on this. So yeah, so
What's that even? What's it mean for a penny to be?
oh, I mean, no, the penny's dropped, right? Because a lot of people are like, it's rubbish. You've insulted me. It's wrong, you know, I mean, the paper got published on the 4th of October. It had 2.3 million engagements on Twitter, right? And it's been downloaded over a few 100,000 times. And someone actually wrote to me and said, this is an example of really bad writing and what not to do. And I was like, if all of my papers got read this much, because that's the objective, if I have a publishing a paper, I want people to read it, I want to write that badly again.
Yeah. I don't know what's the deep insight here about the negativity in the space. I think it's probably the immune system of the scientific community making sure that there's no bullshit that gets published. That's and then it can overfire, it can do a lot of damage, it can shut down conversations in a way that's not productive.
We go back. I mean, I'll answer your question about the hierarchy in assembly, but let's go back to the.
Don't eat eggs, they're unhealthy. You should eat eggs, they're unhealthy. Don't wait. Wait. I can't decide. My science is shit. Oh my god, look at all these huge, gorgeous crystals. They go all the way to the bottom. Wow. One slip, and we can kiss our short lives goodbye. Oh, good call. Watch your step. So the professor's down there somewhere, waiting for us. And that's fine. Totally fine. Alright, team. Watch yourselves. And let's get to the bottom of this thing. Right. This place looks unreal. Maybe there really is treasure down here. Like the stories say. Yeah. This place is like something from a whole other world. Maybe makes you feel like maybe you already died and went somewhere. Is it just me, or do these crystals give off the same glow as the Pokemon Terastallization? There's gonna be some sort of connection. Only one way to find out. Come on, everybody. Let's keep moving. We've got to go all the way down. We've got to go all the way down.
Reception. People saying the paper was badly written. I mean, of course we could improve it. We could always improve the clarity.
Let's go there before we go to the hierarchy.
Yeah.
You know, it has been criticized quite a bit, the paper. What has been some criticism that you found most powerful? Like, has been some criticism that you found most powerful? Like, that you can understand, and can you explain it?
The most exciting criticism came from the evolutionary biologists telling me that they thought that origin of life was a solved problem, and I was like, whoa, we're really onto something, because it's clearly not. And then when you poked them on that, they just said, no, you don't understand evolution. And I said, no, I don't think you understand that evolution had to occur before biology, and there's a gap. That was
Interesting. That's not answering his question, but really? Is the origin of life a solved problem? My understanding was it was not. But they had ideas. It has to do with semi-autonomous molecules that have objectives. And that's basically almost there, and then maybe just a swerve or a whistle or a and it's alive. I'm not so. I kind of not, I guess. Not solved.
I don't think you understand that evolution had to occur before biology, and there's a gap. That was really, for me, that a misunderstanding, and that did cause an immune response, which was really interesting. The second thing was the fact that physicists were actually really polite, right? Really nice about it. But they just said, we're not really sure about the initial conditions thing, but this is a really big debate that we should certainly get into because, you know, the emergence of life was not encoded in the initial conditions of the universe. And it can't, and I think assembly theory shows why it can't be. I'll say that again.
Sure. If you could say that again.
The origin of the emergence of life was not and cannot, in principle, be encoded in the initial conditions of the universe.
Just to clarify what I mean by life is like what high assembly index objects?
Yeah. And this goes back to your favorite subject.
What's that?
Time.
Right. So why? What does time have to do with it?
Probably we can come back to it later, but
Okay.
I think it might be if we have time.
Yeah.
But I think that
Glamora. Thunderwave. Power Gem. It's a rock attack. Critical hit. Good work. Now, Sinsamulet, even though he's hurt. Who you know retired but still put in work? I'm at the pinnacle peak and it's neat losing by any means, true shit. Like a cease, symbol of peace. Peace. You can see me loses. She and the man never could be. She plays together. You can get it all, you deserve it. It shows you may be kind of a hermit. But it's not a Bomo, she's changing it, observe it. Oh my god. It came and it came with a lip. And it came goes and it came with a bitch. I still got hands I can hang with the kids like a did with the whole gun pissed off. I tell you all the things that they get wrong. Then when you start getting old that you get soft. Hey, I'm surprised they tell y'all. But ain't no one ever wants shit against us. Hold up in no time to chat. Cause my little slime break into 100 every single fucking time he mad. I don't need a 9 attached. Cause I told him to move his metal with his mind in no time to go find a gat. Reading every line is cracked. But I'm eating young Regan, keep the mob intact. Psychics going with psychic, no justice. On shit with no conscience, all bluffing. My dudes help me run shit like wait. See the homies of the vibe. Oh my little dummy, he got homie on the side. Yeah, kill for the blue face, $100 mod. Ain't no body improvement, running through the job like damn. Looks like a Saki baby. Taking shots at the deal he parted after. Put it into your saga like a period, nothing follows after. You're playing games like an arcade. Peekaboo like Poltergeist. But this way will put your spirit under the seats. And I ain't resting, knowing easy. But I could be all apparitions with just a flick of my pinky. I leave you outclassing me, I know they must be tweaking. Hey, I'm in the League of B for a reason. Letter B is being. It changes what you need. And ain't nothing changed but the seasons. Bro, I'm aging like a fine wine, only getting better with time. Big mastermind, like I'm getting Kai. You know, we're the realest ones, we got a job to do. I'm starving for the cheddar. You opposition of barbecue. I'ma do what I gotta do. Even if I have to offer you little pups, you see I'm a big dog like Marmaduke. You easy pickings. I'm wondering how to pass the day. While I'm stacking banks, you complaining about how to catch a play. Said to say, your imagination be lacking back today. Bitches bringing drama. I'm watching Jocelyn's Cabaret.
I think I now understand how to explain how lots of people got angry with the assembly paper, but also the ramifications of this is how time is fundamental in the universe, and this notion of combinatorial spaces, and there are so many layers on this, but you have to become I think you have to become an intuitionist mathematician, and you have to abandon Platonic mathematics. And also, Platonic mathematics has left physics astray, but there's a lot to unpack there. So,
You're thinking about Platonic mathematics. This like thing out there that like exists. It's like a form of a thing that represents the shadows that we see here in the reality world. He says, ditch that.
but you have to become I think you have to become an intuitionist mathematician, and you have to.
All mathematicians are. You couldn't get to the end of math without doing that.
To abandon Platonic mathematics.
You know how when you're doing math and you get to a point you're like, I don't fucking understand what the fuck we're doing. That's because your intuition isn't strong enough. You got lost. You don't know what's happening. The mathematicians, it all feels right. Once you learn the techniques, it becomes intuition.
So many layers on this, but you have to become I think you have to become an intuitionist mathematician, and you have to abandon Platonic mathematics, and also Platonic.
But scientists maybe don't want to do it. Maybe that's what's up.
Mathematician, and you have to abandon Platonic mathematics, and also Platonic mathematics has left physics astray, but there's a lot to unpack there. So we can go to the
Platonic mathematics. Okay, hey, it's okay. The evolutionary biologists criticize because the origin of life is understood and not. It doesn't require an explanation that involves physics.
Yeah,
that's their statement.
Well, I mean, they said lots of confusing statements. Basically, I realized the evolutionary biology community that were vocal, and some of them were really rude, really spiteful, and needlessly so, right? Because, look,
the engineers are so nice, but the evolutionary biologists are such fucking assholes.
Community that were vocal.
Sounds
Some of them
like
were really
college.
rude, really
I remember
spiteful,
this.
and needlessly so, right? Because, look, I didn't. People misunderstand publication as well. Some of the people have said, "How dare this be published in Nature? This is, what a terrible journal," and it really, and what I said to people, look, this is a brand new idea that's not only potentially going to change the way we look at biology, it's going to change the way we look at the universe. And everyone's like saying, "How dare you? How dare you be so grandiose?" I'm like, No, this is not hype. We're not like saying we've invented.
Gomorrah. Gomorrah's petals are made from crystallized poison energy. It has recently become evident that these petals resemble Terrajewels, the rock poison type, the ore Pokemon. Weird. Cataloged, but weird.
Invented some, I don't know, we've discovered alien in a closet somewhere just for hype. We genuinely mean this to genuinely have the impact or ask the question. And the way people jumped on that was a really bad precedent for young people who want to actually do something new, because this makes a bold claim. And the chances are that it's not correct. But what I wanted to do is a couple of things. Is I wanted to make a bold claim that was precise and testable and correctable, not another woolly information in biology argument, information Turing machine, blah, 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 blah. A concrete series of statements, the argument, information Turing machine, blah, 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 really precise and testable and correctable, not another woolly information in biology argument, information Turing machine, blah, 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 blah. A concrete series of statements.
That's what they talk about all the time. That's exactly their explanation all the fucking time. Wetware.
Testable and correctable, not another woolly information in biology argument, information Turing machine, blah, 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 blah. A concrete series of statements that can be falsified and explored, and either the theory could be destroyed or built upon.
Well, what about the criticism of you're just putting a bunch of sexy names on something that's already obvious?
Well, the equation either works or it doesn't.
Yeah, that's really good. So the assembly index of a molecule is not obvious. No one had measured it before, and no one has thought to quantify selection, complexity, and copy number before in such a primitive, quantifiable way.
Mm-hmm.
I think the nice thing about this paper is a tribute to all the people that understand that biology does something very interesting. Some people call it negentropy. Some people call it, think about, organizational principles. That lots of people were not shocked by the paper because they'd done it before. A lot of the arguments we got, some people said, "Oh, it's rubbish. Oh, by the way, I had this idea 20 years before." I was like, which one? Is it the rubbish part or the really revolutionary part? So this kind of plucked two strings at once. It plucked there is something interesting that biology does, we can see around this, but we haven't quantified yet. And what this is, there is something interesting that biology does, we can see around this, but we haven't quantified yet. And what this is, the first stab at quantifying that. So the fact that people said this is obvious, but it's also so if it's obvious, why have you not done it?
Sure.
It's like obvious because it's incidental. It's happening. The biologists are noticing it incidentally, so it seems obvious to them because it always is that way. But to the chemist, he's saying, no, this is how it has to be. It's not an accident. It's a consequence. I think. Who should we raise next? I don't want to raise my Eevees because I don't understand night and day in the game. I think it's because I'm in the crater and time and space are all of the future Pokemon, and I can't tell if it's night or day. Not our Weevil. It's like him. Gong. Psychic Steel. I need somebody in their 50s. I think it'd be Arctic. I forgot to look through all the overused. What are all they? Airplane Head. I could keep leveling him up. He's got 3 abilities. I've infiltrated. Is it Curse Body? This one says Infiltrator. This one says Infiltrator, Infiltrator, Infiltrator. Okay. What's Curse Body? If the Pokemon is hit by an attack, there's a 30% chance that the move gets disabled. That's hilarious. Move ignores substitutes and foes reflects light screen safeguards mist and aurora veils. That's pretty fucking awesome. That's the one she's got. Wants him to be timid or modest. What is ours? Naughty. Their special defense is low. She's not the best, but she's our airplane head. This one says modest. Why modest? This one says jolly and adamant. That's more my idea. Dragon darts. If it hits twice, tries to hit each foe once in doubles. That's funny. Then there's Phantom Force. This is the craziest move I've ever seen. This makes the Pokemon so cool. U-turn, okay. And I have Dragon Dance Takedown. They have Double Edge, Sucker Punch. That's pretty smart. We can use Quick Attack instead of Sucker Punch for the time being. And let's get rid of Dragon Dance because we have U-turn. Dragon Dance, Dragon Dance, Dragon Dance, U-turn? That doesn't make any sense. Need something else. Let's use a TM to learn a move. It says take, no, it says Double Edge. Took a lot of smack T, get smacked down. I'm really on top of my game right now. She's a ghost type person. Shouldn't she have a ghost type move? Oh, she does. It's Phantom Force. Shouldn't she have a dragon type move? She does. It's called Dragon Pulse. I need an attack. This is her problem. This is her problem. She has no Draco Meteor. No, that's... It's gotta be like Dragon Claw or Dragon Tail. I don't know, I guess I could just give her something. I want her to have a dragon move. Terra Blast! If the user has Terastallized, it unleashes energy of this Terra type, of its Terra type. That's interesting. This move inflicts damage using the attack or the special attack stat, whichever is higher. That is a really interesting thing. Your Terra type is Ghost. Well, I love your airplane head, but maybe I'll train you. Maybe you can learn a dragon move when you level up. My Baxcalibur is almost 70. Is that too high? Okay, back to Mr. Scientist over here. His idea doesn't seem that crazy to me, but it also doesn't seem like it could easily be wrong, right? Like, it makes assembly theory. The more some objects need complexity to be made, it takes steps. The amount of steps it takes can tell you how far along anything is. But when we zoom out to biology and say, you can just draw a tree of life, that's cute. But me, I actually have a equation that tells you how old a biologic is.
revolutionary part. So this kind of plucked two strings at once. It plucked the there is something interesting that biology does, we can see around this, but we haven't quantified yet. And what this is, the first stab at quantifying that. So the the fact that people said this is obvious, but it's also so if it's obvious, why have you not done it?
Sure, but there's a few things to say there. One is, this is in part a philosophical framework because, it's not like you can apply this generally to any object in the universe. It's very chemistry focused.
Yeah, well, I think you will be able to. We just haven't got there robustly. So we can say, how can we? Let's go up a level. So if we go up from level, let's go up from molecules to cells, because you jump to people, and I jump to emoticons, and both are good, and they will be assemblies.
Let's stick with cells. Yeah.
So we go
good
from
point.
if we go from molecules to assemblies, and let's take a cellular assembly. A nice thing about a cell is you can tell the difference between a eukaryote and a prokaryote.
Oh, right. I don't know what that fucking means. Stupid biologists. They're stupid, long Latin words I can't read. Glamora, she's an OU. Did you know? I had a suspicion being in the final dungeon. Now let's see what's going on with her. She has a move called Toxic Debris. Very interesting. If this Pokemon is hit by a physical attack, toxic spikes are set on the field. Our defense is stronger than her special defense, so when we see this Pokemon, we're not going to hit her with a physical attack. Her special attack is out of this world. They want her to be timid, make her fast. Fast and special attack. She's a special attack cannon. She's not that fast. What's your second ability? The Pokemon can poison or badly poison a Pokemon regardless of its typing. No way! Corrosion, so I can badly poison steel types. Whoa. They say don't do it though. This is a... With Stealth Rocks and its ability of Toxic Debris, Focus Sash on Glamora functions as a lead that can set hazards both actively and, when hit by a physical attack, passively. Mortal Spin lets Glamora remove entry hazards from its team, and potentially poison the opponent's Pokemon. Earth Power hits Steel types, but they're telling you why they picked their other moves. Hyper-offensive teams appreciate Glamora's entry hazards, providing chip damage and support for setup sweepers like Dragonite, Kingambit, and Roaring Moon. Goldango is a great partner for Glamora. Its ability, Good as Gold, lets it block defog attempts from Corviknight, while its Ghost typing prevents Rapid Spin attempts, because it'll fail, it won't go off, from Great Tusk and Iron Thread. So it allows Glamora's hazards to stay up throughout the game. A partner, it's talking about twos. Pokemon like Iron Valiant, or maybe it's talking about a switch out. Because once you have a Ghost type out, you can't use Rapid Spin. Pokemon like Iron Valiant and Choice Specs Dragapult can use a Great Tusk as an opportunity to fire off powerful attacks. Great Tusk can crush Glamora with Earthquake and remove its entry hazard with Rapid Spin. Rock poison. Rock poison. Lead to water. It's a weird Pokemon. It seems good. I'm gonna catch a few and see if I can get a good one. Oh, right. Okay, so cell types. First we have the prokaryotes. And then we have the eukaryotes. I don't remember any of this. Nucleus, cell wall. I remember this. It was cell wall. Shit. I'm gonna lose. Oh, okay. Cell wall. See, we got one. Capsule. Phalangium. I kind of remember this from 8th grade. Okay, yes. Explain this. Explain to
Assembly.
us.
A nice thing about a cell is you can tell the difference between a eukaryote and a prokaryote, right? The organelles are special.
One is going to have more parts, take longer assembly, so it's going to be higher, more deeper in the tree of life. Is that?
It's different.
That's kind of obvious. Yeah, well, if it's so obvious, why didn't you fucking formalize it?
We then look at the cell surface, and the cell surface has different glycosylation patterns, and these cells will stick together. Now let's go up a level in multicellular creatures. You have cellular differentiation. Now, if you think about how embryos develop, you go all the way back. Those cells undergo differentiation in a causal way that's biomechanically a feedback between the genetics and biomechanics. I think we can use assembly theory to apply to tissue types. We can even apply it to different cell disease types. So that's what we're doing next. But we're trying to walk. You know, the thing is, I'm trying to leap ahead. I want to leap ahead to go, well, we apply it to culture. But clearly, you can apply it to memes and culture. And we've also applied assembly theory to CAs.
Mm-hmm.
And not as you think.
Cellular automata, by the way.
Yeah, to cellular automata, not just as you think. Different CA rules were invented by different people at different times.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my co-workers, very talented chap, basically was like, oh, I can realize that different people had different ideas with different rules, and they copied each other and made slightly different cellular automata rules, and looked at them online.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was able to infer an assembly index and copy number of rule whatever doing this thing. But I digress.
Mm-hmm.
But it does show you can apply it at a higher scale. So what do we need to do to apply assembly theory to things? We need to agree there's a common set of building blocks. So in a cell, well, in a multicellular creature, you need to look back in time.
Mm-hmm.
So there is the initial cell, which the creature is fertilized and then starts to grow. And then there is cell differentiation, and you have to then make that causal chain both on those. So that requires development of the organism in time. Development of the organism in time. Or if you look at the cell surfaces and the cell types, they've got different features on the cell, walls and inside the cell. So we're building up. But obviously I want a leap to things like emoticons, language, mathematical theorems.
But that's a very large number of steps to get from a molecule to the human brain.
Yeah, and I think they are related, but in hierarchies of emergence, right? So
Yeah.
you shouldn't compare them. I mean, the assembly index of a human brain, what does that even mean? Well, maybe we can look at the morphology of the human brain, say all human brains have these number of features in common.
Mm-hmm.
If they have those number of, and then let's look at a brain in a whale, or a dolphin, or a chimpanzee, or a bird. Say, okay, let's look at the assembly indices, number of features in these. And now the copy number is just a number of how many birds are there, how many chimpanzees are there, how many humans are there.
But then you have to discover for that the features that you would be looking for.
Yeah, and that means you need to have some idea of the anatomy.
But is there an automated way to discover features?
I guess so. I mean, and I think this is a good way to apply machine learning and image recognition just to
Right.
basically characterize
So
things.
apply compression to it to see what
Exactly.
emerges, and then use the features used as part of the compression as the measurement of as the thing that is searched for when you're measuring assembly index and copy number.
And the compression has to be, remember the assembly universe, which is you have to go from assembly possible to assembly contingent, and that jump from because assembly possible, all possible brains, all possible features all the
Yeah.
time. But we know that on the tree of life and also on the lineage of life, going back to Luca, the human brain just didn't spring into existence yesterday. It is a long lineage of brains going all the way back. And so if we could do assembly theory to understand the development, not just in evolutionary history, but in biological development as you grow, we are going to learn something more.
What
I'm not sure what to think about that. So Miradon came to our age through a time machine. Then it lived here for a while with the professor, along with other. It seems to be the story. So we brought it back home, kind of. I guess this place seems sort of familiar to it for sure. Oh, great, a chance to unwind and bask in familiarity. That doesn't exactly jibe with how it doesn't seem eager to come out of its ball. Really? I thought it was just scared because we were up so high. Huh? Who said it was scared of height? Given how Miradon acted earlier, I think something bad happened. Sometimes you get all shaky just in a place like this. It was the same with me when I was being ignored. I think school made me... Aw, a penny. So maybe it's just hurt down here in Zero, just like your dog. We can't know for sure, but doesn't it change? So I think it's possible. But that's so sad. We gotta do something to make it feel better. And no, I'm not just saying that because I super badly wanna. Seriously? Well, at least you... Nimona, you are kind of unbelievable. It mostly... I'll never be able to read.
would be amazing is if you can use assembly theory, this framework, to show the increase in the assembly index associated with, I don't know, cultures or pieces of text like language or images and so on, and illustrate without knowing the data ahead of time, just kind of like you did with NASA, that you're able to demonstrate that it applies in those other contexts. I mean, and that, probably wouldn't at first, and you have to evolve the theory somehow. You have to change it, you have to expand it,
I think so.
but like that, I guess this is, as a paper, a first step in saying, okay, can we create a general framework for measuring complexity of objects, for measuring life, the complexity of living organisms?
Yeah.
That's what this is reaching for.
That is the first step, and also to say, look, we have a way of quantifying selection and evolution in a fairly not mundane, but a fairly mechanical way.
Yeah.
Because before now is it wasn't very, the ground truth for it was very subjective. Whereas here we're talking about clean observables, and there's going to be layers on that. I mean, with collaborators right now, we already think we can do assembly theory on language, and not only that, wouldn't it be great if we can if we can figure out how under pressure language is going to evolve and be more efficient, because you're going to want to transmit things. And again, it's not just about compression, it is about understanding how you can make the most of the architecture you've already built. And I think this is something beautiful that evolution does. We're reusing those architectures. We can't just abandon our evolutionary history. And if you don't want to abandon your evolutionary history, and you know that evolution has been happening, then assembly theory works. And I think that's a key comment I want to make, is that assembly theory is great for understanding when evolution has been used. The next jump is when we go to technology, because of course if you take the M3 processor, I haven't bought one yet, I can't justify it, but I want to at some point. The M3 processor arguably there's quite a lot of features, a quite large number. The M2 came before it, then the M1, all the way back. You can apply assembly theory to microprocessor architecture. It doesn't take a huge leap to see that.
I'm a Linux guy, by the way, so your examples go way over my head.
Well, whatever.
Is that like a fruit company of some sort? I don't even know. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff to ask about language. Like, you could look at, how would that work? You could look at GPT-1, GPT-2, GPT-3, 3, 5, 4, and try to analyze the kind of language it produces. I mean, that's almost trying to look at assembly index of intelligent systems.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing about large language models, and this is a whole hobby horse I have at the moment, is that obviously they're all about the the evidence of evolution in the large language model comes from all the people that produced all the language, and that's really interesting, and all the corrections in the Mechanical Turk, right?
Sure.
And so
But that's the part of the history, part of the memory of the system.
exactly. So so it would be really interesting to basically use an assembly-based approach to making language in a hierarchy, right? I think my guess is that we might be able to build a new type of large language model that uses assembly theory, that it has more understanding of the past and how things were created. Basically, the thing with LLMs is they're like everything, everywhere, all at once, splat, and make the user happy. So there's not much intelligence in the model. The model is how the human interacts with the model. But wouldn't it be great if we could understand how to embed more intelligence in the system?
What do you mean by intelligence there? Like, you seem to.
What do you mean by intelligence? Boy, is that not the operative word. We defined object at the beginning of this podcast. The thing I need, the word we redefined in 2023, it goes down in history. Intelligence. Somebody just fucking changed what this word means, and everybody adopted the new meaning and didn't tell me. What the hell is intelligence? Yowie. Yowie, you're cute. You're cute. How you sit behind me? You're so cute. Whoa, what happened? This place is a mess. It looks like something went berserk in here. Yeah, but what? Hello, children. God, Professor, you scared me. I'm sorry. Why is everything here all busted up? I'm sorry. Hello, children. Come again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hello, children. Hello. What the heck? Stop that. You're creeping us out. Hello, children. Children in. Child in. Child in. Children in. Initiating restart. The professor must have had some weird connection problems or something. Well, if it was definitely weird, at least. Almost like, I don't know. If he meant it as a joke, it wasn't funny. I still got goosebumps and all. I think we know what we need to do. Do you want to press the button to disable one lock on the Zero Lab? Yes. You know what you need to do. Better press it. All locks disabled. Hello. Can you hear me now? Please forgive me for my previous transmission. There seems to be some sort of signal interference. That's not what that was. What do you mean, Arvin? The locks have all been disabled at last. Please make your way now to the Zero Lab, which lies at the very bottom of Area 0. Arvin's on to something. Arvin, what did you hear? That was almost like... No, it can't be. Have you disabled the lock yet? I'm all for leaving this place as soon as we can. Looking at the damage, I have a feeling Maybe some ferocious Pokemon battled here. Yeah, Nimona, she senses the battle.
Associated intelligence.
I recognize this
with
type of records. This is like when I'm fighting.
by intelligence. Like you seem to associate intelligence with history,
Yeah. Well,
memory.
I think selection produces intelligence.
What you're almost implying that selection is intelligence. No.
Yeah, kind of. I would go out on a limb and say that, but I think it's a little bit more. Human beings have the ability to abstract, and they can break beyond selection, and this is what like Darwinian selection, because the human being doesn't have to basically do trial and error.
Yeah.
Like, but they can think about it and say, "Oh, that's a bad idea. Won't do that," and then technologies and so on.
So we escaped Darwinian evolution, and now we're onto some other kind of evolution, I guess.
Yeah.
Higher level evolution.
And we'll assembly theory will measure that as well, right? Because
Yeah.
it's all a lineage.
Okay, another piece of
Assembly theory will measure that as well, right? Because
Yeah.
it's all a lineage.
another piece of criticism, or by way of question, is how is assembly theory or maybe assembly index different from Kolmogorov complexity? So for people who don't know, Kolmogorov complexity of an object is the
Yeah, we don't know, Lex. Jesus Christ.
length of a shortest computer program that produces the complexity of an object is the length of a shortest computer program that produces the object as output.
Yeah,
People who don't know, Kolmogorov complexity of an object is the length of a shortest computer program that produces the object as output.
Yeah, there seems to be a disconnect between the
That's something to do
computational
with
approach to
it.
this. So yeah, so a Kolmogorov measure requires a Turing machine, requires a computer, and that's one thing. And the other thing is, assembly theory is supposed to trace the process.
He's a chemist. We're talking about that biology. We don't need machines to get where we're going. Apparently, this guy does.
Requires a Turing machine, requires a computer, and that's one thing. And the other thing is, assembly theory is supposed to trace the process by which life, evolution emerged. Right, there's a main thing there. There are lots of other layers. Assembly theory is supposed to trace the process by which life, evolution emerged. Right, there's a main.
There's definitely something off about the professor just now. Maybe it's just a little dramatic flair to get us all jazzed up. What? You just got jazzed? Yeah, maybe even big time jazz. You need to go see the doctor. That's just not right. Say, I'm pretty sure that call was really, never mind. It's nothing. What's wrong, Arvin? You seem kind of down. No matter how things turn out, I'm counting on you to see us through this, Lonar. Gardevoir likes me. She was dancing around me. Sorry, those dialogue moments go by quick. I feel like we're at the final destination, like at the end of the Final Fantasy, where we're like in space or we're fighting in heaven or something.
Main thing there. There are lots of other layers. So Kolmogorov complexity, you can approximate Kolmogorov complexity, but it's not really telling you very much about the actual. It's really telling you about like your data set, compression of your data set.
Sure.
And so
There's some sort of plate described with mysterious symbols.
you can approximate Kolmogorov complexity, but it's not really telling you very. Assembly theory is supposed to trace the process by which life, evolution emerged. Right, there's a main thing there. There are lots of other layers. So Kolmogorov complexity, you can approximate Kolmogorov complexity, but it's not really telling you very much about the actual. It's really telling you about like your data set, compression of your data set.
Sure.
And so that doesn't really help you identify the turtle, in this case, is the computer. And so what assembly theory does is, I'm going to say, there's a trigger warning for anyone listening who loves complexity theory. I think that we're going to show that AIT is a very important subset of assembly theory, because here's what happens. That I think that assembly theory allows us to build, understand when with selections occurring. Selection produces, understand when with selections occurring. Selection produces factories and things. Factories in the end produce computers, and you can go, then algorithmic information theory comes out of that. The frustration I've had with looking at life through this kind of information theory is it doesn't take into account causation. So the main difference between assembly theory and all these complexity measures is there's no causal chain.
Yeah.
And I think that's the main.
As the causal chain is at the core of assembly theory.
Exactly, and if you've got all your data in a computer memory, all the data is the same. You can access it in the same way. You don't care. You just compress it, and you either look at the program runtime or the shortest program, and that for me, it is absolutely not capturing what its selection does.
But assembly theory looks at objects. It doesn't have information about the object history. It's going to try to infer that history by looking for the shortest history, right? Like
So-
the object
Looking at
doesn't
its architect
have
before it.
a Wikipedia page that goes with it
I
about
would
its history.
I would say it does in a way, and it is fascinating to look at.
The object doesn't have a Wikipedia page that goes with it about its history.
I would say it does in a way, and it is fascinating to look at. So you've just got the object, and you have no other information about the object. What assembly theory allows you to do with the object is to, and the word infer is correct. I agree with infer. You like say, well, that's not the history, but something really interesting comes from this. The shortest path is inferred from the object. That is the worst case scenario if you have no machine to make it. So that tells you about the depth of that object in time. And so what assembly theory allows you to do is, without considering any other circumstances, to say from this object, how deep is this object in time, if we just treat the object as itself without any other constraints. And that's super. To say from this object, how deep is this object in time?
This makes sense to me.
If we just treat the object as itself without any other constraints. And that's super powerful, because the shortest path then allows you to say, oh, this object wasn't just created randomly, there was a process. And so assembly theory is not meant to...
And depending on how complicated the process is, will tell you how old it is, or where it came from. Did it come from a geyser, or did it come from a biological being?
Super powerful, because the shortest path then allows you to say, oh, this object wasn't just created randomly, there was a process. And so assembly theory is not meant to,
Should we teach our Gyarados Hurricane? The answer might be yes. 70% accuracy. How many times are we going to hit this button and we lose? It's a stab. I say we learn it and try. Hit Hurricane, lose the game.
one up AIT, or to ignore the factory. It's just to say, hey, there was a factory. That's
Right.
And how big was that factory? And to say, hey, AIT, or to ignore the factory. It's just to say, hey,
There
was
to
a
have
factory.
been something that made
that's
this
and
complicated.
how big was that factory, and how deep in time is it?
But it's still computationally very difficult to compute that history, right?
Probably.
For complex objects.
Yeah, this is physics problem. I can predict everything in the universe if only I had all the information, but I certainly don't, so I can't really predict that much.
Time is it?
But it's still computationally very difficult to
Yes.
compute
Yes.
that history,
Yes.
right? For complex objects. Like we,
It is. It becomes harder. But one of the things that's super nice is that it constrains your initial conditions, right?
Sure.
It constrains where you're going
What
to
you're
be.
looking for.
So if you take, say, imagine. So one of the things we're doing right now is
It's very interesting because he says you can take an object anytime as it is, put it in its resolution, and try to take it apart. If you can't, if the parts are the same, change the resolution, and then this will be your way to find the assembly index number. If you got a big number, you got a complex object. I think I'm with you, Doc. I'm ready for your
or
quiz.
complex objects. Like we,
it is. It becomes harder. But one of the things that's super nice is that
It ain't.
it constrains your initial conditions, right?
Sure.
It constrains where you're going
Did I
to be.
get that right,
So
Chad?
if you take, say, imagine. So one of the things we're
Tell
doing
me
right
in
now
chat
is
if I got
applying
that right.
assembly theory to
Did I
drug
miss
discovery.
anything?
Now, one of the things that's super nice is that it constrains your initial conditions, right?
Sure.
It constrains where you're going to be. So if you take, say, imagine. So one of the things we're doing right now is applying assembly theory to drug discovery. Now, what everyone's doing right now is taking all the proteins and looking at the proteins and looking at molecules, Doppler proteins. Why not instead take look at the molecules that are involved in interacting with the receptors over time, rather than thinking about and use the molecules that evolve over time as a proxy for how the proteins evolved. Molecules that are involved in interacting with the receptors over time, rather than thinking about and use the molecules that evolve over time as a proxy for how the proteins evolved over time, and then use that to constrain time as a proxy for how the proteins evolved. Thinking about and use the molecules that evolve over time as a proxy for how the proteins evolved over time, and then use that to constrain your drug discovery process. You flip the problem 180 and focus on the molecule as a proxy for how the proteins evolved over time, and then use that to constrain your drug discovery process. You flip the problem 180 and focus on the molecule evolution rather than flip the time, and then use that to constrain your drug discovery process. You flip the problem 180 and focus on the molecule evolution rather than the protein, and so you can guess in the future what might happen. So you, rather than having to consider all possible molecules, you know where to focus, and that's the same. And so you can guess in the future what might happen. So you, rather than having to consider all possible molecules, you know where to focus, and that's the same thing if you're looking at in assembly spaces for an object where you don't know the entire history, but you know that in the history of this object, it's not going to have some other motif that it doesn't apply. It doesn't appear in the past.
but just even for the drug discovery point you made,
It doesn't appear in the past.
but just even for the drug discovery point you made, don't you have to simulate all of chemistry for to figure out how to come up with constraints
No.
on the molecules and the?
No.
I mean, I don't know enough about protein.
Well, this is another thing that I think causes, because this paper goes across so many boundaries. So
Yeah.
chemists have looked at this and said, this is not correct reaction. I was like, no, it's a graph.
Sure, there's assembly index and shortest path examples here on chemistry.
Yeah. And what you do is you look at the minimal constraints on that graph. Of course, that has some mapping to the synthesis, but actually you don't have to know. And what you do is you look at the minimal constraints on that graph. Of course, that has some mapping to the synthesis, but actually you don't have to know all of chemistry. You just have to you can build up the constraint space rather nicely. But this is just at the beginning, right? There are so many directions this could go in, and as I said, it could all be wrong, but hopefully it's less wrong.
What about the little criticism I saw of, do you, by way of question, do you consider the different probabilities of each reaction in the chain? So like that there could be different, when you look at a chain of events that led up to the creation of an object, doesn't it matter that some parts in the chain are less likely than others?
No.
It doesn't matter.
No. Well, let's go back. So no, not less likely, but react. So no. So let's go back to what we're looking at here. So the assembly index is the minimal path that could have created that object probabilistically. So imagine you have all your atoms in a plasma. You got enough energy. You got enough. There's collisions. What is the quickest way you could zip out that molecule with no reaction constraints? There's collisions. What is the quickest way you could zip out that molecule with no reaction constraints?
How do you define quickest there then?
It's just basically walk on a random graph.
Yeah.
So we make an assumption that basically the time scale for forming the bonds. So no, I don't want to say that because then it's going to have people obsessing about this point, and your criticism is a really good one. What we're trying to say is like this puts a lower bound on something. Of course, some reactions are less possible than others, but actually, I don't think chemical reactions exist.
Oh boy, what does that mean?
Okay.
Why don't chemical reactions exist?
I'm writing a paper right now that I keep being told I have to finish, and it's called The Origin of Chemical Reactions.
Mhm.
And it merely says that reactivity exists as controlled by the laws of quantum mechanics,
Mhm.
and reactions, chemists put names on reactions, like, so you can have like, I don't know, the Wittig reaction, which is by, Wittig. You could have the Suzuki reaction, which is by Suzuki. Now, what are these reactions? So these reactions are constrained by the following. They're constrained by the fact they're on planet Earth, 1G, 298 Kelvin, 1 bar. So these are constraints. They're also constrained by the chemical composition of Earth. Oxygen, availability, all this stuff. And that then allows us to focus in our chemistry. So when a chemist does a reaction, that's a really nice compressed shorthand for constraint application. Glass flask, pure reagent, temperature, pressure, bomb, control. So, of course, we have bond energies.
Yes.
So the bond energies are kind of intrinsic in a vacuum. If you say that, so the bond energy, you have to have a bond, and so for assembly theory to work, you have to have a bond, which means that bond has to give the molecule certain a half-life. So you're probably going to find later on that some bonds are weaker, and that you are going to miss in mass spectrum. When you look at the assembly of some molecules, you're going to miscount the assembly of the molecule because it falls apart too quickly because the bonds just fall. But you can solve that with looking at infrared. So when people think about the probability, they're kind of misunderstanding. Assembly theory says nothing about the chemistry, because chemistry is chemistry and the constraints are put in by biology. There was no chemist on the origin of life, unless you believe in the chemist in the sky, and they were, it's like Santa Claus, they had a lot of work to do. But chemical reactions do not exist. In the constraints that allow chemical transformations to occur do exist.
Okay. So
Chemical transformations to occur in the constraints that allow chemical transformations to exist. In the constraints that allow chemical transformations to occur do exist.
Okay. So it's constraint application. So there's no chemical reactions. It's all constraint application.
Yep.
Which enables the
What's
emergence
the difference?
of
I mean, you can call it whatever you want.
There's no chemical reactions. It's all constraint application.
Yep.
Which enables the emergence of what's a different word for chemical reaction? Transformation.
Yeah, like a function. It's a function. But I love chemical reactions as a shorthand, and so the chemists don't all go mad. I mean, of course, chemical reactions exist on Earth.
It's a shorthand.
It's a shorthand for all these constraints.
For right. So assuming all these constraints that we've been using for so long, that we just assume that that's what was the case in natural language conversation.
Exactly.
Yeah,
the grammar of chemistry, of course, emerges in reactions, and we can use them reliably. But I do not think the Wittig reaction is accessible on Venus.
Right, and this is useful to remember. To frame it as constraint application is useful for when you.
Wittig reaction is accessible on Venus.
Right, and this is useful to remember. To frame it as constraint application is useful for when you zoom out to the bigger picture of the universe and looking at the chemistry of the universe and then starting to apply assembly theory. Yeah. That's interesting. That's really interesting. But we've also pissed off the chemists now.
Oh, okay. They're pretty happy, but most of them.
No, everybody deep down is happy, I think. They're just sometimes feisty. That's how they show That's how they have fun.
Everyone is grumpy on some days when you challenge. The problem with this paper is it's almost like I went to a part. It's like used to do this occasionally when I was young. Is go to a meeting, and just find a way to offend everyone at the meeting simultaneously. Yeah. Even the factions that don't like each other, they're all unified in their hatred of you, just offending them. This paper, it feels like the person that went to the party and offended everyone simultaneously. So stop fighting with themselves and just focused on this paper.
Maybe just a little insider interesting information. What were the editors of Nature like? What the reviews and so on? How difficult was that process? 'Cause this is a pretty like big paper.
Yeah, I mean, when we originally sent the paper, and the editor said that this was quite a long process. We sent the paper, and the editor gave us some feedback, and said, I don't think it's that interesting. It's not, or it's hard. It's hard concept, and we asked, and the editor gave us some feedback. And Sarah and I took a year to rewrite the paper.
Was the nature of the feedback very specific on like this part, or was it like what are you guys smoking? What kind of?
Yeah, it was kind of the latter. What are you smoking? Okay. And
but polite and there's promise.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the editor was really critical, but in a really professional way.
Yeah.
And I mean, for me, this was the way science should happen. So when it came back, we had too many equations in the paper. If you look at the preprint, there's just equations everywhere, like 23 equations. And when I said to Abhishek, who was the first author, we've got to remove all the equations, but my assembly equation is staying in, Abhishek was like, no, we can't. I said, well, look, if we want to explain this to people, there's a real challenge. And so Sarah and I went through I think it was actually 160 versions of the paper, but we got to version 40 or something. We said, right, zero it, start again. So we wrote the whole paper again. We knew the entire...
Amazing.
And we just went bit by bit and said, what is it we want to say? And then we sent the paper in, and to us, we expected it to be rejected and not even go to review. And then we got notification back it had gone to review, and we were like, oh my god, it's so going to get rejected. How's it going to get rejected? Because the first assembly paper that on the mass spec we sent to Nature went through 6 rounds of review and was rejected, right? And there's biochemist just said, I don't believe you must be committing fraud. And long story, probably a boring story, but in this case it went out to review, the comments came back, and the comments were incredibly they were very deep comments from all the reviewers. There were but the nice thing was the reviewers were kind of very critical but not dismissive. They were like, oh really? Explain this, explain
That's
this,
great.
explain this, explain this.
Great.
Are you sure it's not Komagolorov? Are you sure it's not this? And we went through, I think, 3 rounds of review pretty quick. And the editor went, yeah, it's in.
But maybe you could just comment on the whole process. You've published some pretty
That's
huge
cool.
papers on all kinds of topics within chemistry and beyond. Some of them have some little spice in them, a little spice of crazy. Like Tom Waite says, I like my Tom with a little drop of poison. There's, it's not a mundane paper. So what's it like psychologically to go through all this process, to keep getting rejected, to get reviews from people that don't get the paper, or all that kind of stuff, just from a question of a scientist? Like what is that like?
It's I think it's
read it? I can't tell.
I mean, this paper for me kind of
either didn't read it or you didn't get it.
I mean, this paper for me kind of, because this wasn't the first time we tried to publish assembly theory at the highest level. The Nature Communications paper on the mass spec on the idea went to Nature and got rejected. Went through 6 rounds of review and got rejected, and I just was so confused when assembly theory at the highest level. The Nature Communications paper on the mass spec on the idea went to Nature and got rejected. Went through 6 rounds of review and got rejected, I just was so confused when the chemist said this can't be possible. I do not believe you can measure complexity using mass spec. And also, by the way, complex molecules can randomly form. And we're like, but look at the data. The data says, and they said, no, we don't believe you. And we went, and I just wouldn't give up. The editor.
He has an explanation for the randomly formed thing. It's called the copy number. He said I had to explain this in a different way. I thought, well, that's obvious, but then I had to go back and formalize it that, yes, it could be random, but if the same thing keeps being repeated over and over and over again, there's some sort of factory that's creating it. It's not random anymore.
And we're like, but look at the data. The data says, no, we don't believe you. And we went, and I just wouldn't give up. But the editor in the end was just like the different editors actually, right?
What's behind that never giving up? Is it like when you're sitting there, 10 o'clock in the evening, there's a melancholy feeling that comes over you. You're like, okay, this is rejection number 5. Or not, it's not a rejection, but maybe it feels like a rejection because the comments are that you totally don't get it. Like, what gives you strength to keep going there?
I don't know. I don't normally get emotional about papers, but it's not about giving up because we want to get it published because we want the glory or anything. It's just like, why don't you understand? And so what I did, what I would just is try to be as rational as possible and say, yeah, you didn't like it. Tell me why, and then silly.
And
never get emotional about papers normally, but I think what we do is you just compress like 5 years of angst from this.
So it's been rough.
It's not just rough. It's like it happened. I came up with the assembly equation, remote from Sarah in Arizona and the people at SFI. I felt like I was a mad person, like the guy depicted in a Beautiful Mind, who was just like not the actual genius part, but just the gibberish. Yeah. Because I kept writing expanded, and I have no mathematical ability at all. And I was making these mathematical expansions where I kept seeing the same motif again. I was like, I think this is a copy number. The same string is carrying again and again and again. I couldn't do the math. And then I realized the copy number fell out of the equation and everything collapsed down. I was like, oh, that works, kind of. So we submitted the paper, and then when it was almost accepted, right, the mass spec one, and it was astrobiologists said great, a mass spectroscopist said great, and the chemist went, nonsense, like biggest pile of nonsense ever, fraud, And I was like, but why fraud? And they just said, just because. And I was like, well, and I could not convince the editor in this case. The editor was just so pissed off because they see it as like a kind of you're wasting my time. And I would not give up. I went and dissected, all the parts. And I think, although, I got upset about it, which is kind of embarrassing actually, but I guess.
Beautiful.
But it was just trying to understand why they didn't like it. So part of me was like really devastated, and a part of me was super excited because I'm like, they can't tell me why I'm wrong. And this kind of goes back to, when I was at school, I was in a kind of learning difficulties class, and I kept going.
They
to
don't
the
have a
teacher
real
and say,
reason.
What do I do today to prove I'm smart? And they were like, nothing. You can't. I was like, give me a job. Give me something to do. Mm-hmm. Give me a job to do. Something to do as we. And I kind of felt like that a bit when I was arguing with and not arguing, there was no ad hominem. I wasn't telling the editor they were idiots or anything like this, or the reviewers. I kept it strictly like factual. And all I did is I just kept knocking it down bit by bit by bit by bit by bit. It was ultimately rejected and it got published elsewhere. And then the actual experimental data. So this is kind of, in this paper, the experimental justification was already published. So when we did this one and we went through the versions and then we sent it in, and in the end it just got accepted, we were like, well, that's kind of cool, right? This is kind of like, you know, some days you had, you know, the student, sorry, the first author was like, I can't believe it got accepted. Like, nor am I. But it's great. It's like, it's good. And then when the paper was published, I was not expecting the backlash. I was expecting computational, no, actually, I was just expecting one person who'd been trolling me for a while about it, just to carry on trolling. But I didn't expect the backlash. And then I wrote to the editor and apologized. And the editor was like, what are you apologizing for? It was a great paper. Of course it's going to get backlash. You said some controversial stuff. But it's awesome. And so...
Well, I think it's a beautiful story of perseverance. And the backlash is just a negative word for discourse, which I think is beautiful. That's
I
the
think
science.
you, as I said to, you know, when it got accepted, and people were saying, were kind of like hacking on it. And I was like, papers are not gold medals. The reason I wanted to publish that paper in Nature is because it says, hey, there's something before biological evolution. You have to have that if you're not a creationist, by the way. This is an approach. Hey, there's something before biological evolution. You have to have that if you're not a creationist, by the way. This is an approach. First time someone has put a concrete mechanism, a concrete quantification, and what comes next you're pushing on is a mechanism. And that's what we need to get to, is an ordered catalytic set, self-replicating molecules, some other features that come in, is an ordered catalytic. Comes next you're pushing on is a mechanism. And that's what we need to get to, is an ordered catalytic set, self-replicating molecules, some other features that come in.
He thinks
And
he's
the
right.
fact that
He thinks he's right. Talk a lot of smack till you get smacked down. I was down bad, I lost my hose, and I got my hose back now.
this paper has been so discussed. For
I'm
me, it's a
having
dream
trouble
come
my
true.
game right
Like,
now.
it doesn't get better than that. If you can't accept a few people hating it, and the nice thing is, the thing that really makes me happy, is that no one has attacked the actual physical content. Like, you can
They're just mad. Glimmet, the ore Pokemon. Glimmet's toxic mineral crystals look just like the flower petals. The Pokemon scatters poisonous powder like pollen to protect itself.
measure the assembly index. You can measure selection now. So either that's right or it's, well, either that's helpful or unhelpful. If it's unhelpful, this paper will sink down and no one will use it again. If it's helpful, it'll help people build scaffold on it, and we'll start to converge to a new paradigm. So I think that that's the thing that I wanted to see, you know, my colleagues, authors, collaborators, and people who were like, you've just published this paper, you're a chemist, why have you done this? Like, who are you to be doing evolutionary theory? Like, well, I don't know. I mean, sorry, did I need to...
Who's anyone to do anything? Well, I'm glad you did. Let me just, before coming back to origin of life and these kinds of questions, you mentioned learning difficulties. I didn't know about this. So what was it like?
I wasn't very good at school, right?
This is when you were very young?
Yeah. Well, but in primary school, my handwriting was really poor, and apparently I couldn't read, and my mathematics was very poor. So they just said, this is a problem. They identified it. My parents kind of at the time were confused because I was busy taking things apart, buying electronic junk from the shop, trying to build computers and things. And then once I got out of, when I was, I think, about the major transition in my stupidity, like, you know, everyone thought I wasn't that stupid when I was, basically everyone thought I was faking. I liked stuff and I was faking wanting to be it. So I always wanted to be a scientist. So 5, 6, 7 years old, I'd be a scientist, take things apart. And everyone's like, yeah, this guy wants to be a scientist, but he's an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
and so everyone was really confused, I think, at first, that I wasn't smarter than I, you know, was claiming to be. And then I just basically didn't do well in the test. And I went down and down and down and down. And then, and I was kind of like, this is really embarrassing. I really like maths, and everyone says I can't do it. I really like kind of physics and chemistry and all that, and science, and people say you can't read and write. And so I found myself in a learning difficulties class at the end of primary school and the beginning of secondary school. In the UK, secondary school is like 11, 12 years old. And I remember being put in the remedial class, and the remedial class was basically full of three types of people. There were people that had quite violent, right?
Yeah.
And there were people who couldn't speak English, and there were people that really had learning difficulties. So
I didn't have any, couldn't read because he's fucking Mexican.
the one thing I can objectively remember was, I mean, I could read. I like reading. I read a lot. But something in me, I'm a bit of a rebel. I refused to read what I was told to read. And I found it difficult to read individual words in the way they were told. But anyway, I got caught one day teaching someone else to read.
I had trouble reading words in the way that they were conventionally told me how to read them.
And I found it
what?
difficult to read individual words in the way they were told. But anyway, I got caught one day teaching someone else to read. And they said, okay, we don't understand this. I always knew I wanted to be a scientist, but I didn't really know what that meant. And I realized you had to go to university, and I thought I could just go to university to take curious people. Like, no. You need to have these, you have to be able to enter these exams to get this grade point average. And the fact is, the exams you've been entered into, you're just going to get C, D, or E. You can't even get A, B, or C, right? These are the UK GCSEs. I was like, oh shit. And I said, can you just put me into the higher exams? I said, no, you're going to fail. There's no chance. So my father kind of intervened and said, just let him go in the exams. And they said, he's definitely going to fail. It's a waste of time, waste of money. And he said, well, what if we paid? So they said, well, okay. So you didn't actually have to pay. You had to pay if I failed.
Mm-hmm.
So I took the exams and passed them, fortunately. I didn't get the top grades, but I got into A-levels. But then that also kind of limited what I could do at A-levels. I wasn't allowed to do A-level maths. So,
what do you mean you weren't allowed to?
Because I had such a bad math grade from my GCSE, I only had a C.
Mm-hmm.
But they wouldn't let me go into the ABC for maths because of some kind of coursework requirement back then. So the top grade I could have got was a C, so C, D, or E. So I got a C, and they let me do kind of AS level maths, which is this half intermediate, and go to university. But in the end, I liked chemistry. I had a good chemistry teacher, so in the end, I got to university to do chemistry.
So through that kind of process, I think for kids in that situation, it's easy to start believing that you're not, well, how do I put it? That you're stupid, and basically give up. That you're just not good at math. You're not good at school. So this is by way of advice for people, for interesting people, for interesting young kids right now, experiencing the same thing. Where was the place? What was the source of you not giving up there?
I have no idea, other than I really like not understanding stuff. For me, when I not understand something, I didn't understand. Feel like I didn't understand anything. But back then, I remember when I was like, I don't know, I tried to build a laser when I was like 8, and I thought, how hard could it be? Like, and I was going to build a CO2 laser, and I was like, right, I think I need some partially coated mirrors, and need some carbon dioxide, and I need a high voltage. So I was like, I didn't have and I was so stupid, right? I was kind of so embarrassed. To make enough CO2, I actually set a fire and try to filter the flame.
Oh, nice.
to trap enough CO2.
Yeah.
And I was like, completely failed, and I burnt half the garage down.
Mm-hmm. So
So my parents were not very happy about that. So that was one thing. I was like, I really like first principle thinking, and so, so I remember being super curious and being determined to find answers. And so the kind of when people do give advice about this, well, I ask for advice about this. I don't really have that much advice other than don't give up. And one of the things I try to do um, as a chemistry professor in my group is I hire people that I think that, I'm kind of, who am I, if they're persistent enough, who am I to deny them the chance? Because, people gave me a chance and I was able to do stuff.
Do you believe in yourself, essentially?
I love being around smart people, and I love confusing smart people. And when I'm confusing smart people, not by stealing their wallets and hiding it somewhere, but if I can confuse smart people, that is the one piece of hope that I might be doing something interesting.
Wow, that's quite brilliant. Like as a gradient to optimize.
Yeah.
Hang out with smart people and confuse them.
Yeah.
And the more confusing it is, the more there's something there.
And as long as they're not telling you just a complete idiot, and they give you different reasons.
Yeah.
And I mean, if everyone, it's like with assembly theory, and people said, "Oh, it's wrong," and I was like, "Why?" And they're like, and no one could give me a consistent reason. They said, "Oh, because it's been done before, or it's just Kolmogorov, or it's just this, that, and the other." So I think the thing that I like to do is, and in academia, it's hard, right? Because people are critical, but I mean, the criticism, although I got kind of upset about it earlier, which is kind of silly, but not silly, because obviously it's hard work being on your own or with a team spatially separated, like during lockdown, and try to keep everyone on board and be, have some faith that I've always wanted to have a new idea. And so, I like a new idea, and I want to nurture it as long as possible. And if someone can give me actionable criticism, that's why I think I was trying to say earlier when I was kind of like stuck for words. Give me actionable criticism. It's wrong. Okay, why is it wrong? You say, it doesn't. Your equation's incorrect for this, or your method is wrong. And then so what I try and do is get enough criticism from people to then triangulate and go back. And I've been very fortunate in my life that I've got great colleagues, great collaborators, funders, mentors, and people that will take the time to say, "You're wrong because." And then what I have to do is integrate the wrongness and go, "Oh, cool. Maybe I can fix that." And I think criticism is really good. People have a go at me because I'm really critical. I'm like, but I'm not criticizing, you as a person. I'm just criticizing the idea and trying to make it better and say, well, what about this? And, and sometimes I'm kind of, my filters are kind of, truncated in some ways. I'm just like, that's wrong. What to do this? And people are like, oh my God, you just told me you destroyed my life's work. I'm like, well, relax. No, I'm just like, let's make it better. And I think that we don't do that enough because we're either personally critical, which isn't helpful, or we don't give any criticism at all because we're too scared.
Yeah,
We finally reached the deepest part. We made it. Ready to see if those legends of treasures down here are for real? Yeah, right. Just fluff they write to fill the textbooks. Rototototo. Yeah, wait. What do you want, baby? Hello, children. You've done well to make it here. The structure you see before you is the Zero Lab. That's where you are, right, Professor? But wait, why does it look like this whole place is being swallowed up by crystals? The crystals here in Area Zero possess a particular energy. The energy can alter the function of living things and optimize the performance of machinery. It is the same energy that allows your Pokemon to terrestrialize. So, the entire building's been terrestrialized? Is that what you're saying? Don't be silly, Arvin. The professor implied something important about Terra Orbs just now. They're made from the crystals down here in Area Zero, aren't they? Indeed. Though not many know it. Since you have disabled all 4 locks, the gate to the Zero Lab should be open for you. But once you open the gate, you will quickly be confronted by dangerous Pokemon inside. They will likely make a break for freedom. Dangerous Pokemon? With the 4 of you working together, you should be able to best them. Prepare yourselves well and open the gate. You've got me and Lonar here. Doesn't matter what we're up against. We'll be fine. Ha! Well then, that puts all my worries to rest. Meowie. What are you doing? Meowie, what are you doing?
I've seen you be pretty aggressively critical, but it's every time I've seen it, it's the idea, not the person.
I'm sure I make mistakes in that. I mean, I argue lots with lots. I mean, I argue lots with Sarah, and she's like kind of shocked. I've argued with Yasha in the past, and he's like, "You're just making Yasha Bark," and you're just making that up. I'm like, no, not quite, but kind of.
Yeah.
I had a big argument with Sarah about time. She's like, "No, time doesn't exist." I'm like, "No, time does exist." And now, as she realized that her conception of assembly theory and my conception of assembly theory were the same thing, necessitated us to abandon the fact that time is eternal, to actually really fundamentally question how the universe produces combinatorial novelty.
So time is fundamental for assembly theory. I'm just trying to figure out where you and Sarah converge.
Why?
So I think assembly theory is fine in this time right now, but I think it helps us understand that something interesting is going on. So there's, and I've been really inspired by a guy called Nick Gizen. I'm going to butcher his argument, but I love his argument a lot, so I hope he forgives me if he hears about it. But basically, if you want free will, time has to be fundamental. And we can go, if you want time to be fundamental, you have to give up on Platonic mathematics, and you have to use intuitionist mathematics. By the way, and again, I'm going to butcher this, but basically, Hilbert said that
What does that mean?
infinite numbers are allowed, and I think it was Brouwer said no.
Oh.
You can't. All numbers are finite. So they're kind of like so let's go back a step, because it was like people were going to say fine, and I think it was Brouwer said no. You can't. All numbers are finite. So they're kind of like so let's go back a step, because it was like people were going to say assembly theory seems to explain that large combinatorial space allows you to produce things like life and technology, and that large combinatorial space is so big. It's not even accessible to a Sean Carroll, David Deutsch multiverse. The physicists saying that that all of the universe already exists in time is provably, strong word, not correct. That we are going to know that the universe as it stands, the way the present builds the future, so big, the universe can't ever contain the future. And this is a really interesting thing. I think Max Tegmark has this mathematical universe where he says, the universe is kind of like a block universe. And I apologize to Max if I'm getting it wrong, but people think you can just move. You have the initial conditions,
Parmenides.
and you can run the universe right to the end and go backwards and forwards in that universe. That is not correct.
Yeah, let me load that in. The universe is not big enough to contain the future.
Yeah, that's why. That's it.
So that's a beautiful way of saying that time is fundamental.
Yes, and
It's a
you can
mind-blowing
have,
sentence. I'm not sure.
and
I
that's
understand even what
this
that
is why
means.
the law of the excluded middle.
The universe is not big enough to contain the future. Isn't the next moment just as big as the last? I can barely understand what he's talking about.
Something is true or false only works in the past.
Big.
is true. This is why the law of the excluded middle, something is what. This is why the law of the excluded middle, something is true.
That.
Yeah, that's why. That's it.
So that's a beautiful way of saying that time is fundamental.
Yes, and you can have, and that's what. This is why the law of the excluded middle, something is true or false, only works in the past. Is it going to snow in New York next week or in Austin? You might in Austin say probably not. In New York, you might say yeah. If you go forward to next week and say, did it snow in New York last week? True or false? You can answer that question. The fact that the law of the excluded middle cannot apply to the future explains why time is fundamental.
Well, I mean that's a good example, intuitive example, but it's possible that we might be able to predict, whether it's going to snow if we had perfect information.
I think
you're saying it not.
Impossible. Impossible. So here's why.
Not whether it's going to snow if we had perfect information.
I think
determinism in physics and philosophy.
Whether it's going to snow if we had perfect information.
I think
you're saying it not.
Impossible. Impossible. So here's why.
Why?
I'll make a really quick argument, and this argument isn't mine. It's Nick's and a few other people.
Can you explain his view on?
Quantum cryptography. Lucky. His dissertation concerns quantum and statistical physics. After several years in the software and optical communications industry, he joined a group of applied physics at the University of Geneva, working on optics. Department of Applied Physics, Quantum Information, Quantum Communication. Not telling me anything about his work, his biography. Known for quantum non-locality, quantum cryptography, teleportation. You're known for teleportation. You gotta be out of your fucking mind. Schrodinger's theorem. That was the first thing I thought when he said you can't know the future until it's already been passed. Until the events already happened. That's the Schrodinger.
I think
you're saying it not.
Impossible. Impossible. So here's why.
It's impossible to know if the cat's dead or alive until it's in the past.
Yeah.
I'll make a really quick argument, and this argument isn't mine. It's Nick's and a few other people.
Can you explain his view on time being fundamental?
Yeah. So I'll give my view, which kind of resonates with his, but basically, it's very simple. Actually, it would say that free will, your ability to design and do an experiment, is exercising free will. So he used that thought process. But I never really thought about it that way, and that you actively make decisions. I do think that I used to think that free will was a kind of consequence of just selection, but I'm kind of understanding that human free will is something really interesting, and he very much inspired me. But I think that what Sarah Walker said that inspired me as well, that these will converge, is that I think that the universe is very big, huge, but actually the place that is largest in the universe right now, the largest place in the universe is Earth.
Yeah, I've seen you say that, and boy, that's an interesting one to process. What do you mean by that? Earth is the biggest place in the universe.
Because we have this combinatorial scaffolding going all the way back from Luca. So you've got cells that can self-replicate, and then you go all the way to terraforming the Earth. You've got all these architectures, the amount of selection that's going on, biological selection, just to be clear, biological evolution. And then you have multicellularity. then animals, and abstraction. And with abstraction, there was another kick, because you can then build architectures and computers and cultures and language.
Why is that
And these
big?
things are the biggest things that exist in the universe, because we can just build architectures that couldn't naturally arise anywhere. And the further that distance goes in time, and this naturally arise anywhere,
Big in time. I'm not
computers and cultures and language.
space, time, big.
And these things are the biggest things that exist in the universe, because we can just build architectures that couldn't naturally arise anywhere. And the further that distance goes in time, and this kind of it's gigantic.
The bigger we are.
And
From a complexity perspective.
yeah,
Okay, wait a minute.
Oh. So we're bigly complex. Is what you're trying to say. I think.
further that distance goes in time, and this kind of it's gigantic. And
From a complexity perspective.
yeah,
Okay, wait a minute. But I mean, I know you're being poetic, but how do you know there's not other Earth-like? How do you know? You're basically saying Earth is really special. It's awesome stuff as far as we look out. There's nothing like it going on. But how do you know there's not nearly infinite number of places where cool stuff like this is going on?
I agree, and I would say I'll say again that Earth is the most gigantic thing we know in the universe combinatorially. We know
We know.
now.
Okay, yeah.
Now, I guess this is just purely a guess. I have no data, but other than hope. Well, maybe not hope. Maybe no. I have some data that every star in the sky probably has planets.
Yep.
Sure.
And
this is Carl Sagan.
Life is probably emerging on these planets, but the amount of contingency that is associated with life is that I think the combinatorial space associated with these planets is so different. We are never going to, our causal cones are never going to overlap, or not easily. And this is the thing that makes me sad about alien life. Why these planets associated with life.
What about
is
the,
that I think the
what about the arc of the way the universe just bends towards things?
Combinatorial space associated with these planets is so different.
Because probability?
Is that I think the combinatorial space associated with these planets is so different. We are never going to, our causal cones are never going to overlap, or not easily. And this is the thing that makes me sad about alien life. Why we have to create alien life in the lab as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if we are going to be able to build architectures that will intersect with alien intelligence and architectures.
Intersect, you know what I mean, in time or space.
Time and the ability to communicate.
The ability to communicate.
Yeah. My biggest fear in a way is that life is everywhere, but we become infinitely more lonely because of our scaffolding in that combinatorial space. Because it's so big. And because
So you're saying the constraints created by the environment that led to the factory of Darwinian evolution are just like this little tiny cone in a nearly infinite combinatorial space. And
Exactly.
So there's other cones like it, and why can't we communicate with other, like, just because we can't create it doesn't mean we can't appreciate the creation, right? Like detect the creation.
I truly don't know, but it's an excuse for me to ask for people to give me money to make a planet simulator.
Yeah, right.
If I can make
with a different kind of
like
planet.
another shameless say, it's like, give me money, I need money.
This was all along plug for a planet simulator.
It's like you know.
Hey, I'll be the first in line to donate.
my Rick garage has run out of room. You know.
Yeah.
No.
And this is a planet simulator. You mean like a different kind of planet?
Yeah.
With different sets of environments and pressures.
Exactly. If we could basically recreate the selection before biology, as we know it, that gives rise to a different biology, we should be able to put the constraints on where to look in the universe. So here's a thing. Here's my dream.
Yeah.
My dream is that by creating life in the lab, and based upon constraints we understand, so let's go for Venus type life or Earth type life or something. Again, do Earth 2.0. Screw it. Let's do Earth 2.0. And Earth 2.0 has a different genetic alphabet. Fine. That's fine. Different protein alphabet. Fine. Have cells and evolution, all that stuff. We will then be able to say, okay, life is a more general phenomena. Selection is more general. than what we think is the chemical constraints on life, and we can point the James Webb and other telescopes at other planets that we are in that zone we are most likely to combinatorially overlap with, right? So because we
Sure.
so their chemistry
You're
occurs
looking
on-
for some overlap.
and then we can then basically shine light on them literally and look at light coming back and apply advanced assembly theory to general theory of language that we will get and say, we in that signal, it looks random, but there's a copy number. Oh, this random set of things that shouldn't be, that looks like a true random number generator has structure as a not Kolmogorov AIT type structure, but evolutionary structure given by assembly theory, and we start to. But I would say that because I'm a shameless assembly theorist.
Yeah, it just feels like the cone. I might be misusing the word cone here, but the width of the cone is growing faster. Is growing really fast to where eventually all the cones overlap. Even in a very, very, very large combinatorial space. It just. But then again, if you're saying the universe is also growing very quickly in terms of possibilities.
I hope that as we build abstractions, one idea is that as we go to intelligence allows us to look at the regularities around us in the universe, and that gives us some common grounding to discuss with aliens. And you might be right that we will overlap there, even though we have completely different chemistry, literally completely different chemistry, that we will be able to pass information from one another. But it's not a given. And, I have to kind of try and divorce hope and emotion,
Sure.
away from what I can logically justify.
But it's just hard to intuit a world, a universe where there's nearly infinite complexity objects and they somehow can't detect each other.
But the
It's just-
universe is expanding. But the nice thing is that I would look. You see, I think Carl Sagan did the wrong thing. Well, not the wrong thing. He flicked the Voyager probe around as a pale blue dot. Said, "Look how big the universe is." I would have done it the other way around. Said, "Look at the Voyager probe."
That's my understanding of the explanation of the origin of life. Cellular automata. They're gonna get to that. AGI, Christ in heaven, nuclear weapons, hilarious, chemical machina. GPT for electron density. God.
Came from planet Earth. That came from Luca.
Trying to use the panel down below to open the gate. Oh, my bad. That was one of those, it's a Stargate panel. What do they call these? The dialer. Open the gate. Yep. And one of these can't dial. Can't dial out. Hold it. Huh? Why? We're finally at the cusp of getting into the lab. Look, if it's true that a bunch of really dangerous Pokemon might come at us, then shouldn't we also have Miraidon help? Yeah. If Miraidon were like how we first saw it in the Inlet Grotto, that'd be a huge help. I want to see it battle. But it hasn't ever wanted to let us ride it, even since we came down to Area Zero. And it can't enter its battle form in the first place. But it's really strong. I know it is. It ate all of the Herba Mystica fruit we found too. When it really matters, I'm sure it'll fight. And Area Zero is where it used to live. If you bring it out of its ball now, maybe it will be able to find its family too, right? That's pretty sensible by your standards, Arvin. I don't know. Go on, Lonar. Let Miraidon out. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. Alright. Come on, Lonar. Now that we've got Miraidon ready, it's time to open the gate. Alright, let's go. Beep, 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 beep. Chevron's activated. Jesus Christ. Open the iris. The other Mirrodon saw us. Dun dun dun. Bada 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 bum. Da 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 dum. The family reunion. It's happening. Whoa! No way! Da. Lakia. No, something's not right. It wants to go in. What's going on? Giens. What's wrong? Are you bummed out that your heartwarming family reunion got cut off so quickly? Are you joking? There was nothing heartwarming about that. We were this close to getting caught up in a nasty brawl. Wait, for real? Just look at Mirrodon. Poor thing's terrified. Guess the other one isn't exactly its pal. Yeah, the other Pokemon were giving off some real bad vibes. Not that you should worry a thing about any of that. Once we get you back into battle form, I'm sure you'll be able to go toe-to-toe with that jerk. If you want to. Cues. Sorry, guess that doesn't really help, huh? Do you think the other Mirrodon was one of the dangerous Pokemon that Professor warned us to watch out for? But didn't the professor say the dangerous Pokemon would come out from inside? You mean from inside the gate we just... Bum, bum, bum. Rumble, rumble, rumble. What the? Oh my god, we're surrounded. Dee. We're surrounded. It's pretty obvious they're not here to roll out a friendly welcome mat. There's no way we can handle this many. And don't tell me they're all future Pokemon? We got a little disaster on our hands here. Hughes. Look, even that fella's ready to bail. Then I guess it's my turn. I've been waiting. Come on, Lonar. Let's do this together. We'll battle. Not afraid of these guys. A future Pokemon, huh? Go, Magnezone. Has no effect. Great. Use a light screen. Rapid spin. Not very effective. Speed rose. Use drill run. Damn, get it, girl. Get it, girl, get it, girl. Magnezone use light screen. Stronger against special type moves. I bet he's a physical attacker though. He's no use. Let's use Gyarados. Strong. Camera in this game sucks. Gyarados use Intimidate. Attack fell. Use Wild Charge. Damn, you just one-shot my Gyarados. Can't believe he used Lightning. He didn't look Lightning. Tricked me. Drill, run. Good job, Nemona. Always count on you. You're a strong fighter. My Gyarados died. Took care of yourselves. Wow, they're strong. Now this is a worthy challenge. I'm glad you're on our side, but you're still really annoying when you say stuff like that. Ah! Why are they coming at me? Lonar, help me out here. My Gyarados just died. It's up to you, Benny. Go, Magnezone. Camera in this game sucks. Use Thunder Wave. Psychic. It was super effective. Magnezone used Thunder Wave. It didn't affect him. Great. Seismic Toss. Let's use, oh my Gyarados, they rezzed him. Let's use the Airplane Head. What do you think about this guy? He may be wrong, for all I know, he may be right. It's very simplistic. But if it works, that's a good sign. Simple is what you want in science, in nature, in mathematics. It's supposed to be elegant. It's supposed to feel like it's all making sense. Phantom Force. Damn, that didn't even hurt that much. Psychic. Yeah. Good job, Penny. I really like your Umbreon. The future must be terrifying. Yeah. Oh no, they're running away. Yeah, and if those Pokemon get out, we're gonna have a gigantic mess on our hands. We gotta go after him, Penny. Why me? Wait. Hold on, Nimona. And why did I get the feeling you're enjoying all this? That leaves the men to do the hard stuff. I hope the two of them can handle their part. But at least the crowd's been thin now. Guess it's up to us to deal with what's left. Let's go for the strong-looking one first. I caught one of those guys. What kind of Pokemon do you use, Arvin? Alright, your dog. Use Intimidate.
Look at how big Earth is.
They produced that.
It produced that.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is like completely amazing. And then that should allow people on Earth to think about, well, probably we should try and get causal chains off Earth onto Mars, onto the moon, wherever. Whether it's human life or Martian life that we create, it doesn't matter. But I think this combinatorial space tells us something very important about the universe. And that I realized in assembly theory that the universe is too big to contain itself. And I think this is, and now coming back, and I want to kind of change your mind about time, because I'm guessing that your time is just a coordinate.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna change
I'm guessing you're one of those.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna change your one of those. I'm gonna change your mind in real time, or at least attempt.
Oh, in real time. There you go.
I bet you're one of the guys who thinks time is just a coordinate. See, the power of friendship had us perfectly in sync, all thanks to our Titan hunting together. Arvin, you love the power of friendship too? Still scared, huh? You're worried you might have to face the other one of your kind? Well then, let me take on some of the burden. Those stragglers should be nothing. Me and Mosbostiv here can take them. Dwarf. So, Lonar, you take your partner there and go take care of business. Got it. Glad to see you've got some faith in us at last. Mobostiv can't wait to battle either. Wow. Miraidon, you really ruined my whole childhood, you know. But it's not like seeing you cowering and scared out of your wits makes me feel any better about it. You've got amazing powers if you just use them, and you've got us too. So don't even think about losing to that jerk. Be brave, stand up, and fight. Sounded like you were reading it. Well, I was reading it. Yeah, but you need to memorize it.
I already got the tattoo, so this is gonna be embarrassing if you change my mind.
But you can just add an
Okay.
arrow of time onto it,
Yeah,
right?
true. Just
Or
modify.
erase it a bit.
Yeah.
So, and the argument that I think that is really most interesting is like, people say the initial conditions specify the future of the universe. Okay, fine. Let's say that's the case for a moment. Now let's go back to Newtonian mechanics. Now, the uncertainty principle in Newtonian mechanics is this: if I give you the coordinates of an object moving in space, and the coordinates of another object, and they collide in space, and you know those initial conditions, you should know exactly what's going to happen. However, you cannot specify these coordinates to infinite precision. Now everyone said, this is
True.
kind of like, the chaos theory argument. No, it's deeper than that. Here's a problem with numbers. This is where Hilbert and Brouwer fell out. To have the coordinates of this object, a given object as it's colliding, you have to have them to infinite precision. That's what Hilbert says. He says, no problem, infinite precision is fine. Let's just take that for granted. But when the object is finite and it can't store its own coordinates, what do you do? So in principle, if a finite object cannot be specified to infinite precision, in principle, the initial conditions,
I don't get it. Hold on.
and it can't store its own coordinates, what do you do? So in principle, if a finite object cannot be specified to infinite precision, in principle, the initial conditions don't apply.
Well, the universe is going to have the coordinates. It's not going to exist inside the object. It's going to exist inside the environment. It's not going to be a genetic code or data in a sequence or whatever the fuck you oligarchs are doing at the top of the world.
Own coordinates, what do you do?
The universe has its coordinates. It exists in the universe.
Finite,
I don't understand
and it can't
this at
store
all.
its own coordinates, what do you do?
But the universe stores the
No, precision is
coordinates.
fine.
Just like it stores you and me.
Let's just take that for granted. But when the object,
Our trajectory is not stored in us either, but it exists in the world. I don't get what he's trying to say.
is finite, and it can't store its own coordinates, what do you do?
What do you do?
So in principle, if a finite object cannot be specified to infinite precision, in principle, the initial conditions don't apply.
I don't understand.
Well, how do you
that.
know it can't store its?
Well, how do you store an
It's not
infinitely long number in a finite size?
Well,
The universe does that all the time. This is like Zenon's paradox. How do you store an infinitely large number in a finite space? You do it all the time. All the time. This is weird. This is we're jumping the shark here.
Apply.
well, how do you know
Or it's 5 a.m. and I've smoked too much pot. I can't tell
it can't
which.
store its?
Well,
Or
how do you
maybe
store an
both.
infinitely long number in a finite size?
Well, we're using infinity very loosely here.
No, we're using
Infinite precision. I mean, not loosely, but
very
so
precisely.
you think infinite precision is required?
Well, let's take the object. Let's say the object is a golf ball. Golf ball is a few centimeters in diameter. We can work out how many atoms are on the golf ball, and let's say we can store numbers down to atomic dislocations. So we can work out how many atoms there are in the golf ball, and we can store the coordinates in that golf ball down to that number. But beyond that, we can't. Let's make the golf ball smaller. Golf ball down to that number. But atoms there are in the golf ball, and we can store the coordinates in that golf ball down to that number. But beyond that, we can't. Let's make the golf ball smaller. And this is where I think that we get randomness in quantum mechanics, and some people say you can't get randomness in quantum mechanics, it's deterministic. But this is where This is where we realize that classical mechanics and quantum mechanics suffer from the same uncertainty principle. And that is the inability to specify the initial conditions to a precise enough degree to give you determinism. The universe is intrinsically too big, and that's why time exists. It's non-deterministic. Looking back into the past.
I don't know if I buy this. The universe is not too big to be bound by its own laws. This is like an argument for you can't. This is like David Hume. I'm pretty sure the sun's gonna come up tomorrow, dog.
Determinism, the universe, and mechanics. But this is where we realize that classical mechanics and quantum mechanics suffer from the same uncertainty principle. And that is the inability to specify the initial conditions to a precise enough degree to give you determinism. The universe.
But they do this this is how we fly planes. We basically do that. Is it precise enough to fly a plane? Yes. Fly a rocket? Yes. A satellite? Yes. Is that precise enough? So far, getting it all done with the precision that we have.
Quantum mechanics suffer from the same uncertainty principle. And that is the
What are you trying to do that's so uncertain that you can't predict it?
inability to specify the
Everything I can think of that we do in physics is pretty fucking predictable, and that's why it works every time I flick the light on or try to start the car, or it always works. It's predictable as hell.
This is where we realize that classical mechanics and quantum mechanics suffer from the same uncertainty principle. And that is the inability to specify the initial conditions to a precise enough degree to give you determinism. The universe is intrinsically too big, and that
Too big. The universe is just too big. He keeps using that word, big. Okay, the universe is big. He means big at the atomic level, I think, that you can never really predict it because it's too big. But we predict it all the time, so I don't get it. If the object is a golf ball and we're playing golf, I can predict with pretty good precision where the ball will land if I use a 5-iron, or if I use a 9, or if I use a wood. That's the whole. I'm not with them here. It's the universe isn't that big. I don't know what he means.
initial conditions to a precise enough degree to give you determinism. The
Yes, you
universe
can.
is intrinsically.
I mean, then the out here is, well, there might be a little bit of randomness at the quantum level, but at the level of golf balls and irons, no, we can pretty much get it in the hole predictably. It must be too late, or he's just way too smart for me.
The initial conditions to a precise enough degree to give you determinism. The universe is intrinsically too big,
What
and that's why
the
time
fuck?
exists. It's non-deterministic. Looking back into the past, you can use logical arguments, because you can say, was it true or false? You already know. But this is the fact we are unable to predict the future with the precision is not evidence of lack of knowledge. It's evidence the universe is generating new things.
I don't know about this. It's constantly creating itself. It's too big to hold itself. The past exists in a memory, but the future is unpredictable because it's too big. I'm gonna use the academic out and say, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what that means. The way you're using big is very confusing to me, and that's a very not confusing word, so...
Okay, so to you, first of all, quantum mechanics, you could just say statistically what's going to happen when two golf balls hit each other.
Statistically, but sure, I can say statistically what's going to happen, but then when they do happen,
Yeah.
and you keep nesting it together, you can't. I mean, it goes almost back to look at.
Not statistically. If a train is moving at 30 miles an hour from Detroit, and it goes for 5 hours, deterministically, there's an answer there. It's not statistically, and it's not unknowable. It's completely predictable and determined. Even though it's in the future and it hasn't happened yet. I mean, you could say, but the train derailed, but that's a huge out on that question.
Okay, so to you, first of all, quantum mechanics, you could just say statistically what's going to happen when two golf balls hit each other.
Statistically, but sure, I can say
Deterministically, you
statistically
can
what's going to
tell.
happen, but then when they do happen,
Yeah.
This is Newton's pool table.
Mechanics,
The whole point is that I understand the forces. I can tell you where the balls are going to go into the hole based on how hard I hit them.
you could just say statistically what's going to happen when two golf balls hit each other.
statistically,
And it's not unknowable. You can, measure it. That's the whole fucking point of science, is I can measure it. So I can predict it. This is getting weird. I must be getting way too high.
not evidence of lack of knowledge. It's evidence the universe is generating new things.
What a claim.
Okay, so to you, first of all, quantum mechanics, you could just say statistically what's going to happen when two golf balls hit each other.
Statistically, but sure, I can say statistically what's going to happen, but then when they do happen,
Yeah.
and you keep nesting it together, you can't. I mean, it goes almost back to look at. Let's think about entropy in the universe. So how do we understand entropy change? Well, we could do a process. We can use the ergodic hypothesis. We can also have the counterfactuals, where we have all the different states, and we can even put that in the multiverse, right? But both those are kind of they're non-physical. The multiverse kind of collapses back to the same problem about the precision. So all what you,
Multiverse is so
if you
crazy.
accept you don't have to have true and false going forward into the future, if you accept you don't have to have true and false going forward into the future, the real numbers are real. They're observables.
We're trying to see exactly.
They're just the real number to have true and false going forward into the future. The real numbers are real. They're observables.
We're trying to see exactly where time being fundamental sneaks in this difference between the golf ball can't contain its own position perfectly precisely.
But the plane,
How that
could.
leads to time needing to be fundamental.
It makes space fundamental, I guess, huh?
Its own position perfectly
You're gonna have
precisely.
movement. You're gonna need
How that
space.
leads to time needing to be fundamental.
Let me. I have a what do you believe? Do you believe, or do you accept you have free will?
Yeah, I think at this moment in time, I believe that I have free will.
So then you are. Then you have to believe that time is fundamental.
Why?
I understand that's a statement you've made.
Well, no, that we
Right,
can't
you just
follows
keep
because
saying
if
it.
you don't have free will, so like, if you're in a universe that has no time, the universe is
Okay, that's unimaginable.
deterministic. If it's deterministic, then you have no free will.
I think the space of how much we don't know is so vast that saying the universe is deterministic and from that jumping there's no free will is just too difficult of a leap.
No, I logically follows. No, I don't disagree. It's not. I'm not saying any. I mean, it's deep, and it's important. All I'm saying, and it's the difference to. It's actually different to what I've said before, is that if you don't require Platonistic mathematics, and accepts that non-determinism is how the universe.
What does that mean? Platonist mathematics versus intuitive. In most philosophies of math, for example, in Platonism, math statements are tenseless. What is that? Tenseless? Not having a tense. In intuitionism, truth and falsity are a temporal aspect. An established fact will remain so, but a statement that becomes proven at a certain point in time lacks a truth value before that point. Oh, wow. It's like, I think it's true, but until I prove it, I can't be like, it's definitely capital T true. Is that what they're saying? Tenseless. Tenseless. Objects exist independently of human activity, thought, and language. They exist somewhere out there in the world. We kind of discover them and formalize them in language and numbers and X's and Y's, which is pretty clear to me. That's how it works. In intuitionism, it does not exist until proven. Which is pretty unintuitive to me. That doesn't vibe with my jib. I get a lot of my intuition I get during the activity of doing computational math or algebra or something like that. Algebra specifically. Calculus too. But and sometimes in computation you'll see patterns like that. but an accumulation of attitudes derived from experience, both individual and cultural. Is closely associated with mathematical knowledge, which forms the basis of intuition. Really? Are mathematicians Platonists? Platonism posits that mathematical objects are abstract entities. If they're not, there's fucking something out there. It's somewhere in the fabric of the something. We're grabbing some sort of undeniable truth that doesn't seem to be needing a human to pull it out and show you. It's just there. What is it? It's an archetypical cyclical platonic form. Something like that. By general agreement, abstract entities cannot interact causally with concrete physical entities. True, causally. They're more instantiations, manifestations. The truth value of our mathematical assertions depends on the facts involving Platonic entities that reside in a realm outside of space-time. That's a hell of a... I wouldn't have gone that far. A realm? The shadow realm? Is that where we saw St. Grandpa? You have to go to the shadow realm outside of space-time where the Platonic entities reside. That's a story. But there does seem to be a there somewhere, and I don't have the words to explain it, but I wouldn't use those. I was really into this. I read a lot of books about this. But I never heard of the intuitionist. This is a new word for me. The intuitionist. What is the intuitionist view of math? In the early 20th century, that would be the 1900s, so back during like Hitler and fucking all this upheaval and change of thought, earliest 20th century, the beginning of the story, the inciting incident. Philosophy of mathematics developed by Brouwer, according to which, Omi brought his name up, didn't he? Didn't he say that name? He said, this is the difference between this guy, and I didn't know either of the two. According to which mathematics is a free creation of a mind, and valid results are about what the mind creates, rather than about external reality, as in Platonism, or about nothing, as in formalism. I remember formalism from college. This is, don't mistake the map for the meaning. This is just a fucking equation, okay? Don't get it confused. This is nothing. This is nothing. This is a sentence. This is an explanation. This is not a magical Platonic whatever, or... But I've never heard of the intuitionist. A free creation of the mind where valid results are what the mind creates. What the fuck does that? I've never heard of that in my life. What? Okay, hold up. Hold up, Naomi. Wait a second. Now, 1 second. Wait a second. Whoa. Whoa. That's a pretty big thing for me to do. The intuitionist. That's gonna take me a second to even fucking step in their shoes. I don't know how to think like that. How could math be something dependent on my brain, my mind? It's fabric of nature. It's fabric of reality. It's the laws of nature. What do you mean it's just in my brain? Hey, Millie. You should lay here on the arm. Hey, Millie. I can't even conceive. I can't even conceive of that. Oh no. It's logic. They're worried about logic. That's not the same as mathematics, but they're very close, and there is a huge thread connecting the two, but they're not the same. It's who's trying to reduce all of mathematics to logic? They fail. They can't do it. Somebody proved that it was impossible. I remember this. The intuitionists, they're trying to make claims about morality. This is getting very off topic. We're supposed to be in the world of mathematics. Yeah, but that's all like my intuition. Hold up. And like, what do you think about the truth value of this moral problem? Now hang on. This used to make me sick. This used to make me sick. This is my last mathematical thought leader, and I don't want to ever go back. I'm done with math. It's over. Entities. Like an object. Intuitionism. geometrical space or outside the cave? You're outside the cave somewhere. The metaphorical, metaphysical cave that we're all stuck inside of, and we can only see the shadows of these stupid little forms. They're definitely there. It's just the way your brain processes the information. It's not really there. What are you fucking talking about? A mystical world of geometrical. What the fuck is that? It's how your mind works. It's how your mind processes what's happened. It's the language in which you use to explain it. I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you think, Meowdy? What do you think, Meowdy? It's fine. Tore him all the shreds. I was rolling heads. Had the other killer playing dead. You really gonna make me go through the iris like this? Look at that shit. Oh no, just kidding. That was just the set. Here's the real. Oh my god. Professor Turo. Human presence detected within the Zero Lab. What happened to you, man? Become the machine. I am Zordon. Deactivating sleep mode. Bzzz. Hello, Lonar. Thank you for coming. Master Ball. No. Back to your ball. Damn, Professor Turo has a Master Ball? Whoa. That one is far less tractable and far more aggressive than the one you've traveled with. Your Miraidon fled Ares here because it lost to another one in territorial struggle. I guess. Welcome to the worst of the worst. I'm afraid that there is something for which I must apologize. I am not the true Professor Turo. Bum bum bum. Then who are you? I am an artificial intelligence the professor created, imbued with his memories and knowledge. In short, I am an AI-powered robot. The real professor passed away during the incident that destroyed Research Station Number 4. The incident? The Pokemon was not to be blamed. It was the original professor who failed to accurately judge its full power. I believe the professor wanted nothing more than for Miraidon to survive and thrive. That is why he threw himself in front of your Miraidon in an attempt to protect it. From the time I first reached out to Director Clavel and asked to be put in contact with you, I was never more than an AI. Lonar, the reason I asked you to come to me is because I have one less thing to do here at the Zero Lab, and I desire your help. In short, I was an AI the entire time. No, he already said that. I wish for you to put a stop to the time machine the original professor created. Dun dun dun. Any questions can be addressed as we make our descent. Follow me. Why does the AI want to stop the time machine? Is my first question. I mean, that's the big question. That's the question. That's the only question I really have. But what about the master balls you have hidden over here in the safe? I know you got them over here, AI boy. Want to lie for rest? Yes, I do want to lie for rest. Have a nice lie. We're doing some equations. Some Cartesian charts, that's cool. Some schematics. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool. Oh, I knew there'd be a treasure. What is it? Booster energy. I knew it'd go by too fast, I couldn't read it. You're harnessing the crystals for power, aren't you? Aren't you, AI boy? Well, I gotta tell you, this intuition, we have to ditch Platonic mathematics for intuitionism. I don't know about that. The Platonists believe that numbers, in some sense, exist independently of the mathematician. The intuitionists believe that numbers exist only in your mind. How the fuck do you describe anything going on in the world? The same way, it's just an ontological distinction. I can't believe we're back to this. The best known and most widely discussed aspect of Gödel's philosophy of mathematics is undoubtedly his robust realism, or Plate 1, or the Latin script, or the Arabic script, or whatever we're using here. But these numbers exist in the world. Like, everything is understanding what's happening. They don't really exist in the world like that. Is mathematics found or made? I was ranting about this earlier, saying it was found. It's found. You formalize it to make it usable. Logicism. Russell. My master's master. Platonic attitudes of mathematicians to objects of their investigation is determined by the very nature of the mathematical method. Platonic forms of mathematical intuition. I'm not referring to the Platonic sense mathematical of intuition or concrete mathematical intuition. Sees mathematical truths. Can have Platonic vision. This is very interesting. I don't even know where to go with it. Brouwer again. If you find it hard to live by your principles, then consider the plight of the mathematician Brouwer at the beginning of the 20th century. Brouwer. Topology. Set theory. the teacher flunked me. Measure theory and complex analysis. This is my grad students. Measure theory, I've never heard of it. Nationality, Dutch. Very Dutch. Both parents were Dutch, and I speak with a Dutch accent. Known as Burgess. Was it Dutch? Yes, I read that. Regarding one of the greatest mathematicians of the 20th century, he is known as the founder of modern topology, particularly for establishing his fixed point theorem and topographical inference of dimension. Jesus fucking Christ. Bauer also became a major figure of philosophy of intuitionism, a constructivist school of mathematics which argues that math is a cognitive construct rather than a type of objective truth. This position, there are a lot of things that I think that are like that, but math is not one of them. I wonder how true this. I wonder where this guy's going. Brower, you were in. Give me a time. The important time. The time when everything happened. Before history stopped, about 85 or something. Brower. Mathematics is a cognitive construct? Are you sure? You ever seen a seashell? There's a mathematical structure there. I didn't just construct it. It's already there. I kind of just discovered the gold ratio. I didn't fucking conceive of that. It was already in nature. Are you sure? Are you sure? Because my intuition on this is that intuitionism is not right. My intuition on this is the mathematical truths in the universe seem to exist no matter if I understand them or not, if I conceive of them or not. He's saying not until it's proven in your mind does it really exist. Are you sure? Are you sure? That makes humans pretty freaking special. Maybe that's what he meant by the earth is so big and filled with such a big future. What the fuck does that mean? I'm hungry. I went to the store and got food and I still don't even know what I got. Oh, I got the soups. I already ate one of those, didn't I? I only got one. And I ate it. And then I ate beef ramen. I'm so hungry. Are you saying math itself, or are you saying the language we use to say the mathematical concept? of the universe is all the way down the whole time. How could you say that's constructed in a I have to read more about this, Meowie. This goes against my intuition. It's funny where the intuition is. What do you think about this, Meowie? Should we read his biography so I can figure out why he believes this shit? It's probably something in there that explains mom didn't love him. A constructivist. I don't know what that means either. That math is a cognitive construct rather than objective truth. This position led to the Brouwer-Hilbert controversy, I believe that's what he mentioned, in which Brouwer sparred with his formalist colleague David Hilbert. No Platonists in the room. Formalist versus intuitionist. Brouwer's ideas were subsequently taken up by his student He Ting and Hilbert's student Wheel. In addition to his mathematical work, Brouwer also published the short philosophical tract Life, Art, and Mysticism. Oh my God. Mysticism, huh? Protestant. I knew it. See, that explains everything. Topology. He really liked topology. That's cool. I don't like topology. It's boring. I think fractals are cool. The most important were his fixed point theorem, the topological invariance of degree, and the topological invariance of dimension. I don't know what that means. Among mathematicians, he's best known for the first one, usually referred to now as Brouwer's fixed point theorem. It is a corollary to the second concerning a topographical inference of degree, which is best known among algebraic topologists. Who gives a shit? Why are you writing it like that? The third theorem is perhaps the hardest. Okay, that's your fucking opinion, man. Is this editorial or is this Wikipedia? I'm sorry. Wikipedia just got rewritten in the last couple of years, and there's a whole bunch of new authors. Yes, they did rewrite Wikipedia at some point in time. I don't know when, very recently, in a year or two. Amsterdam. Brouwer founded intuitionism, a philosophy of mathematics that challenged the prevailing formalism of Hilbert and his collaborators. Formalism is the school of thought the teachers that I had at the time had in their head, which is this means nothing. You take this, the physicists are going to use this, the economists are going to use this, the biologists are going to use this, but the math itself doesn't mean anything. It's just formalizing truths about reality. Objective truths? Yes. Maybe they were Platonists too. Constructivism. Boy, does that sound familiar. I can't believe Turo's AI sent from the future. He's Vivi. Or Matsumoto. Vivi. Intuitionist or formalist? What do you think? Platonic mathematics. You crazy girl. You crazy girl. Immutable. Immutable forms. Bound by reality. They have to be this way. It's a truth. Equilateral triangles can have 60 degrees at each angle, always and forever. What if I put it on a globe? Then is it so immutable? Well, you change reality. That's a trick. That's an out. Conditions being as they are, this is true. I don't know. Isn't that just the way your brain works? What if my brain does calculus in color? Aren't I just as correct? I don't think so, no. No, I think there's something kind of magical about these numbers. I don't think it's all in your heads. Brouwer, no, I want to know more about this institutional intuitionism. Intuitionism is a philosophy and the foundation of mathematics. This is my favorite class. 8 o'clock class, tough. It is sometimes and rather simplistically characterized by saying that its adherents refuse to use the law of the excluded middle in mathematical reasoning. Homie was just talking about this. I didn't understand what it meant. Law of the excluded middle, is this the Schrodinger stuff? In logic, okay, the law of the excluding middle states that for every proposition, either this proposition or its negative is true. It is one of the so-called three laws of thought, along with the law of non-contradiction and the law of identity. Barely remember any of this. There either is or isn't a T-bot flying around Saturn. Probably not, but you don't know that. Is that what it means? Or am I mixing two things up? Brouwer was a member of the Significant Group. Oh, that's a great name for yourself. It formed part of the early history of semiotics, the study of symbols. That's interesting. The original meaning of his intuitionism probably cannot be completely disentangled from the intellectual millennium of that group. Or maybe it probably could, Mr. Author. In your equivocating inside Wikipedia, which should be fucking factual. Introduced by Victoria Lady Welsby in 1890, adopted by the group of thinkers. You're not telling me anything. So, uh-oh, and then Schopenhauer came in, not a good sign. In 05, at 24, Jesus Christ, Brouwer expressed his philosophy of life in a short tract, Life, Art, and Mysticism, which he has described by mathematician Martin Davis as drenched in romantic pessimism. Okay. Schopenhauer had a formative influence on Brouwer. No kidding. Not least because he insisted that all concepts be fundamentally based on sense intuitions. Marked 3 times. I don't remember. I never learned Schopenhauer formally. I don't know. Phenomenologist. Noumenal. Oh my god. That's a word we don't use anymore. The noumenal world versus the phenomenological world. You guys remember any of this shit? You were learning politics in school? Or religion, right? Or what the fuck were you reading? Oh, nice Johnny. Flowers cannot bloom without the sun. That's what they were teaching me. Brouwer then embarked on a self-righteous... Okay, that's... quoting Van Strict. Okay. A self-righteous campaign to reconstruct mathematical practice from the ground up so as to satisfy his philosophical convictions. Well, most people would if they thought they were true. I don't know if that's self-righteous, but maybe it was extra self-righteous. Indeed, his thesis advisor refused to accept his chapter 2 as it stands, all interwoven with some kind of pessimism and mystical attitude to life, which is not mathematics, nor has anything to do with the foundation of mathematics, said Davis. Nevertheless, in 2008, Brouwer, in a paper entitled The Untrustworthiness of the Principles of Logic, challenged the belief that the rules of classical logic, this is Aristotle you're fucking with, which have come down to us essentially from Aristotle, thank you for the encouragement or like backup, have an absolute validity independent of the subject matter to which they are applied. That's the point of logic. It doesn't matter what it's applied to. If it's logical, it's sound. Logical. It doesn't matter what the subject matter is. After completing his dissertation, Brouwer made a conscious decision to temporarily keep his contentious ideas under wraps and to concentrate on demonstrating his mathematical prowess. Okay. By 1910, he published a number of important papers, and particularly the fixed point theorem. Hilbert, the formalist, is kind of the bad guy in this story, with who the intuitionist Brouwer would ultimately spend years in conflict, but you already explained that, admired the young man, and helped him receive a regular academic appointment at the University of Amsterdam. Oh, that's a nice beginning to the story. It was then that Brouwer felt free to return his revolutionary project, which he had now been calling intuitionism. Okay. He was combative as a young man. According to Mark, this pugnacity reflected his combination of independence, brilliance, high moral standards. This guy thinks he's better than me, and extremely sensitive to issues of justice. He was involved in a very public and eventually demeaning controversy in the late 20s when Hilbert, over editorial policy at at the time of leading Learned Journal. Why is that blue? According to Abraham, Brouwer expounded Germanic Aryanness and Hilbert removed him from the editorial board of Mathematica after Brouwer objected to the contributions from the other guy. Brouwer was accused of being a Nazi, for which there was no evidence. How can you say that? Who wrote this? He retains his Jewish assistant in the 30s, refused to request the Nazi to remove the Jewish mathematician from the board of the journal, and hid Jews in his home during the war. So he was like really not a Nazi, okay? Likewise, he took on Daniel, who had survived Bergen-Belsen, as his assistant in 48. However, Brouwer did encourage his students to sign a loyalty oath to the Nazis in 43. Why are you... What is... This is not relevant. I wanted to know about intuitionism. In later years, he became relatively isolated. The development of intuitionism as a source was taken up by his student, Dutch mathematician and historian of mathematics, Arboy, attended lectures given by Brouwer in the later years and commented, even though his most important research contributions were topology, Brouwer never gave courses on topology, but always on, and only on, the foundations of his intuitionism. It seemed he was no longer convinced of his results in topology because they were not correct from the point of view of intuitionism, and he judged everything he had done before, his greatest output, false, according to his philosophy. Davis, the person who seems to be writing or is quoted most in this article, said he felt more and more isolated and spent his years under the spell of, quote, totally unfounded financial worries and a paranoid fear of bankruptcy, persecution, and illness. He was killed in 1966 at the age of 85, struck by a vehicle while crossing the street in front of his house. He got isekai'd. Constructivist epistemology. Something's going on here. What is this? Constructivism is a view in philosophy of science that maintains that scientific knowledge is constructed by the scientific community, which seeks to measure and construct models of the natural world. According to constructivists, natural science consists of mental constructs, not objective facts, I guess. Models. Natural science consists of constructs that aim to explain sensory experiences and measure, and that there is no single valid methodology in science, but rather a diversity of useful methods. They also hold that the world is independent of the human mind, but knowledge of the world is always a human and social construction. They accept that the world is independent of human minds, but knowledge of it is always a human and social construction. Constructivism opposes the philosophy of objectivism, embracing the belief that human beings can come to know the truth about a natural world, not mediated by scientific approximations with different degrees of validity and accuracy. I'm basically right, though, like pretty close. Like within a degree of validity and accuracy, it's the sun is definitely coming up tomorrow. Well, I am not convinced by throwing out Platonic mathematics. Intuitionism, though, deserves more time in my head. Truth and proof. Intuitionist logic. That sounds very dangerous to me. Sounds pretty Nazi-ish. What if I accidentally read this one wrong, like Nietzsche? Where would we be? Oh, I'm so sorry, Meowie. Did I kick you? I'm sorry, Meowie. I'm sorry, Meowie. I wanted to get up and wash my hands. Is an approach where mathematics is considered to be purely the result of a constructive mental activity of humans rather than the discovery of fundamental principles claimed to exist in objective reality. Pretty easy to understand. That is, logic and mathematics are not considered analytical activities wherein deep properties of objective reality are revealed and applied, but instead considered to be applications of internal, consistent methods used to realize more complex mental constructs, regardless of their possible independent existence in an objective reality. There's no way. There's no way. There is no way. Hi, Meowie. It's hard to parse the difference, though. You can't get to an objective space to look down and say, see, it really is objective. So this is going to be very hard to explain why it is objective to somebody who thinks it's all fucking in your head. This is gonna get real. It's all in your head, man. They use the word right out the gate, discovery. The person writing this, I think, is not buying it either. The fundamental distinguishing characteristic of intuitionism is the interpretation of what it means for a mathematical statement to be true. In Brouwer's original intuitionism, the truth of a mathematical statement is a subjective claim. A mathematical statement corresponds to a mental construct, and a mathematician can assert the truth of the statement only by verifying the validity of the construct by intuition. Really? Because that's like the whole fucking point, is that it doesn't do that. That's like why we need poems. Because we're trying to point at something that we can't quite formalize as true, so we start talking flowery words and writing an illustration and trying to get you there, get your mind there with intuition. You don't do that when you add or multiply. 4 times 12, let's see, 4, 8, 48, well, I intuit that as, no, I'm fucking sure as anything. I'm sure as anything it's 48. I know it. I know it's true. You intuit that, no. I'm 100% sure. I'm like 1,000,000,000% sure that 4 times 12 is 48. I mean, we can check it again. I could be wrong, but the truth or falseness of the statement is not judged by my intuition. The vagueness of the intuitionistic notion of truth, yeah, often leads to misinterpretations about its meaning. Klein formally defined intru, intuitionistic truth from a realist position, yet Brouwer would likely reject this formalization as meaningless, giving his rejection of realist Platonist position. Yeah, no Platonist love in the room. Intuitionistic truth therefore remains somewhat ill-defined. They're mystics. However, because the intruistic notion of truth is more restrictive than that of classical mathematics, the intuitionists must reject some assumptions of classical logic to ensure that everything they prove is in fact intruistically true. This gives rise to I can't fucking say this word. Intuitionistic logic. That's too many syllables for a word. Symbolic logic that differ from the systems used by classical logic are more closely mirroring the notion of constructive proofs. In particular, systems of intruistic logic do not assume the law of the excluded middle. And the double negation elimination, which are fundamental inference rules in classical logic. Sure. I'm not going to the store means logically that I am going to the store, right? You're saying, well, that's not a fundamental rule in our logic. Okay. The law of the excluded middle. I'm either going to the store or I'm not going to the store. Whichever it is, it's going to be one of those two. They're saying, no, that's not a fundamental rule of logic. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Explain that one to me. Formalized intuitionistic logic was originally developed by Brouwer's student to provide a formal basis for his intuitionism. From a proof-theoretic perspective, student calculus is a restriction on classical logic in which the law of the excluded middle and the double negation elimination have been removed. Excluded middle and double negation elimination can still be proved for some propositions on a case-by-case basis, however, but do not hold universally as they do with real logic. The standard explanation of intuistic logic is the BHK interpretation. Now you're going to have to hit me with this. Several systems of semantics for intuition logic have been studied. One of these semantics mirrors Boolean value semantics but uses Homey's algebra in place of Boolean algebra. Another semantic uses Kripke's model. These, however, are technical means for studying students' deductive system rather than formalization of Brouwer's original informal semantic intuitions. Semantic systems claiming to capture such intuitions due to offering meaningful concepts of constructive truth are Gödel's dialectic interpretation, Kingsley's reliability, Medvedev's logic of finite problems, or Jeopardy's computability logic. semantical systems claiming to capture such intuitions. Yet some semantics persistently induce logic properly stronger than his logic. Some authors have argued that this might be an indication of inadequacy, deeming the latter incomplete as a constructive logic. Yeah, because you removed two of the fundamental fucking rules. Oh my god, I can't do this. We're not doing this. Boy, it's been a minute. In classical logic, we often discuss the truth values that a formula can take. The values are usually chosen by the members of Boolean algebra. The meet and join operation in Boolean algebra are identified by the up and down logical connectives, so that the value of the formula of B is met with the value of A and the value of B in a Boolean algebra. Then we have useful theorems that formulate that a formula is valid proposition of classical logic if and only if the value is 1 for every valuation, that is, for any assignment valued in the variable. The corresponding theorem is true in intuistic logic, but instead of assigning each formula a value from Boolean algebra, one uses values from a student's algebra, of which Boolean algebra are a special case. A formula is valid in intuitionistic logic if and only if it receives the value of the top element for any validation of his algebra. I can't tell what that really means. But it's incredibly interesting. Realizability interpretation because of the connection with the realizability theorem. It is the standard explanation for intuitionist logic. My mind used to work much like this. To an intuitionist, the claim that an object with certain properties exists is a claim that an object with those properties can be constructed. Any mathematical object is considered to be a product of a construct of a mind, and therefore the existence of an object is equivalent to the possibility of its construction. This contrasts with the classical approach, which states that the existence of an entity can be proved by refuting its non-existence. Yes, this happens all the time. For intuitionists, this is not valid. The refutation of a non-existence does not mean that it is possible to find a construction for the putative object as it required in order to assert its existence. As such, intuitionism is a variety of mathematical constructionism, but it is not the only kind. the interpretation of negation is different in intuitionistic logic than in classical logic. In classical logic, a negation is a statement asserts that the statement is false. In intuition, it means that the statement is refutable. There is thus an asymmetry between a positivity and negativity statement in intuitionism. If a statement P is provable, then P certainly cannot be refutable. But even if it can be shown that P cannot be refuted, that does not constitute proof of P. But even if it can be shown that P cannot be refuted, that does not constitute proof of P. Thus, P is a stronger statement than not P. Whereas classical logic, it's the same statement. But P is a stronger statement than not P. Similarly, to assert that A or B holds to an intuitionist is to claim that either A or B can be proved. In particular, the law of excluded middle, A or not A, is not accepted as a valid principle. For example, if A is some mathematical statement that the intuitionist has not yet proved or disproved, then the intuitionist will not assert the truth of A or not A. However, the intuitionist will accept that A and not A cannot be true. Thus, the connectives and or of intuitionist logic do not satisfy De Morgan's law as they do in classical logic. I only know classical logic. This is really crazy to me. I understand what they're saying. I don't understand why they get to make this move. How do you get to make this move? I either have a lighter in my hand or I don't have a lighter in my hand. It's one or the other. If we logically get rid of the law of the excluded middle and I say I definitely do have a lighter in my hand, we can for sure say that the statement I don't have a lighter in my hand is false. Look, I just showed you. This is logic. It's pretty simple. It's a 5-year-old could understand it. I might make it sound complicated. It's not complicated. This is the you can't be a little bit pregnant sort of thing. Intuitionist logic substitute constructibility for abstract truth and is associated with the transition from the proof of model theory to abstract truth in modern mathematics. Okay. That sounds useless. It's like turning philosophy. It's like what happened to philosophy. Now it doesn't do anything. Now we don't do anything. The logical calculus preserves justification rather than truth. What are you so afraid of in the truth? What are you thinking that you're not? What are you thinking you're getting or not getting? Missing out on or... The logical calculus preserves justification rather than truth across transformations yielding derived propositions. It has been taken as given philosophical support to several schools of philosophy, most noted the anti-realism of Michael Domet. It has been taken as giving philosophical support. They use this as philosophical support for schools of philosophy, most notably anti-realism. Never heard of it, but it's analytic philosophy, so it's in my school. I should know about it. Thus, contrary to the first impression, its name might convey. Yeah, I know, right? It took me a minute to realize what you're actually saying here. Thus, contrary to the first impression, its name might convey as realized in specific approaches and disciplines, intuitionist mathematics is more rigorous than conventionally founded mathematics, where, ironically, the foundational elements which intuitionists attempt to construct, refute, refound are taken as intuitively given. I didn't understand that right. And it's editorialized, which makes me upset and irritated because I'm trying to learn, not get your fucking opinion. Infinity. Among the different foundations of intuitionism, there are several different positions of the meaning of the reality of infinity. Oh, great, I don't care. I don't want to know. Don't tell me. Intuitionism history can be traced to two controversies in the 19th century mathematics. The first was the invention of the transfinite arithmetic by Cantor, and its subsequent rejection by a number of prominent mathematicians, including most famously his teacher, a confirmed finalist. Finitism. Only finite mathematical objects. Wow, that's not a lot. That makes math really easy. If we can just, we don't have to use any of those other sets. The second of these was Frege, Ludwig, effort to reduce all mathematical to logical formation via set theory, and is derailing by his youth, you know him, Bertrand Russell, the discoverer of the Russell's paradox. Frege had planned the 3-volume definitive work, but just as a second volume was going to press, Russell sent Frege a letter outlining his paradox, which demonstrated that one of Frege's rules of self-reference was self-contradictory. In an appendix to the second volume, Frege acknowledged that one of the axioms of his system did in fact lead to Russell's paradox. Frege, the story goes, plunged into depression and did not publish the third work as he had planned. For more, see Davy. Why would you? Who is writing like this? These controversies are strongly linked to the logical methods used by Cantor in proving his results in transfinite arithmetics are essentially the same as those used by Russell in constructing his paradox. Hence, how one chooses to resolve Russell's paradox has direct implications on the status according to Cantor's transfinite arithmetics. In early 20th century, Brouwer represented the intuist position and Hilbert the formalist position. Gödel offered opinions referred to as Platonists. This is where I come from. I'm the Gödel guy. Turing considers non-constructive systems of logic, which not all the steps in a proof are mechanical, some being intuitive. Klein brought forth a more rational consideration of intuitionism in his Introduction to Metamathematics 52. Ginson is adopting intuition mathematics to reinterpret quantum indeterminacy, information theory, and physics of time. Intuitionists. It's like a set of itself or something. I can't remember this. I do remember self-reference is it's I put a set, an empty set in an empty. It's kind of something like that. Well, after the deep dive, I still don't know anything.
Universe looks, and that gives us our and it's the difference to it's actually different to what I said before
Times, so
is that if you don't require Platonistic mathematics and accepts that non-determinism is how the universe looks, and that gives us our creativity in the way the universe is getting novelty, it's kind of really deeply important in assembly theory, because assembly theory starts to actually give you a mechanism why you go from boring time, which is basically initial conditions specify everything, to a mismatch in creative time. And I hope we'll do experiments. I think it's really important I would love to do an experiment that proves that time is fundamental and the universe is generating novelty. I don't know all the features of that experiment yet, but by, having these conversations openly and getting people to think about the problems in a new way, better people, more intelligent people with good mathematical backgrounds can say, oh, hey, I've got an idea. I would love to do an experiment that shows that the universe is too big for itself going forward in time. And I...
That doesn't... He said that a couple of times. It's a nonsensical statement to me. The universe is too big for itself going forward in time. What the fuck does that mean? Big. He likes this word, big. What do you mean big? You mean... I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. I have no idea what you fucking
an idea. I would love to do an experiment that shows that the universe is too big for itself going forward in time. And I really, this is why I really hate the idea of the Boltzmann brain. The Boltzmann brain makes me super kind of like, everyone's having a free lunch. It's like saying, let's break all the laws of physics. So a Boltzmann brain is this idea that in a long enough universe, the brain will just emerge in the universe as conscious. And that neglects the causal chain of evolution that required to produce that brain. And this is where the computational argument really falls down, because the computationists can say, I can calculate the probability of a Boltzmann brain. And I can, and they'll give you a probability, but I can calculate the probability of a Boltzmann brain, 0.
Just because the space of possibilities is so large?
Yeah, it's like when we start fooling ourselves with numbers that we can't actually measure, and we can't ever conceive of. I think it doesn't give us a good explanation. And I want to explain why life is in the universe. I think life is actually novelty miner. Life basically mines novelty almost from the future and makes it actualizes it in the present.
Okay, life is a novelty miner from the future that is actualized in the present.
Yep. I think so.
Novelty miner. First of all, novelty. What's the origin of novelty? When you go from boring time to creative time, where's that? Is it as simple as randomness, like you're referring to?
I'm really struggling with randomness, because I had a really good argument with Yasha Bark about randomness, and he said randomness doesn't give you free will. That's insane, because you'd just be random.
Yeah.
But
it's the libertarian argument. Libertarian for free will.
Bark about randomness, and he said randomness doesn't give you free will. That's insane, because you'd just be random.
Yeah.
But I think he's right at that level.
Yeah.
But I don't think he is right on another level. And it's not about randomness. It's about constrained I'm going to sound like constrained opportunity. I'm making this up as I go along. So making this up. Constrained opportunity. So what I mean is like, so you have to have, so the novelty. What is novelty? You know, this is what I think is a funny thing. If you ever want to discuss AI, why I think everyone's kind of gone AI mad, is that they're misunderstanding novelty. But let's think about novelty. You asked what is novelty. So I think novelty is a genuinely new configuration that is not predicted by the past, right? And that you discover in the present, right? And that is truly different, right? Now everyone says that, some people say that novelty doesn't exist. It's always with precedent. I want to do experiments that show that that is not the case. And it goes back to a question you asked me a few moments ago, which is, where is the factory?
Yeah.
Right? Because I think the same mechanism that gives us a factory gives us novelty. And I think that is why I'm so deeply hung up on time. I mean, of course I'm wrong, but how wrong? And I think that life opens up that combinatorial space in a way that our current laws of physics, or as contrived, in a determined, opens up that combinatorial space in a way that our current laws of physics, or as contrived, in a deterministic initial condition universe, even with the get out of the multiverse, David Deutsch style, which I love, by the way, but I don't think is correct. But it's really beautiful.
Multiverse.
The David Deutsch's conception of the multiverse is kind of like given. But I think that the problem with wave particle duality and quantum mechanics is not about the multiverse. It's about understanding how determined the past is. Well, I don't just think that actually it's about understanding how determined the past is. Well, I don't just think that actually this is a discussion I was having with Sarah about that, right? Where she was like, oh, I think we've been debating this for a long time now, about how do we reconcile novelty, determinism, indeterminism.
So okay, just to clarify, both you and Sarah think the universe is not deterministic.
I won't speak for Sarah, but roughly, I think that the universe. I think the universe is deterministic, looking back in the past,
Right.
but undetermined going forward in the future. So I'm kind of having my cake and eating it here. This is because I fundamentally don't understand randomness, right? As Yasha told me, or other people told me. But if I adopt a new view now, which the new view is the universe is just non-deterministic, but I'd like to refine that and say the universe appears deterministic going back in the past, but it's undetermined going forward in the future. So how can we have a universe that has deterministically looking rules that's non-determined going in the future?
Yep.
It's this breakdown in precision in the initial conditions. And we have to just stop using initial conditions and start looking at trajectories and how the combinatorial space behaves in an expanding universe in time and space. And assembly theory helps us quantify the transition to biology, and biology appears to be novelty mining because it's making crazy stuff. You know, that we are unique to Earth, right? There are objects on Earth that are unique to Earth. They will not be found anywhere else because you can do the combinatorial math.
What was that statement you made about life is novelty mining from the future?
Yeah.
What's the little element of time that you're introducing?
So what I'm kind of meaning is, because the future is bigger than the present,
Yeah.
in a deterministic universe, how would you go?
It's bigger. Okay, so right now we're in the present. In 5 seconds, we're going to be in the future, okay? Hold your breath. Okay, we're here. It's bigger. Look how much bigger it is. Okay, in 5 more seconds, it's going to get even bigger. Here, hold your breath, wait for it. What does he mean? What does he mean it's bigger? He means there's more chance for possibility in the future than there is in the past, so the past is small and the future is big? Is that how he's... I don't understand this. He must have said big 5 times. Talking about space, are talking about time, talking about the future. It's big. The universe is bigger than it can't hold itself. The universe is so big it can't hold itself. I don't know what that means. That sounds like a theologian. That doesn't sound like a scientist. I don't know what you mean. Okay, so like the future, it's going to be way bigger than it is right now. What is going to be bigger?
I'm kind of meaning is because the future is bigger than the present.
Yeah.
In a deterministic
Why?
universe, how do you go
What
from
do
the
you mean?
how do the states go from one to another? I mean, there's a mismatch, right?
Yeah.
So that must mean that you have a little bit of indeterminism, whether that's randomness or something else. I don't understand. I want to do.
I'm pretty sure it's just determinism all the way through. Where did he find the little bit of indeterminism? Really, really small. When it went really, 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 really small, he found some quantum indeterminism. Where was it?
From one to another. I mean, there's a mismatch, right? Is because the
No,
future is bigger
it's
than the
just a
present.
match.
Yeah.
In a deterministic universe, how do you go from the how do the states go from one to another? I mean, there's a mismatch, right?
Yeah.
So that must mean that you have a little bit of indeterminism.
Cause and effect is the answer to this question, Professor. How do you go from one event to another in a deterministic universe? It's called cause and effect. The future doesn't get any bigger. I don't know what you mean by that. And the universe seems to be able to hold itself, whatever you mean by that.
So what I'm kind of meaning is because the future is bigger than the present.
Yeah.
I must
In a
be total
deterministic
idiot.
universe,
I
how
know
do you
it's
go
so
from the
late.
how do the
This is
how do the
just-
states go from one
what
to
the
another? I mean,
fuck?
there's a mismatch, right?
Yeah.
So that must mean that you have a little bit of indeterminism, whether that's randomness or
No.
something else. I don't understand. I want to do experiments to formulate a
clearly you
theory
don't
to refine that as we
understand
go forward that might help us explain that. And I think that's why I'm so determined to try and crack the non-life to life transition, looking at networks and molecules, and that might help us think about it, the mechanism. But certainly the future is bigger than the past in my
What kind of a statement is that? He keeps saying it. It's certain, right? You know the future's bigger than the past. Bigger like this, like in time and space? Bigger in like possibilities? Well, you know the future's bigger than the past. No, I don't know that. The future to me is like a second long. The past is like a long, like an eon, maybe like 3 eons, bit long time. The future just keeps coming. The future doesn't seem that big to me at all. The future seems fleeting, kind of small and quick. I don't know I honestly have no idea what that means. The future's big. We all agree. The universe can't contain itself. It's so big. That means nothing to me. That's a poem. That's Tanjiro. I'm going to use my sword to break the chains of sadness. That's beautiful. The universe can't even contain itself. It's so large. That's beautiful. I don't know what it means.
mechanism. But certainly the future is bigger than the past in my
That's not certain
conception
to
of the
me.
universe and some conception of the universe.
It's not my
And-
conception
By the way,
of
that's
the
not
universe.
obvious, right? That's what was just kind of
Thank you,
the
Lex.
future being bigger than the past.
That's not obvious to
Well,
me.
that's one statement, and the statement that the universe is not big enough to contain the future is another statement.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Lex. Thank you,
Yeah.
Lex.
That one is a big one.
I
Yeah.
That one's a really big one.
They're
I think
mind
so.
blowing.
I think it- but I think
can't
it's
even
entirely-
conceive it.
because look, we have the second law,
Mhm.
and right now, I mean, we don't need the
I'm
second
glad
law
Lex
if the
is
future's bigger
not
than the
like,
past. It
Lex
follows-
isn't. I'm not the only one here. Like, what the fuck? You're using big in a way I don't understand.
I think it's entirely.
One.
I
That one's a really big one.
I think so. I think it's entirely because look, we have the second law, And right now, I mean, we don't need the second law if the future's bigger than the past. It follows
Right.
naturally.
Right.
So why are we
But-
retrofitting all these sticking plasters onto our reality to hold on to a timeless universe?
Yeah, but that's because it's kind of difficult to imagine the universe that's that can't contain the future.
But isn't
mean-
that really exciting?
And it's very exciting, but it's
It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Reality to hold on to a timeless universe. These sticking plasters onto our reality to hold on to a timeless universe.
yeah, but that's because it's kind of difficult to imagine the universe that's that can't contain the future.
But isn't
mean-
that really exciting?
And it's very exciting, but
Doesn't
it's
make a fucking lick of sense.
it's hard. I mean, we're humans on Earth, and we have a very kind of four-dimensional conception of the world, of
Mhm.
3D plus time. It's just hard to intuit a world where, what does that even mean? A universe that can't contain the future.
I'm so glad I'm not the only
Yeah,
one
it's-
ranting about how ridiculous that sounds. Are you a mystic? Do I have to? Is this something I'm gonna have to go to temple to learn? My on the seventh wheel of my reincarnation cycle, I can intuit this finally. This is, I don't know, man. So I like him a little bit. I like some of his ideas. But the way he talks, I don't know. I can't. Legitimize what he's saying. I can't legitimize what he's saying. I think I understand him, but I can't tell if what he's saying means anything, if it's meaningful or not. What were we talking about at the beginning? Oh, he seems to have a way to use a chemical method to discover biological processes from in the past. Now that seemed pretty legit. That's when you had me. That's when I was with you, Professor. Back here on minute 20 and minute 30. I was like, whoa, that's pretty interesting. Using chemical molecules. The complexity of a molecule could only be made by a certain biological factory, and that, judging by how many parts it takes to create that molecule, I can tell you how advanced the biological creature was at that time. That I was like, whoa, pretty interesting. Maybe this the universe is too big to contain itself. I mean, we're really smoking now.
Understand. I want to do experiments to formulate a theory to refine that as we go forward that might help us explain that. And
Our
And I
whole
think that's why I'm
universe
so,
is in a hot, dense state.
determined to try and crack the non-life to life transition, looking at networks and molecules, and that might help us think about it, the mechanism. But certainly the future is bigger than the past. And
Do the biologists think we've already solved that? Isn't that what he said? He said the biologists already have their explanation on the origins of life.
the non-life to life transition, looking at networks and molecules, and that might
He
help us
disagrees.
think about it, the mechanism. But certainly the future is bigger than the past in my conception of the universe and some conception of the universe. And
By the way,
clue
that's
what
not
that
obvious,
means.
right? That's what was just kind of the future
I'm
being
so
bigger than
glad
the
Lex
past.
is a good interviewer.
Well, that's one statement, and the statement that the universe is not big enough to contain the future is another statement.
yeah,
For real. What?
yeah.
That one is
I
a
don't
big
have
one.
to do his
I-
show.
I-
His
That
show.
was a
He
really
does.
big
He
I
does
think
the best
so. I
show.
think, but I think it's entirely
He already does.
because
it.
look, we have the second law,
Mhm.
and right now, I mean, We don't need the second law if the future's bigger than the past. It follows
Right.
naturally.
Right.
So why are we
But-
retrofitting all these sticking plasters onto our reality to hold on to a timeless universe?
Yeah, but that's because it's kind of difficult to imagine the universe that's that can't contain the future.
But isn't
mean,
that really exciting?
And it's very
What does that
exciting, but
mean?
it's hard. I mean, we're humans on Earth, and we have a very kind of four-dimensional conception of the world, of
Mhm.
3D plus time. It's just hard to intuit a world where, what does that even mean? A universe that can't contain the future.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy,
Weird.
but
It's
obvious.
weird.
It's like my heart cannot contain my feelings for you. It's exciting, right?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy,
Weird.
but
It's
obvious.
Crazy.
I mean, I suppose it sounds obvious, yeah, if it's true.
But the nice thing is you can. So what I mean, so the reason why assembly theory turned me onto that was that let's just start in the present and look at all the complex molecules and go backwards in time. And understand how evolutionary processes gave rise to them. It's not at all obvious that Taxol, which is one of the most complex natural products produced by biology, was going to be invented by biology. It's an accident. You know, Taxol is rise to them. It's not at all obvious that Taxol, which is one of the most complex natural products produced by biology, was going to be invented by biology. It's an accident. You know, Taxol is unique to Earth. There's no Taxol elsewhere in the universe. And Taxol was not decided by the initial conditions. It was decided by this kind of this interplay between the past simply is embedded in the present. It gives some features, but why the past doesn't map to the future one-to-one is because the universe is too big to contain itself. That gives space for creativity, novelty, and some things which are unpredictable.
There's a move there that makes me think he's hanging out with Pastor Dan at the donut shop on Monday morning. Do you feel it? We don't need all that stuff unless you're looking for it and are trying to justify it somewhere.
Interplay between the past simply is embedded in the present. It gives some features, but why the past doesn't map to the future one-to-one is because the universe is too big to contain itself. That gives space for creativity, novelty, and some things which are unpredictable.
Well, okay, so given that you're disrespecting the power of the initial conditions, let me ask you about, so how do you explain that cellular automata are able to produce such incredible complexity given just basic rules and basic initial conditions?
I think
Incredible complexity. So how do you explain that cellular automata are able to produce
Cellular automata? Cellular automata.
such incredible complexity given just basic rules and basic initial conditions?
I think that this falls into the Brouwer Hilbert trap.
Mm-hmm.
So, how do you get a cellular automata to produce a complexity? You have a computer, you generate a display, and you map the change of that in time.
Mm-hmm.
There are some CAs repeat, like functions. Like, it's fascinating to me that for pi, there is a formula where you can go to the millionth decimal place of pi and read out the number without having to go there. But there are some numbers where you can't do that. You have to just crank through. There's whether it's Wolframian computational irreducibility or some other thing, well, it doesn't matter. But these CAs, that complexity, is that just complexity or a number that is basically you're mining that number in time? Is that just a display screen for that number, that function?
Well, can't you say the same thing about the complexity on Earth then?
No, because the complexity on Earth has a copy number and an assembly index associated with it. That CA is just a number running.
You don't think it has a copy number? Wait a minute.
Well, it does in the where we're looking at humans producing different rules, but then it's nested on selection. So those CAs are produced by selection.
Yeah.
I mean, the CA is such a fascinating pseudo complexity generator. What I would love to do is understand, quantify the degree of surprise in a CA and run it long enough. But what that, I guess, action.
Yeah.
I mean, the CA is such a fascinating pseudo complexity generator. What I would love to do is understand, quantify the degree of surprise in a CA and run it long enough. But what that, I guess, that means is we have to instantiate, we have to have a number of experiments where we're generating different rules and running them time steps. But, got it. CAs are mining novelty in the in the future by iteration, right? And you're like, oh, that's great. You didn't predict it. Some rules you can predict what's going to happen. Other rules you can't. So for me, if anything, CAs are evidence that the universe is too big to contain itself. Because otherwise, you'd know what the rules are going to do forever more.
I think I'm starting to understand what he might mean by that. What type of set of numbers is he talking about where you can't know what the millionth decimal point of the number is until you crank it out over and over and over again? What set of numbers would that number be in? Is my question. He said it had something to do with Briar Hilbert, which we just read about, which I fucking read for an hour and still didn't understand.
Quantify the degree of surprise in a CA and run it long enough. But what that, I guess, that means is we have to instantiate, we have to have a number of experiments where we're generating different rules and running them time steps. But, got it. CAs are mining novelty in the in the future by iteration, right? And you're like, oh, that's great. You didn't predict it. Some rules you can predict what's going to happen. Other rules you can't. So for me, if anything, CAs are evidence that the universe is too big to contain itself. Because otherwise, you'd know what the rules are going to do forever more.
Right. I guess you were saying that the physicist saying that all you need is the initial conditions and the rules of physics is somehow missing the bigger picture. And,
yeah.
And if you look at CAs, all you need is the initial condition and the rules, and then run the thing.
You need three things. You need the initial conditions, you need the rules, and you need time, iteration to mine it out. Without the coordinate, you can't get it out.
Sure. And that's that to use fundamental.
And you can't predict it from the initial conditions.
Yeah.
If you could, then it'd be fine.
And that time is
a resource.
Like the foundation of the history, the memory of each of the things that created it. It has to have that memory of all the things that led up to it.
I think it's you
have
that time, iteration to mine it out. Without the coordinate, you can't get it out.
Sure. And that's that to use fundamental.
And you can't predict it from the initial conditions.
Yeah.
If you could, then it'd be fine.
And that time is
a resource.
Like the foundation of the history, the memory of each of the things that created it. It has to have that memory of all the things that created it. It has to have that memory of all the things that led up to it.
I think it's you have to have the resource.
Yeah.
Because time is a fundamental resource, and I'm becoming. I think I had a major epiphany about randomness, but I keep doing that every 2 days, and then it goes away again. It's random.
You're a time fundamentalist.
You should be as well. If you believe in free will, the only conclusion is there is time is fundamental. Otherwise, you cannot have free will. It logically follows.
Well, the foundation of my belief in free will is just is observation driven.
But that's
I think if you use logic, it's like logically it seems like the universe is deterministic.
Looking backwards in time, and that's correct. The universe is.
And then everything else is a kind of leap. It requires a leap.
I mean, I think that it's kind of, this is what I think machine learning is going to provide a chunk of that, right? because it help us explain this. So the way I'd say, if you take,
That's interesting. Why?
well, let's just my favorite one is because I'm the AI doomers are driving me mad, and AI, the fact that we
Yeah.
don't have any intelligence yet. I call AI autonomous informatics just to make people grumpy.
Yeah.
And because
You're saying we're quite far away from AGI.
I think that we have no conception of intelligence. And I think that we don't understand how the human brain does what it does. I think that neuroscience is making great advances, but I think that we have no idea about AGI. So I am a technological, I guess, optimist. I believe we should do everything. The whole regulation of AI is nonsensical. I mean, why would you regulate Excel other than the fact that Clippy should come back, and I love Excel 97 because we can play, we can do the flight simulator.
I'm sorry, in Excel?
Yeah, have you not played the flight simulator in
In
99?
Excel
Yeah, yeah.
97?
Yeah,
What does that look like?
it's like wireframe, very, very basic. But basically, I think it's X0, Y0, shift, and it opens up and you can play the flight simulator.
Oh, wow. Wait. Is it using Excel?
Excel 97.
Okay.
I resurrected it the other day and saw Clippy again for the first time in a long time.
Well, Clippy is definitely coming back. But you're saying we don't have a great understanding of what is intelligence, what is the intelligence
I am very frustrated.
underpinning the human mind.
I'm very frustrated by the way that we're AI dooming right now, and people are bestowing some kind of magic. Now, let's go back a bit. So you said about AGI. Are we far away from AGI? Yes, I do not think we're going to get to AGI anytime soon. I've seen no evidence of it. And the AI doom scenario is nonsensical in the extreme.
Yeah.
And the reason why I think it's nonsensical, but it's not I don't think there isn't things we should do and be very worried about, right? I mean, there are things we need to worry about right now, what AI are doing, whether it's fake data, fake users, right? I want authentic people or authentic data. I don't want everything to be faked, and I think it's a really big problem, and I absolutely want to go on the record to say I really worry about that. What I'm not worried about is that some fictitious entity is going to turn us all to paperclips or detonate nuclear bombs, or I don't know about that. What I'm not worried about is that some fictitious entity is going to turn us all to paperclips or detonate nuclear bombs, or I don't know, maybe, I don't know, anything you can't think of. Why is this? And I'll take a very simple series of logical arguments. And this is the AI doomers have not had the correct, and this is had not had the correct. They do not have the correct epistemology. They do not understand what knowledge is. And until we understand what knowledge is, they're not going to get anywhere because they're applying things falsely. So let me give you a very simple argument. People talk about the probability, P-doom, AI. We can work out the probability of an asteroid hitting the planet. Why? Because it's happened before. We know the mechanism. We know that there's a gravity well, or that space-time is bent and stuff falls in. We don't know the probability of AGI because we have no mechanism. So let me give you another one, which is like, I'm really worried about AG. What's AG? AG is anti-gravity. One day we could wake up and anti-gravity, is discovered. We're all going to die. The atmosphere is going to float away. We're going to float away. We're all doomed. What is the probability of AG? We don't know because there's no mechanism for AG. Do we worry about it? No. And I don't understand the current reason for
I don't either, but some people do.
certain people in certain areas to be generating this nonsense. I think they're not doing it maliciously. I think we're observing the emergence of new religions, how religions come, because religions are about kind of some control. So you've got the optimists saying AI is going to cure us all and AI is going to kill us all. What's the reality? Well, we don't have AI. We have really powerful machine learning tools, and they will allow us to do interesting things. And we need to be careful about how we use those tools in terms of manipulating human beings and faking stuff, right?
Right. Well, let me try to sort of steelman the AI doomers argument. And actually, I don't know. Are AI doomers in the Yudkowsky camp saying it's definitely going to kill us because there's a spectrum.
95%, I think, is the
Plus.
limit. Yeah.
95% plus. That's
No,
the,
not plus. I think I don't know. I was seeing on Twitter today various things, but I think Yudkowsky is at 95%.
But to belong to the AI Doomer Club, is there a threshold? I don't know what the membership.
Maybe.
And
it's
what
all-
are the fees?
I think. Well, I think Scott Aronson. Like, I was quite surprised. Had put two. I saw this online, so it could be wrong. So sorry if it's wrong. Says 2%. But the thing is, if you were to go, if someone said there's a 2% chance you're going to die going into the lift, would you go into the lift?
In the elevator for the
Elevator.
American English speaking audience. Well, no, not for the elevator.
So I would say anyone higher than 2%. I mean, like I think there's a 0% chance of AGI doom. 0.
Just to push back on the argument, we're at the end of 0 on the AGI. We can see on Earth that there is
AGI plus consciousness. You see 0% chance of that having doom. Superintelligence is unfathomable. General intelligence is kind of hard to imagine. Imagine a robot who can do everything better than you, a lot better. And it had its own free will and consciousness. 0% chance of danger. I mean, just imagine other humans using that as a weapon against other humans. It doesn't, the consciousness of the being doesn't even have to, it doesn't even have to be evil. It can just be a hurricane, a force of God, or a gun, a tool, a weapon used against you by another human. It's 0% chance of doom.
Elevator.
American English speaking audience. Well, no, not for the elevator.
So I would say anyone higher than 2%. I mean, like I think there's a 0% chance of AGI doom. 0.
Just to push back on the argument, we're at the end of 0 on the AGI. We can see on Earth that there is increasing levels of intelligence of organisms. We can see what humans with extra intelligence were able to do to the other species. So that is a lot of samples of data, what a delta in intelligence gives you. When you have an increase in intelligence, how you're able to dominate a species on Earth. And so the idea there is that if you have a being that's 10x smarter than humans, we're not going to be able to predict what that's going to, what that being is going to be able to do, especially if it has the power to hurt humans. Which you can imagine a lot of trajectories in which the more benefit AI systems give, the more control we give to those AI systems over our power grid, over
our bodies,
nuclear weapons, or weapons of any sort. And then it's hard to know what a ultra intelligent system would be able to do in that case. You don't find that convincing.
I think this is I would fail that argument 100%. Here's a number of reasons to fail it on. First of all, we don't know where the intention comes from.
Not buying it. Number one, reason why that's stupid.
Reasons to fail it on. First of all, we don't know where the intention comes from. The problem is that people think they keep, I've been watching all the hucksters online with the prompt engineering and all this stuff.
Intentionality.
When I talk to a typical AI computer scientist, they keep talking about the AI as having some kind of decision-making ability. That is a category error. The decision-making ability comes from human beings. We have no understanding of how humans make decisions. We've just been discussing free will for the last half an hour, right? We don't even know what that is. So the intention, I totally agree with you. People who intend to do bad things can do bad things, and we should
know a lot about it.
We have no understanding of how humans make decisions. We've just been discussing free will for the last half an hour, right? We don't even know what that is. So the intention, I totally agree with you. People who intend to do bad things can do bad things, and we should not let that risk go. That's totally here and now. I do not want that to happen, and I'm happy to be regulated to make sure that systems I generate, whether they're like computer systems or, you know, I'm working on a new project called Chem Machina.
Nice. Well
Which-
done.
Yeah,
Which
which is
sounds so
basically
cool, yeah.
For people who don't understand the pun, the Ex Machina is a great film about, I guess, AGI embodied, and Chem is the chemistry version of that.
And I only know one way to embody intelligence, that's in chemistry and human brains.
Mhm.
So category error number 1 is agency. They have agency. Category error number 2 is saying that assuming
They don't think that the AGI will have agency. You don't know where free will comes from. What if it's the emergence and you don't actually know where that line is? I mean, you seem to believe that you have free will. I bet you think a rock or a tree probably doesn't have much free will. There's probably a line between those two things to where you get free will. You don't think the robot will ever get that? I don't think that's a category error. Where emergence of consciousness comes from is that not the hard problem of consciousness? And intentionality, I think, is John Searle, but I can't remember much more than that. So, talk a lot of smack till you get smacked down. Not buying that first argument.
For people who don't understand the pun, the
Still
Ex Machina is a
afraid.
great
Still deathly
film
afraid
about,
of doom.
I guess, AGI embodied,
again.
and Chem is the
Soothe
chemistry
me.
version of that.
and I only know one way to embody
Soothe
intelligence,
my
that's in chemistry and
fears.
human brains.
Mhm.
So category error number 1 is agency. They have agency. Category error number 2 is saying that assuming that anything we make is going to be more intelligent. Now, you didn't say super intelligent. I'll put the
It's in
words into
general.
our mouths here, super intelligent.
Sure.
That
Okay.
I think that there is no reason to expect that we are going to make systems that are more intelligent, more capable. You know, when people play chess computers, they don't expect to win now, right? The chess computer is very good at chess. That doesn't mean it's super intelligent. So I think that super intelligence,
Doesn't mean general intelligence either. General intelligence means I'm smarter than you on everything, not just chess, fucking everything. Super intelligence means we've launched off into some sort of, the code is rewriting itself and improving itself, and it's doing the equivalent of improving its own DNA, its own internal code, and it's getting stronger and stronger and faster at doing that. And who even knows what that looks like? That's my understanding of the difference between general intelligence and super intelligence.
chess. That doesn't mean it's super intelligent. So I think that super intelligence, I mean, I think even Nick Bostrom is pulling back on this now because he invented this. So I see this a lot. When did this first happen? Eric Drexler,
Nick Bostrom
nanotechnology,
backed
atomically
off.
precise machines. When did this first happen? Eric Drexler, nanotechnology, atomically precise machines. He came up with a world where we had these atom cogs everywhere. We're gonna make self-replicating nanobots. Not possible. Why? Because there's no resources to build these self-replicating nanobots. You can't get the precision. It doesn't work. You can't get the precision. It doesn't work.
You can't get the precision. You gotta be uneducated on that. You can't get the precision to make a nanobot, excuse me?
Super intelligence. I mean, I think even Nick Bostrom is pulling back on this now because he invented this. So I see this a lot. When did this first happen? Eric Drexler, nanotechnology, atomically precise machines. He came up with a world where we had these atom cogs everywhere. We're gonna make self-replicating nanobots. Not possible. Why? Because there's no resources to build these self-replicating nanobots. You can't get the precision. It doesn't work. It was a major category error in taking engineering principles down to the molecular level. The only functioning molecular technology we know, the only functioning nanomolecular technology we know produced by evolution. There. So now let's go.
I don't know if I believe that. What's happening in gene therapy? Is that all biological? Nothing techno, no biotechnology in that at all? I think you're smart enough to know that that's not true.
Why? Because there's no resources to build these self-replicating nanobots. You can't get the precision. It doesn't work. It was a major category error in taking engineering principles down to the molecular level. The only functioning molecular technology we know, the only functioning nanomolecular technology we know produced by evolution. There. So now let's go forward to AGI. What is AGI? We don't know. It's super. It can do this, or humans can't think. That I would don't know. It's super. It can do this, or humans can't think. That I would argue the only AGIs that exist in the universe are produced by evolution. And sure, we may be able to make our working memory better. We might be able to do more things. The human brain is the most compact computing unit in the universe. It uses 20 watts. It uses a really limited volume. It's not like a ChatGPT cluster, which has to have thousands of watts, a model that's generated and has to be corrected by human beings. You are autonomous and embodied intelligence. So I think that there are so many levels that we're missing out. We've just kind of went, oh, we've discovered fire. Oh gosh, the planet's just going to burn one day randomly. I mean, I just don't understand that leap. There are bigger problems we need to worry about. So what is the motivation? Why are these people, let's assume they're earnest, have this conviction? Well, I think it's just, it's kind of, they're making leaps that they're trapped in a virtual reality that isn't reality.
Well, I mean, I can continue a set of arguments here, but also it is true that ideologies that fear monger are dangerous because you can then use it to control, to regulate in a way that halts progress, to control people, to cancel people, all that kind of stuff. So you have to be careful because reason ultimately wins, right? But there is a lot of concerns with super intelligent systems, with very capable systems. When you hear the word super intelligent,
Obvious.
you're hearing like it's smarter than humans in every way that humans are smart. But
It's much different than that. Think about how good you are at multiplying 10-digit numbers together. Well, the calculator is intelligent at that. It can do that. It can do things you can't even imagine. That's the fear.
to cancel people, all that kind of stuff. So you have to be careful.
And then the super intelligence is it's what is it doing? It's spinning really fast. It's improving. It's evolving.
Because reason ultimately wins, right? But there is a lot of concerns with super intelligent systems, with very capable systems. When you hear the word super intelligent, you're hearing like it's smarter than humans in every way that humans are smart. But
That's not the way it's defined.
paperclip manufacturing system doesn't need to be smart in every way. It just needs to be
That's
smart
right.
in a set
One
of specific ways. And the more capable the AI
Just
system,
making the Nick Bostrom argument. and you may not ever be really really the big one. Talk a lot of smack till you get smacked down.
Has become, the more you could see us giving them control over, like I said, our power grid, a lot of aspects of human life. And that means they will be able to do more and more damage when there's unintended consequences that come to life.
I think that's right. The unintended consequences we have to think about, and I fully agree with. But let's go back a bit. Sentient. I mean, I'm far away from my comfort zone and all this stuff. But hey, let's talk about it because I'll give myself a qualification.
Yeah, we're both qualified in sentience, I think.
Yeah. So
as much as anyone else.
I think the paperclip scenario is just such a poor one because let's think about how that would happen, and also let's think about we are being so unrealistic about how much of the Earth's surface we have commandeered. For paperclip manufacturing to really happen, I mean, do the math. It's like it's not going to happen. There's not enough energy. There's not enough resource. Where is it all going to come from? I think that what happens in evolution is really, why is a killer virus not killed all life on Earth? Well, what happens is, sure, super killer viruses that kill the ribosome have emerged. But you know what happens? They nuke a small space, and because they can't propagate, they all die. So there's this interplay between evolution and propagation, right, and death. And so
in evolution, you don't think it's possible to engineer, for example, sorry to interrupt, but like a perfect virus?
No.
Have you ever heard of extinction? It happens fucking all the time in nature. One type of organism gets a new gun and kills everything around it.
Evolution and propagation, right, and death. And so
in evolution, you don't think it's possible to engineer, for example, sorry to interrupt, but like a perfect virus?
No.
That's deadly enough?
No. Nonsensical.
That's
I think that just wouldn't, again, it wouldn't work because it was too deadly. It would just kill the radius and not replicate.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, it would almost have to be like a ticking bomb, something that was highly contagious but not very deadly, something that would spread for a couple of years and then kill us all.
But you don't think it's possible to get a...
I mean, if you were if you were...
Duh!
Not kill all of life on Earth, but kill all humans. There's not many of us. There's only like 8 billion. There's so much more ants.
I mean,
So many more ants. And they're pretty smart.
I think the nice thing about where we are, I would love for the AI crowd to take a leaf out of the book of the chemical warfare crowd.
Oh, really?
I mean, not love, because actually people have been killed with chemical weapons in the First and Second World War, and bioweapons have been made, and we can argue about COVID-19 and all this stuff. Let's not go there just now. But I think there is a consensus that some certain things are bad and we shouldn't do them, right? And sure, it would be possible for a bad actor to engineer something.
I don't agree. But I can find at least one or two people who don't agree.
Consensus that some certain things are bad and we shouldn't do them, right? And sure, it would be possible for a bad actor to engineer something bad, but the damage would be, we would see it coming, and we would be able to do something about it. Now,
would we?
I guess what I'm trying to say is, when people talk about doom, and when you ask them for the mechanism, they just say, they just make something up. I mean, in this case, I'm with Jan LeCun. I think he put out a very good point about trying to regulate jet engines before we've even invented them.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I'm about, trying to regulate jet engines before we've even invented them.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we should. I just don't understand why these guys are going around literally making stuff up about us all dying.
Yeah.
When basically we need to actually really focus on. Now, let's say there's some actors are earnest, right? Let's say Yudkowsky is being earnest, right? And he really cares. But he loves it. He goes, and then you're all going to die. It's
Yeah.
like, why don't we try and do the same thing and say, you could do this, and then you're all going to be happy forever after.
Yeah. Well, I think there's several things to say there. One, I think there is a role in society for people that say we're all going to die. Because I think it filters through as a message, as a viral message, that gives us the proper amount of concern.
Okay, all
like,
right.
meaning it's not 95%, but when you say 95% and it filters through society, it'll give an average of like a 0.03%, an average. So it's nice to have people that are like, we're all going to die, then we'll have a proper concern. Like, for example, I do believe we're not properly concerned about the threat of nuclear weapons currently. Like that it just seems like people have forgotten that that's a thing. And, there's a war in Ukraine with the nuclear power involved. There's nuclear powers throughout the world, and it just feels like we're on the brink of a potential world war to a percentage that I don't think people are properly calibrating, like in their head. We're all thinking it's a Twitter battle as opposed to like actual threat. So like it's nice to have that kind of level of concern. But to me, like when I hear AI doomers, what I'm imagining is with unintended consequences, a potential situation where let's say 5% of the world suffers deeply because of a mistake made of unintended consequences. I don't imagine the entirety of human civilization dying, but there could be a lot of suffering if this is done poorly.
I understand that, and I'm involved in the whole hype cycle. Like, what I would like us to, I don't want us to. So what's happening right now is there seems to be. So let's say
pull the brakes.
Having some people saying AI doom is a worry. Fine, let's give them that. But what seems to be happening is there seems to be people who don't think AI is doom, and they're trying to use that to control regulation and to push people to regulate which stops humans generating knowledge.
Yep.
And I am an advocate for generating as much knowledge as possible. When it comes to nuclear weapons, I grew up in the 70s and 80s where the nuclear doom, a lot of adults really had existential threat, almost as bad as now with AI doom. They were really worried, right? There was some there were some horrific documentaries. I think there's one called Freds that was generated in the UK, which was like, it was terrible. It was like so scary. And I think that the correct thing to do is obviously get rid of nuclear weapons, but let's think about unintended consequences. We've got rid of this is such a non sequitur. We got rid of all the sulfur particles in the atmosphere, right? All the soot.
Mm-hmm.
And what's happened in the last couple of years is global warming has accelerated because we've cleaned up the atmosphere too much. So
Sure. I mean, the same thing if you get rid of nuclear weapons.
Exactly, that's my point. Is so what we could do is if we actually started to put the AI in charge, which is I really like an AI to be in charge of all world politics. And this sounds ridiculous for a second. Hang on. But if we could all agree on
The AI doomers just woke up.
Yeah.
On that statement.
But I really don't like politicians who are basically just looking at local sampling. But if you could say globally, look, here's some game theory here. What is the minimum number of nuclear weapons we need to distribute around the world to everybody to basically reduce war to zero?
I mean, just this thought experiment of the United States, China, and Russia.
Oh, you gave me a bomb. You know what I'm gonna do with it? Fucking use it. I don't give a shit. They're gonna nuke you. No kidding. I'm gonna nuke my enemy. I won the war, baby. Total victory. Easy. Why would you give me a bomb?
Just woke up.
Yeah.
On that statement.
But I really don't like politicians who are basically just looking at local sampling.
Don't
But
give
if
me
you
a
could say
bomb.
globally, look, here's some game theory here. what is the minimum number of nuclear weapons we need to distribute around the world to everybody to basically reduce war to zero?
But
I
then
mean, just the
use
thought
it.
experiment of the United States, and China, and Russia, major nuclear powers get together and say, all right, we're going to distribute nuclear weapons
To everybody.
every single nation on Earth.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh, boy.
That's
I mean,
Hashirama.
that has a probably greater than 50% chance of
Turning
eliminating
into
major military conflict.
Yeah.
Really? I think that is a over 50% chance of destroying the world.
I mean, that has a probably greater than 50% chance of eliminating major military conflict.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not 100%.
But I don't think anyone will use them, because I think and look, what you've got to try and do is like to qualify for these nuclear weapons. This is a great idea. The game theorists could do this, right?
Uh-huh.
I think the question is this. I really buy your question. We have too many nukes. From a feeling point of view, that we've got too many of them. So let's reduce the number, but not get rid of them, because we'll have too much conventional warfare. So then, what is the minimum number of nuclear weapons we can distribute around to remove humans hurting each other? Is something we should stop doing. It's not out with our conceptual capability. But right now, what about the certain nations that are being exploited for their natural resources in the future for a short-term gain, because we don't want to generate knowledge? And so if everybody had an equal doomsday switch, I predict the quality of life of the average human will go up faster.
I think everybody in America should have a gun, just like strapped on their hip, just like, so we all have a doomsday switch, just so like, it'll reduce violence and crime, because like everybody will know, like, oh, they'll fire back. And
exploited for their natural resources in the future for a short-term gain, because we don't want to generate knowledge. And
what do you think that guy's gonna do when you give him a bomb?
And so if everybody had an equal doomsday switch,
Gun?
I predict the quality of life of the average human will go up faster. I am an optimist, and I believe that humanity is going to get better and better and better, that we're going to eliminate more problems. But I think,
But the probability of a bad actor, of one of the nations setting off a nuclear weapon, I mean, you have to integrate that into the.
But we distribute the nukes like population, right? What we do is we. But anyway, let's just go there.
Yeah.
Let's say so. If a small nation with a couple of nukes uses one because they're a bit bored or annoyed,
Yep.
the likelihood
That's
that they
me.
are going to be pummeled out of existence immediately is 100%.
Okay.
And yet
fine.
they've only
But I destroyed my
nuked one
enemy.
other city. I know this is crazy, and I apologize for.
Well, no. I think it's.
So now we just had nuclear war. So I bombed your city, being destroyed my enemy, and then you bombed my city and destroyed me, and then we just had 2 giant nukes go off on our planet. Mission accomplished. Good thing we gave everybody a bomb.
Only nuked one other city. I know this is crazy, and I apologize for.
Well, no.
Dumb
I think it's
motherfuckers.
just to be clear. We're just having a thought experiment that's interesting, but there's terrorist organizations that would take that trade.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not-
we have to ask ourselves the question of which percentage of humans would be suicide bombers, essentially, where they would sacrifice their own life because they hate another group of people, and that I believe it's a very small fraction, but is it large enough to if you give out nuclear weapons?
I can predict a future where we take all nuclear material and we burn it for energy, right? Because we're getting there. And the other thing you could do is say, look, there's a gap. So if we get all the countries to sign up to the virtual nuclear agreement where we all exist, we have a simulation where we can nuke each other in the simulation, and the economic consequences are catastrophic.
Sure. In the
Economic.
simulation. I love it. It's not going to kill all humans. It's just going to have economic consequences.
Yeah. I don't know. I just made it up. It seems like
No,
a
it's
cool idea.
interesting. I mean, it's interesting whether that would have as much power on human psychology as actual physical nuclear
I think
exposure.
so.
It's
Because-
possible, but people don't take economic consequences as seriously, I think, as actual nuclear weapons.
I think they do in
Explode.
Argentina, and they do in Somalia, and they do in a lot of these places where, no, I think this is a great idea. I'm a strong advocate now for, so what have we come up with? Burning all the nuclear material to have energy. And before we do that, because MAD is good, mutually assured destruction is very powerful, let's take it into the metaverse and then get people to kind of subscribe to that. And if they actually nuke each other, even for fun in the metaverse, there are dire consequences.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like a video game. We all have to join this metaverse video game.
Yeah. I
And
can't
then
believe
there's
it's
dire economic consequences. I
We're-
don't know how, and it's all run by AI, as you mentioned, which so the AI doomers are really terrified at this point.
No,
I mean-
they're happy. They have a job for another 20 years, right?
Oh, fear mongering.
Yeah. I'm a believer in equal employment.
You've mentioned that what you call it? Chem machina.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've mentioned that a chemical brain is something you're interested in creating, and that's a way to get conscious AI soon. Can you explain what a chemical brain is?
I want to understand the mechanism of intelligence that's gone through evolution, right? Because the way that
That's
intelligence
really
was
cool. An inorganic
produced
brain.
by evolution appears to be the following: origin
That's
of life,
chemical.
multicellularity, locomotion, sensors. Once you can start to see things coming towards you, and you can remember the past and interrogate the present and imagine the future, you can do something amazing, right? So, and I think only in recent years did humans become Turing complete, right?
Yeah.
And-
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, and we'll go, and so that Turing completeness kind of gave us another kick up. But our ability to process that information is produced in a wet brain, and I think that we are not we do not have the correct hardware architectures to have the domain flexibility and the ability to integrate information. And I think intelligence have the correct hardware architectures to have the domain flexibility and the ability to integrate information. And I think intelligence also comes at a massive compromise of data. Right now, we're obsessing about getting more and more data, more and more processing, more and more tricks to get dopamine hits. So when we look back on this, going, oh yeah, that was really cool, because when I asked ChatGPT, it made me really feel really happy. I got a hit from it, but actually, it just exposed how little intelligence I use in every moment, because I'm easily fooled. So what I would like to do is to say, well, hey, hang on, what is it about the brain? So the brain has this incredible connectivity, and it has the ability to, as I said earlier about my nephew, I went from Bill to Billy, and he went, all right, Leroy. Like, how did he make that leap? That he was able to basically, without any training, I extended his name. He he doesn't like. He wants to be called Bill. He went back and said, you like to be called Lee? I'm going to call you Leroy. So human beings have a brilliant ability, or intelligent beings appear to have a brilliant ability to integrate across all domains all at once, and to synthesize something which allows us to generate knowledge. And becoming Turing complete on our own, although AIs are built in Turing complete things, their thinking is not Turing complete, in that they are not able to build universal explanations. And that lack of universal explanation means that they're just inductivists. Inductivism doesn't get you anywhere. It's just basically a party trick. It's like, I like I think it's in The Fabric of Reality from David Deutsch, where basically, the farmer is feeding the chicken every day, and the chicken's getting fat and happy, and the chicken's like, I'm really happy every time the farmer comes in and feeds me, and then one day the farmer comes in and instead of feeding the chicken, just wrings its neck. And that's kind of, and had the chicken had an alternative understanding of why the farmer was feeding it.
It's interesting though, because we don't know what's special about the human mind that's able to come up with these kind of generalities, this universal theories of things, and will come up with novelty. I can imagine, because you gave an example, about William and Leroy, I feel like example like that will be able to see in future versions of large language models. We'll be really, really, really impressed by the humor, the insights, all of it, because it's fundamentally trained on all the incredible humor and insights that's available out there on the internet, right? So we'll be impressed. I think we'll be impressed.
Oh, I'm
But-
impressed.
Right.
I'm impressed.
Increasingly so.
But we're mining the past.
Yes.
And what the human brain appears to be able to do is mine the future.
Yes. So novelty. It is interesting whether these large language models will ever be able to come up with something truly novel.
I can show on the back of a piece of paper why that's impossible. And it's like, the problem is that, and again, these are domain experts kind of bullshitting each other. The term generative,
Yes.
right? Average person think, oh, it's generative. No. If I take the numbers,
This is one of my oldest questions in the computer. What do you mean random number generator? What do you mean random number generator? You mean it's... Wait a second, hold on. It's random generator. How do you make a computer generate a number randomly? And they have answers, but I don't know if they're good ones.
shitting each other. The term generative,
Yes.
right? Average person think, oh, it's generative. No. If I take the numbers between 0 and 1,000 and I train a model to pick out the prime numbers by giving them all the prime numbers between 0 and 1,000, it doesn't know what a prime number is. Occasionally, if I can cheat a bit, it will start to guess. It never will produce anything out with the data set because you mine the past. The thing that I'm getting to is I think that actually current machine learning technologies might actually help reveal why time is fundamental. It's like kind of insane because they tell you about what's happened in the past, but they can never help you understand what's happening in the future without training examples. Sure, if that thing happens again, it's like, so let's think about what large language models are doing. We have all the internet as we know it, language, but also they're doing something else. We're having human beings correcting it all the time. Those models are being corrected.
Steered.
Corrected,
Aligned.
modified, tweaked. Is
Aligned.
Yeah, but I mean,
cheating.
well, you could say that training on human data in the first place is
Yeah, they
cheating.
call
Well,
it training.
human is in the loop. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, so human is definitely in the loop. But it's not just human is in the loop. A very large collection of humans is in the loop.
Look, I totally.
And that could be... I mean, to me, it's not intuitive that you said prime numbers, that the system can't generate an algorithm, right? That the algorithm that can generate prime numbers, or the algorithm that can tell you if a number is prime, and so on, and generate algorithms that generate algorithms that generate algorithms that
I can
that
show-
start to look a lot like human reasoning,
I don't think. I think again we can show that on a piece of paper. That's sure. I think you have to have. So this is the failure in epistemology. Like I'm glad I even can say that word, let alone what it
It's
means. Right?
impressive.
It's
You
like,
said it multiple times.
I know it's like 3 times now.
Without
but-
failure. Quit while you're ahead. Just don't say it again.
All right.
'Cause you did really well.
Thanks. So I think so what is reasoning? So coming back to the chemical brain, if I could show that because I'm never going to make an intelligence in Cam Machina, because we don't have brain cells, they don't have glial cells, they don't have neurons. But if I can take a gel and engineer the gel to be a hybrid hardware for reprogramming, which I think I know how to do, I will be able to process a lot more information and train models billions of times cheaper and use cross-domain knowledge. And there's certain techniques I think we can do, but it's still missing, though, the abilities that human beings have had to become Turing complete. And so I guess the question to give back at you, is like, how do you tell the difference between trial and error and the generation of new knowledge? I think the way you can do it is that you come up with a theory, an explanation. Inspiration comes from out, and then You then test that, and then you see that's going towards the truth. And human beings are very good at doing that in the transition between philosophy, mathematics, physics, and natural sciences, and I think that we can see that. Where I get confused is why people misappropriate the term artificial intelligence to say, hey, there's something else going on here, because I think you and I both agree machine learning is really good. It's only going to get better. We're going to get happier with the outcome. But why would you ever think the model was thinking or reasoning? Reasoning requires intention.
He's John
And
Searle.
the intention, if the model isn't reasoning, the intentions come from the prompter. And the
Yes.
intention has come from the person who programmed it to do it.
It's just a
So
Coke machine.
I
It's not thinking. You put $1 in it, it gave you a Coke. It didn't think. Oh, I bet this guy really wants a Coke now. He gave me $1. This is my 101 in philosophy of mind. Intentionality. What makes something conscious? What are we looking for here? Why isn't the robot? I mean, it's a toy, it's moving, it's an automaton, it's doing something. Is it alive? Are the lights on in there? What makes me different than it? And the answer that he gave, or that I remember, intentionality. And this is the same answer he's giving. Same school of thought. Only mentioned 204 times. This is qualia. I'm feeling pain. Yeah, but like, is that consciousness? Or I'm conscious of the pain. Yeah, but like, to say you are in a state that is phenomenologically conscious is to say, on a certain understanding of these terms, that you have an experience or a state that is something it is like to be you. I talk like this all the time. What it's like to be me. Oh, that must be what it's like to be her. Feeling pain or dizziness, appearance of color and shape. The episodic thoughts are some widely accepted examples. And episodic thoughts. Intentionality, on the other hand, has to do with the directedness, aboutness, or reference to a mental state. Can we use that word anymore? The fact that, for example, you think of or about something. This is a fundamental attribute of consciousness. There's an aboutness. Intentionality includes and is sometimes seems to be equivalent to what is called mental representation, aboutness. Maybe it's intentionality that it always has an aboutness to it. Consciousness and intentionality can seem to pervade much of all of mental life. Perhaps they somehow account for what it is to have a mind. At any rate, they seem to be important, broad aspects of it. But achieving a general understanding of either is an enormous challenge. Part of it lies in figuring out how they are related. Are they independent? Is one or each to be understood in terms of the other? How we address the issue to which of the questions gives rise can have major implications for the views about mind, knowledge, and value. This thing says the large language model has no intentionality. It's not thinking. It's not reasoning. It doesn't have knowledge. It didn't learn anything.
And the intention, if the model isn't reasoning, the intentions come from the prompter. And the intention has come from the person who programmed it to do it. So I
But don't you think you can prompt it to have intention? Basically, start with the initial conditions and get it going. Where
The watchmaker.
currently large language models, ChatGPT, only talks to you when you talk to it. There's no reason why you can't just start it talking.
But
And
where,
it's-
but those initial conditions came from someone starting it,
yes.
and that causal chain in there. So that intention comes from the outside. I think that there is something in that
That's
causal
not a
chain of
sorry
intention that's
man.
super important.
If
I
created
don't
it
disagree
and
we're
it
going to
has
get to
intention,
AGI.
the
It's
created
a matter of
doesn't
when
matter.
and what hardware. I think we're not going to do it in this hardware. I get to something in that causal chain of intention that's super important.
Mhm.
I don't disagree we're going to get to AGI. It's a matter of when and what hardware. I think we're not going to do it in this hardware, and I think we're unnecessarily fetishizing really cool outputs and dopamine hits, because obviously that's what people want to sell us.
Well, but there could be. I mean, AGI is a loaded term, but there could be incredibly super impressive intelligent systems on the way to AGI. So these large language models. I mean,
Show me one.
if it appears conscious, if it appears super intelligent, who are we to say it's not?
I agree.
You know, my grandma used to dance at the dancing and singing flower because it appeared to be dancing and singing. She thought that was really fucking cool, and it was this little stupid toy, and it had no intelligence or reasoning. You're just being fooled by a slightly smarter, cuter toy.
Models. I mean, if it appears conscious, if it appears super intelligent, who are
Maybe
we
you'll
to
think
say
it's
it's
really
not?
cool when you're 82.
I agree, but the superintelligence I want to be able to have
Well,
a
mine to be
discussion with it
creative.
about coming up with fundamental new ideas that generate knowledge. And if the superintelligence we generate can mine novelty from the future that I didn't see in its training set in the past, I would agree that something really interesting is coming on. I'll say that again. If the intelligent system, be it a human being, a chatbot, something else, is able to produce something truly novel that I could not predict, even having full audit trail from the past, then I'd be sold.
Well, so we should be clear that it can currently produce things that are, in a shallow sense, novel, that are not in the training set. But you're saying truly novel.
I think they are in the training set. I think everything it produces comes from a training set. They might be there's a difference between novelty and interpolation. We do not understand where these leaps come from yet. That is what intelligence is, I would argue. Those leaps, and some people say, no, it's actually just what will happen if you just do cross-domain training and all that stuff, and that may be true, and I may be completely wrong. But right now,
Could
the
be
human mind is
multiple
able to
ways.
mine novelty in a way that artificial intelligence systems cannot, and this is why we still have a job and we're still doing stuff. And I used ChatGPT for a few weeks. Oh, this is cool, and then it took me what happened is it took me too much time to correct it. Then it got really good, and now they've done something to it. It's not actually that good.
Yeah, right.
I don't know what's going on.
Some censorship, yeah.
And so
I mean, that's interesting, but it will push us humans to characterize novelty better. Like, characterize the novel, like, what is novel? What is truly novel? What's the difference between novelty and interpolation?
I think that this is the thing that makes me most excited about these technologies, is they're going to help me demonstrate to you that time is fundamental and the unit future is bigger than the present, which is why we are human beings are quite good at generating novelty, because we have to expand our data set and to cope with unexpected things in our environment. Our environment throws them all at us. Again, we have to survive in that environment. And I mean, I never say never. I would be very interested in how we can get cross-domain training cheaply in chemical systems, because I'm a chemist, and the only sentient thing I know of is a human brain, but maybe that's just me being boring and predictable and not novel.
Yeah, you mentioned GPT for electron density. So a GPT-like system for generating molecules that can bind to hosts automatically. I mean, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Applying this same kind of transform mechanism.
Yeah,
That's interesting to me.